man in our community, little Michael, and I got to know this little boy over the summer, and he was a joy, and our hearts go out to his family and our whole community, really. So many people that we know and love here are involved with the family, and we're just pulling for him, and he just didn't make it. But it's holiday season, and this is our last board meeting before a lot of holidays coming up and our bit of a break that we take. So I just ask you all to count your blessings and hug your kids close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Manager's comments?
Yes. I have an exciting announcement for town government that Stephen Dotson will be the town's first sustainability coordinator. He'll be beginning work on our team on February 3rd. He was one of over 75 applicants for this position. I can state unequivocally that during my time with the town, this was the largest, strongest applicant pool that we had for any of the openings that have come up in the last 5 years. Lots of interest in the position, lots of well-qualified people, and a difficult selection process, which is a great place for us to be. We had lots of help in this, so both Liz McLaughlin and Dave Scholes participated in the process, along with HR Director Sally Nix and Public Works Director Steve Barrett. Sue Fillion, the Planning Services Director, was on the selection committee, and she and I together did the final review of 2 really well-qualified finalists, because Stephen will be working within the Planning Services Department, reporting directly to Sue. He'll also be a member of our management team, working together with the department heads. And also participating in the screening and interviewing process were Oscar Heller, Chair of the Energy Committee and a very active member of the community in promoting the sustainability position when we were considering whether or not to create that. And Elizabeth Bridgewater, the Executive Director for the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. We really appreciated the time that they volunteered to this effort to help us make sure that we had a broad perspective in the selection process. I think a lot of people know Stephen. He's done a lot of work on sustainability issues and social action issues around the area and in his prior career elsewhere. One thing about him is, in addition to being an employee of a few different organizations locally over the years, he has provided lots of services, some leadership services as well as assistance as a contractor and a consultant to a variety of organizations. So I'm going to take a minute, just for those who don't know Stephen, to understand the breadth of what he's done already in our area and why we think that he stood out as being particularly the best person for this job. He's been Director of Communications and Marketing for the Northeast Sustainable Energy Association, Corporate Sustainability Operations Associate for One Report Incorporated, an Associate Director at the Rich Earth Institute. He's been on the Wyndham Regional Commission as a commissioner representing Westminster. He's a board member at the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies leadership team, a member of the leadership team for the Ecovation Hub, was one of the initial co-creators of Hermit Thrush Brewery, and has provided assistance and service to the Brattleboro Savings and Loan, Retreat Farm, Friends of the West River Trail, Resilient Design Institute, and the Strolling of the Heifers Slow Living Summit. He's a person who has been deep into this work in a variety of ways over the years, and will now be leading our town effort around sustainability, both internally and out in the community.
Great.
Congratulations, Stephen Dotson.
Wonderful. Exciting to have such a well-qualified and a local person who's already very familiar with what we're going through. Thank you, Peter. The next item on our agenda is fellow select board member comments and or committee reports. Does anybody have anything they'd like to throw out?
No committee report. I did on the way in notice it's a really beautiful night.
And people, and I noticed this afternoon and then again this evening, because I had to be out, that
people are being remarkably considerate and careful driving in these conditions. So it's a nice reminder that people actually know how to do it.
That's nice. A nice comment. Anyone else?
No, thank you.
And your comment actually makes me think. This is
Oh.
breaking protocol here, but
Oh, no.
I did see a note from our fire department that they would like everybody, if you are near a fire hydrant, to please clear out around 3 feet around, all the way around. It really does help us out in times like these. I think I'll just roll right into public participation, and this is the time when we invite members of the public to come up and say their piece. Just try to limit it to 2 minutes. We have a huge audience tonight, but anyone here would like to say anything? This is for anything that's not on tonight's agenda. Just throw it out. Hi, Franz.
Hi, Franz Reichsman, District 2. I'm going to comment on two things that are on the agenda because I have to leave. And they are the budget and municipal broadband. And I just want to, speaking strictly for myself here, want to say that, as I said last week, I think, that I would like to see a budget item on municipal broadband go into the fiscal year 2021 budget. I think it's, I know you'll be talking about this more. I just wanted to register my opinion right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for starting off with an unorthodox comment. Anyone else?
Continuing your pattern.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Anyone else with any comments they'd like to say or questions? Jokes? No? Okay. We are moving on because we are not required tonight to do liquor commissioners or water and sewer commissioners. So our first order of business is an unfinished business item where we will discuss consideration of municipal broadband. I believe this is the third time that this has come before us.
Yes. May I give a quick update about
Certainly.
that?
I wasn't sure which way to go.
Yeah, I think that Dave should lead off substantively, but I'd like to just
Oh,
ground
yeah,
the
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
public in the knowledge that this was considered a couple of times previously, earlier in the fall by the select board. The action that the board took on the second evening of consideration was twofold: for the town to monitor and be engaged in the regional effort to create a communications union district, a CUD, for southeastern Vermont, and to write a letter to several state officials who were comprised a committee that was looking into the question of whether municipalities ought to be allowed to use general obligation bonds to fund municipal communications, telecommunications facilities. And we took a strong position, the town did, at select board direction, a strong position in favor of that being allowed, that utilization of general obligation bonding authority being allowed, on the principle that it represents self-governance and that communities ought to decide whether to use general obligation bonds rather than the state deciding whether or not it's okay for communities to use general obligation bonds. Those are the two directed actions. We did those two things. We are engaged with the regional effort that's getting underway. We wrote the letter, we received a response, and received consideration to the town's opinion in the report that that committee wrote to the legislature, but the committee decided not to recommend general obligation bonding authority. So that report was distributed to all of you, and Select Board Member Dave Scholes responded to that distribution by asking for some further consideration this evening. Here we are.
Yeah, it seemed like, well, the letter from the DPS came, was distributed to us, but we didn't ever talk about it. We just got that information. And so I thought we should talk about it. That seemed like that was the next sort of signpost along the way toward our conversations about how to pursue broadband. And their conclusion was, I think it's fair to say, is to wait and see. And initially, I was thinking, well, that's terrible because we'd have a lot more options if we could do the general obligation bond and just spread it over the whole community. And I kind of thought that, as I often do, when I have a thought, I think I'm right. And I'm not quite so sure about that now because I talked to somebody from going to forget his name, but it'll come back to me, from who's the Norwich representative on the EC Fiber Communication Union District, which is Norwich, Barnard, and a few other towns around there. And he pointed out that he actually supported it. And I said, well, I got nothing more to say to this guy. But his perspective is that it would mean that only towns that had a lot of money would be able to do this, and other towns wouldn't be able to do it, and or it would be much harder. And a lot of people who maybe don't have any use for the service would wind up having to pay for it. And although that's true of a lot of things in the world, you may not use every service the town provides. You still have to, or for instance, schools. But you certainly get a benefit from it. So, but he talked a lot about the Union District and the advantages of that. But the primary one is that they started, and this is almost 20 years ago now that they started doing this, and they wound up not getting it. They were ready. No, it was in 2008, and they were ready to go, and they had investors lined up, and then the banks exploded, and Lehman went out of business, and all the investors, that all went away. So they started over, and they found some individuals who would contribute, I think, up to about $90,000, and they did a stretch through town. And then the point of all this is that they took a really diverse approach. They got some users to invest in shorter-term bonds, no-interest bonds that would gradually get paid back from the revenues. They created their own model, and so that made the Communications Union District seem more appealing to me, because my context is the Waste Management District and the merged school district, and the issues that the towns have where interests don't align get really contentious and sometimes just bring things to a halt. And I still want this to move a lot faster. So but I've continued to look around. A couple of the articles, this one came late. I just found out about this on Sunday. That Bristol, New Hampshire, which is a town of not a few thousand people, and it's in the article here somewhere, did their own. They got $98,000. The town approved spending $98,000, and they got a $132,000 grant, and they did a 3-mile stretch of Main Street, and now they're bit by bit trying to roll it out into the other communities. So that's another model. The Chesterfield, obviously, they can do those bonds, and they did it. And one of the people, Bratt Roscoe, I think I'm remembering his name right. He was going to come to the meeting, but unless you're Bratt, you're not. He decided not to come because of the weather to talk about Chesterfield. And the other example was the excerpts that I sent in the link, although it's a link on paper, it's not very easy to link to, from Kentucky, where they did wire this very rural county, and in a few years they've created 300 jobs, and many of them went to people that were making $5 an hour in an auto parts store or somewhere like that, and were able to get much better jobs, telecommuting, and so. The conclusion of all that is that there are a bunch of different ways that we could proceed. And so I wanted to find, I'm sorry Patrick's not here because I suspect he has some information, maybe you do have information about, you mentioned that we are engaged in the CUD process. Maybe you can talk about some of the progress that is going on there.
Sure. That
would be great. But basically my question is, first question is, do we want to proceed? Because there was some resistance, some hesitant. Liz obviously doesn't, she's shaking her head no. So I need to find that out before I try to get us to determine how we want to do it.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'm going to let you steer a little bit. You threw a question to our town manager.
Yeah.
So. Sure. So
thank you.
The way I would characterize what's happened so far is there has been preparation to launch the CUD process. A fair amount of it, lots of communication among the parties who intend to participate in it, as well as some coordination among those who are organizing it and bringing in resources to assist. And it will launch all but immediately after the holidays. I don't know the exact date of the meeting in January, but there's a meeting that has been scheduled to be held in January where the group will assemble and begin to identify the steps they're going to take to move forward. They will be receiving advice from the individuals who
State
created,
oversight.
well, the ones who created EC Fiber will be speaking from their direct experience with the creation of a district similar to what is being envisioned for southeastern Vermont. And there's funding that's been provided by the state that's being provided to the Wyndham Regional Commission
Right.
to assist in this effort. I don't know the details of that, and I don't know whether or not it's coming with technical assistance from the state. But I do know that there's that they've engaged individuals who had participated in the organization around EC Fiber to bring that experience here.
And the state also funded a position for a person to provide support for exactly what you're talking about.
Right, and that's the part. I don't know whether or not that person is already, engaged in providing that support around the state, and whether they are part of what's going to be the launch here, or whether it's just state funding that's going to help in terms of paying for the expertise that's coming in from the EC Fiber folks and perhaps others. But Patrick will be representing the town in that. He unfortunately wasn't able to be here for this evening's meeting, but he certainly will, go to that first meeting and be able to provide a further update to us in January about what he learns there and how it's intended to move forward from here.
Before throwing it out to some other comments, I thought I might just ask for a couple clarifications on what you're actually looking for as far as a discussion. When you talk about broadband, and we talked about this twice before in sort of broad terms about high-speed internet, and I think a lot of the time there's a confusion around the term because the term is rather broad, quite literally. Because often when people are speaking of broadband, they're speaking about fiber. And I assume that's kind of what gets you excited.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a good clarification, at least for me. But I'm kind of curious, what, if you want something to be, you're advocating for something to be on our town meeting, what would that look like?
Well, that's what I thought that the way to proceed was to put some money in for a study to explore all the different options. And I don't know if we don't do that, and the CUD looks like it's going to take ages, then it'll be a whole year before we can put anything in the budget again, because that's not even going to start until January.
Right.
So where I am now is wondering whether to pursue that or not. And I think what I'd like to do is talk to Patrick and maybe the people of the district and find out a little bit more about what the prospects are for that. And if there's, I think that money has to be raised for the work. And if it's the initial money from the state is for exploring, but it's not going to get anything done. So I don't know exactly what to ask for. But we'll find out more before we're done with the budget, if possible.
If you recall, at the last meeting, I think it was October 15th, we generally had, at least three of us, I believe Brandy was also absent at that meeting as well. So there was only four of us at that meeting as well.
No, Brandy was there, because she had issues with the company that was doing the work in Chesterfield. I remember that really distinctly.
Daniel, were you here?
Daniel was
I
here.
recall Brandy not being here, but
Okay,
that's
well, it
fine.
might have been another meeting.
Since there were two earlier. So I'm just wondering, I remember Liz saying a couple of comments that I agreed with, which were why, if there's so many steps that could be taken in the community and exploring some background on this and gauging our community of whether or not people are really interested in this, pursuing this, however we might pursue it, why wouldn't we do that work first? And you actually volunteered to get the ball rolling, speaking to people, and it seemed...
And having people come in and talk with the snow.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know even, I don't want to call out Franz because he's not a member of this board, but a comment that Franz made was that there wasn't, he personally didn't support going towards the study until there were numbers attached to it. So I guess I'm just wondering, I feel like you're you are kind of feeling your way a little bit, which is fine, but in order for us to make a decision on actually putting something on the agenda, it would have to be a little more concrete.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe it should wait for petition if it was something that you really needed to
Well,
see.
well, it depends. I think that the part that I absolutely agree with is we need to get a broader sense from the community whether they would support it or not. And a petition and a conversation at town meeting would certainly indicate that interest. And that may be, the way to pursue. I would like us to talk about it at town meeting. I'm just not sure how to go about that. I'd like to get a consensus from the meeting about how vigorously we should proceed in this direction. I think it's really urgent, and that's the reason that I'm anxious to get things moving.
I have a comment.
Please.
So 3 weeks ago, I'd say, or I don't know exactly how long ago, we voted on a measure, didn't we not?
I don't. Well, you mean, do you remember we had that sort of menu of options
Right.
to take? We went
Yes.
for 1 and 2, but I don't
Yes.
think we actually took a vote.
Okay.
I think it was consensus.
Well, so we had a
3 out of 4.
consensus, and that consensus was to go with the CUD, to gain knowledge from them of what they were doing in lieu of spending money on a study, because they were getting state resources, they were getting state personnel, they were discussing this, and frankly, the more rural towns have a greater interest in better service than Brattleboro has. So I am content to stick with the decision or consensus that we made just a short while ago and gained, whatever knowledge we can from that. It's interesting because, Peter talked about that there were 2 steps, and the one step was the CUD and the second step was the letter. So we got an answer to our letter, and I understand that you're eager, Johnny on the spot, to discuss it. But I think we need time for the CUD to learn, and we learn from that process. And we haven't had that time yet because it hasn't really started. So I think it's premature, and I am content with the decision that we made, and I want to let that bear fruit.
Just a couple of responses. One is that the decision included me finding people to come in and talk about the advantages of different systems, so that's what I'm doing. The other thing, I don't think, from the responses that I've seen, and they're small, but the number of responses I've seen, I've heard more people say, well, the rural places don't need it, the downtown needs it because that's where the businesses are concentrated. So I don't think there's a conclusion that the rural communities are more interested in it or not. And we're rural and urban, so it really doesn't matter. The fact that it's been 3 months and so far the CUD is prepared to launch indicates it's going to be a very slow, tedious process, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a better process. And so I'm looking to keep as many different options going as possible. And obviously, you can support what you feel comfortable supporting. I'm still going to do that. I'm still going to promote whatever we can, and I will participate more actively and communicate with Patrick about the CUD. But I have heard nothing about it since it was initially in the paper. And so obviously there's not much to report. But at this point, I don't really have an action that I want us to take until I get a better sense of whether that's going to proceed. It is a really good model. The way EC Fiber rolled it out, it's a really flexible model. And but it may mean that we still have to pay for ours all on our own anyway. So we'll see.
Daniel?
I remain fairly agnostic about this. I guess the one thing I want to kind of point out for folks who might be following along at home, so some of the communities that we've been compared to here are really small. So Leverett, Massachusetts has a population of, or at least from the 2010 census, had a population of 1,876 people compared to our nearly 13,000. And they had 813 households. We have 5,421. The amount of money that they raised in bonds for that project was $3.6 million for 813 households, of which 667 of them ended up becoming subscribers. And what I don't want us to go too far down a road is to kind of envision this project that is presumably at least a couple of times larger than that. You know, maybe it's in the tens of millions of dollars. And Leverett, Massachusetts was also a place that did not have access to any meaningful broadband of any sort. So there was no competitors there. We've already heard from Patrick's report that where towns have tried to do this where there are competitors, those competitors compete. And that means that they're able to offer deals that they wouldn't typically. And, you know, I'm not saying that I'm in love with our local internet providers as things stand. I would love for a better deal. But if what it meant was I got a better deal and then the town was left holding all this infrastructure without subscribers to actually support it, that's bad for our taxpayers. So those are my concerns about it. I mean, like I say, I'm agnostic. If somebody can show me a way that this is financially viable for a town our size with the number of house sites and with the number of miles, right? Because we're also talking about laying cable. I mean, I guess in like the biggest vision would be laying cable to every single house site in Brattleboro. So how many miles of cable are we talking? It sounds to me like it would be a heck of a lot of money. And we know that we can't use general obligation bonds, so we can't raise money without having to worry whether it'll make money, right? We have to raise money through, and you can correct me if I get this wrong. Please do. So revenue bonds means that it has to like be kind of something that is able to make money.
Exactly. It's called a revenue bond because it has to be attached to a specific revenue stream that will pay off the bond.
So that would be subscribers for
Correct.
this service, which we would be
But
competing
it can
with.
be for a very long period of time.
Yeah, exactly. It could be for a really long period of time. And in the report from the state, it says here, a 2017 financial assessment conducted by the Center for Technology, Innovation and Competition at the University of Pennsylvania School of Law found that 11 of 20 projects assessed were cash flow negative during the assessment period. 5 projects had an estimated repayment period of 100 years. 2 projects were pegged at over 60 years, and only 2 were slated to break even. And so I don't often find myself in the fiscal conservative role on this board, but I think that, you know, our taxpayers need to be getting their money's worth, and I worry about going too far down a road for like a tens of millions of dollars vision, unless there was something that, you know, and I understand why we would study it, right? Because like we don't know. I'm not an expert in this. I'm taking opinions from folks that know more than I do. And so there's something to be said for a study, but even if a study is $80,000 and it looks like we're going to end up with a project that's $20 million and we really don't know if it's going to work, I don't know if I even want to spend that $80,000 when there are other things in Brattleboro right now that $80,000 would do a lot to help with. So that's where I'm at.
A couple responses, and I'm happy to move on.
Oh, sure.
Obviously, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain something like this on its own. That's one of the things I want to make sure that we find out.
Dave,
I have
could you
no
speak
idea.
up, please?
Sorry?
Speak up, please.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain this kind of a thing, even if we paid it off over 100 years. And that's why the CUD might be a more viable option. And so that's entirely possible. I think the important thing about the competitors competing, at least in the examples that are in place now, Chattanooga, Tennessee is one of them. There's several others, a couple in North Carolina, I think Greenville, a couple other much larger towns than us that have done municipal fiber. And they found that what they do basically is resist and try and keep them from using the poles and try and keep them from having access and not cooperating with the backloading, because that has to go through those kinds of providers. But the deals that they offered were the typical deal that you get from a place like Comcast. You know, sign up and you give you all of it for $20 this year, and next year it's 180. And so that hasn't changed. That model didn't change, and people are continually paying more than they need to. It's also important that places like Korea,
and Singapore have the entire nation, and they have lots of rural areas in Korea. The entire nation is wired, and the effect on the economy is really astonishing. And there's no question about what happens when you have that degree of broadband. And that's the primary reason that I'm looking at this in terms of the potential economic growth.
Yeah, I'm sure that it would have a benefit to our economic development. Whether the benefit would match our outlay and continued like operation of a municipal utility is the big question mark.
Yeah, certainly. And it has to be answered.
Maybe.
I'd just like it to be answered sooner rather than later. And again, if the CUD process is moving and has some, time, some milestones and some goals and some timeframes involved with it, then I'm perfectly content to let that play out. I just don't want to have it take forever. Those initiatives have not had a lot of success when towns are trying to work together on things. So, and the state obviously doesn't always help.
I think, before I throw it out, if maybe there's a couple of people that might want to say something, I just want to point out that I think Patrick, because he's not here, he did caution us in putting, a lot of hopes in the CUD, just because there was something described such as the donut hole, which is to this effect that the larger populated communities in these areas actually don't see the benefit that the least populated communities.
I have an update on the donut
Yeah,
hole.
me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, just that I mentioned that to the gentleman from Norwich, and he pointed out that it's not as bad as it seems or as it was described. It's not really it's not, well, you may have some better information just generally, but he said that it's really not accurate to think that a place like Brattleboro wouldn't be served by a CUD.
Maybe you could
It's one of the
describe
things that
what that
changed my
means.
So I think it's actually more nuanced than would Brattleboro be served or would it not be served, and it's because Brattleboro itself has some land use diversity. So what we have come to understand, and I would say our understanding is still really in the early stages, right? The thing is in the process of launching, and we'll know a lot more a month from now, 2 months from now about where it seems to be headed. But one of the things that Patrick learned and shared with me is the CUD could have a benefit for Brattleboro, broadly defined, because of the communities that are outside of Brattleboro being adjacent to parts of Brattleboro that are currently not served by the major carriers. And so there still would, in fact, be a donut hole, or in our case, sort of the cavity in a sea.
Amoeba hole.
Well, it would be circled, but the downtown Brattleboro area and the developed residential area immediately around that is well served right now, actually, by competitive providers. And so that's the area where it would be hard for us to present ourselves as a public alternative to that in a way that would compete favorably, because they've got such tremendous resources internationally, so they could afford to undercut us. But that's within the developed part of Brattleboro. And so out in the area of Brattleboro that is currently underserved or unserved, that is adjacent to Dummerston and to Marlborough and to Guilford, there is at least a possibility, I think probably a likelihood, that if a southeastern Vermont CUD gets going, that those parts of Brattleboro could in fact benefit significantly from the regional CUD.
And then we'd be in the happy position of having a reverse HUD situation where we take advantage of the resources and the infrastructure that the surrounding towns have, rather than the other way around.
That's interesting.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but
Oh, well?
Does anybody in the public, do you mind if I throw it out to anyone who might be
Well, I
here?
just wanted to mention that Daniel made a slightly different point than David's in saying that the benefit was to very small communities. And so David mentioned maybe we're not big enough. That's not the case. We may be too big,
Relatively.
relatively too big.
to get aid from the state.
Enough, right?
Yeah.
Or of that. Yeah.
Goldilocks effect.
Yes.
Or anti-Goldilocks.
Yes.
I mean, I had a couple comments too, but I was just going to throw it out. Anybody who wanted to speak to it who's here tonight, or no? Chris? My only comment was it's still, and I said this at the last meeting, it still feels like a bit of a solution in search of a problem to me. We have, according to Patrick's good report that he gave us a few meetings ago, 95% broadband, which is defined broadly, already in Brattleboro. We do have some outskirts that don't get very good service, and it's something certainly to work on. But we have fiber to this building, and we have fiber to, I know I just confirmed with somebody who helps me with my computers, Patrick Byrne out on Burge Street. There's 200 up, 200 down, which was a nice number that I've heard about being thrown about in fiber, and that's just the beginning. You can get 1,000 up and 1,000 down, and I won't go into all of what that means. But that's fast internet. It's super fast fiber, but it's already available. Now, I don't know the coverage, and that's part of the homework too, I think, to make sure that we have a problem. In my mind, let's make sure we have a real problem that is slowing us down, either from an economic development standpoint or from an equity standpoint, and we're not really sure where we are, I don't think, yet, before we can go forward with solving the problem, in my opinion. The Chesterfield partnership with Consolidated Communications is brand new. So as swimmingly as it seems to be going so far, I've heard some good things. That doesn't mean it's going to go really well. And they're also a model that we can't replicate here at this time, by my understanding, the way that they handled it. So right now, the general obligation bond is off the table. A lot of us are uncomfortable. Daniel, you spoke to the problem with revenue bonds, and at the last meeting, I think you mentioned equity and how that really just goes towards serving people who can afford it often, because the town would be forced to make money from the deal. So I just don't quite get the urgency at the moment. I'd love to see evidence that the lack of cohesive municipal broadband is slowing us down somehow, or impacting our economic development, because I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that so far from businesses who need fast internet. Anyway, that's my...
Just one thing I think I can clear up. Again, the gentleman from EC Fiber I mentioned that we have fiber going through town. Everyone saw when I put it in, they put one of their junctions up at Academy School, and the school gets a little discount because it hosts that site.
I'm sorry, did you say Sovereignnet?
Did I say Sovereignnet? I said Sovereignnet, yeah, when it was Sovereignnet.
Okay, is that, I get confused. Is that now First Light?
I don't know whether it was sold and changed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it was
And you
Sovereignnet
said
when they
it's
did
at
that.
Academy School?
Yes.
Is that what, I just didn't hear you.
And, gosh, I'm not talking well. I don't know. It seems like I'm fine. I've got new hearing aids, so maybe I'm
got the
whispering.
heater going as well.
But it
It's
sounds
just-
loud to me. Let me
it's
turn it
noisy
down a
over
little bit.
here.
It's the
Oh,
fans, probably.
The fiber that we have, it's a point-to-point fiber. It's not it's designed to have branches going off. So if someone's having access to it, they are somehow related to that point. It's a different design that they're doing in Norwich and Barnard and in that EC Fiber district. You need to hear that.
All right, well then, you're not requesting we take an action?
Yeah.
Okay. Unless anyone else has any other comments, I guess we'll move on to new business. And we have, I need to cough. Sorry. We have a financial report to go over.
We do. So the monthly financial report for the first 5 months of the fiscal year, 41.7% of the fiscal year is complete. The prorated rate of expenditure in the general fund is 40.0. We're in good shape there. In fact, good shape across the board in this report, particularly in the parking fund. Of course, the parking fund is a little distorted because our capital expenditures from the parking fund are not in a separate capital fund. They're expended from the annual budget that you approve for the parking fund. So this is a number that will increase in the spring, but still, we've expended only 35.2% of the parking fund allocation in this 41.7% so far of the fiscal year. And the utilities fund, again, using a proration because of the fact that we make a couple of very large payments early in the year for annual interest and sludge removal. The prorated rate of expenditure is 40.5% in the utilities fund against that 41.7% marker. So good shape in all the major areas of operation. We have just shy of $4.2 million in outstanding loans that are being repaid to the town. There are, as there have been for many months now, 2 loans that are overdue but still where payments are being made. 1 loan that's in default and fully reserved. And there's a notation in this month's report, closure, unhappy closure, but not unexpected closure on the cultural intrigue matter, where we knew that there was a default, that the town was not going to receive the remaining funds. We did file a court action attempting to get some leverage there, and the court has ordered that cultural intrigue is free of paying back the debt of $67,837 to the town. And so that has been written off the books. That loan balance has been written off. The program income report shows that there are $492,000 or so available for loans and grants. That's a number, of course, that fluctuates some from month to month. We're always receiving repayments into that fund, and we're occasionally making disbursements from the fund. But we're right now just shy of $500,000 of available funding there. We currently have 40 active grants that the town is implementing and 5 grants that you have authorized us to apply for. We're still in the application process. Have any questions?
Nope.
I just to see we're on the other side of the where we're supposed to be at this time, a little surplus in the general fund. It's nice to see.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
You mentioned that there was a loan late. When loans become late,
Yes.
what's the process that is taken to?
So there's communication ongoing between the finance department and the folks who owe these loans virtually as soon as anybody becomes late. And what we typically find is that somebody might have run into some cash flow issues at the business that was funded through the grant, or through their loan rather, I'm sorry, or that there's some other circumstance where folks just need a little bit of time and then they continue to make some payments while they're behind and then they get back current. That is the normal course of action. There are times when it becomes a more extreme situation like that. There was one that came before this board sometime last year, not in this fiscal year, but in the prior fiscal year, that we redid some restructuring. There was a loan that had been a 10-year loan. We were about halfway through the repayment period, and a local person who was really committed to repaying the funds had fallen far enough behind that they weren't going to be able to repay the funds on the original schedule, but made a very large payment, sold a piece of property, made a very large payment against that outstanding balance, and then we restructured the remainder of what was owed to the town for a new 10-year period. So that'll happen from time to time. It's very rare that we actually have somebody who just walks away and where the debt has to be written off. That did happen, unfortunately, in the cultural entry.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have an observation from the parking fund. I see that parking meter revenue is at 46%, right,
Yes.
ahead of the curve, and parking fines are down at 33%, which might suggest that the new parking meter system is working well, because there are
Yes.
fewer fines than you would have expected and more payments.
Might be the
But
key
it
word.
also could not.
Yeah,
Anyway, it's money in the bank.
absolutely. And the fund overall is doing well.
Yeah.
We do have some repair costs coming up though, because somebody hit the last one on west side of Main Street before you get to Elliott, and it's looking like the Tower of Pisa now.
But when we know who that somebody is, we recover.
do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's an insurance claim usually, but yeah.
It wasn't one of our plans.
I don't know the particulars of that
Yeah.
that instance, but a lot of times when there is damage, particularly street side damage to town infrastructure, we're able to recover those funds.
That's why Cool Hand Luke was in prison, by the way.
Really? And there's a running over facts.
That's a valuable piece of culture.
Anytime I can help.
Some cultural intrigue.
There's
Yes,
a movie
go.
I'd like to watch.
Failure
again.
to communicate.
That's right. That's what we have here.
Hopefully not too often.
So, thank you, Peter, for the report. Next is we have errors and omissions to the grand list, and we might be hearing from Jennifer.
We will.
Welcome. And would you like to let us know our process, just for the viewing public?
So, I have something written down, so.
Yeah.
If it is discovered an error or omission in the listing of real or personal property after it became the grand list, the approval of the select board is necessary to make a correction. Such errors or omissions of property listings may be corrected on or before December 31st. The grand list was lodged June 26, 2019 with the town clerk. From this date until today, the assessors have identified changes. And if you could please examine the attached spreadsheets from the material you were provided, detailing the errors and omissions to the 2019 grand list, which are being submitted for your review and approval. I'll continue. There were 5 changes to the value of real properties. 2 were the result of BCA hearings. 1 corrected an error in the sale of 2 contiguous parcels. 1 was the result of lister voted exemption. And 1 is an exemption per state statute. There were 4 changes of value of business personal property due to late filings or filings that were corrected after the grand list was lodged in June. There were 3 changes in tax stabilization. 1 participant in the farm tax stabilization program didn't submit the required paperwork, so the property has been removed from the farm tax stabilization list. The other 2 involved a correction in the methodology used to calculate value of tax stabilization applied to the real property and personal property at Commonwealth Dairy. Commonwealth Dairy adjustments warrant a more detailed explanation. While the assessed value of Commonwealth's business personal property has been materially reduced per the outcome of a grievance, the tax value of Commonwealth's real estate and personal property both have increased. This is due to a correction in the methodology of calculating the amount of tax stabilization that Commonwealth is entitled to under its 2011 agreement with the town. The calculations related to that complex set of adjustments is included in the bottom of the schedule of the attached sheet entitled Errors Omission Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization. When the adjustment is made to reflect the increase in Commonwealth's taxable value despite the decrease in Commonwealth's assessed value, the net change in the total taxable value townwide for both real estate and business personal property is an increase in taxable value of $905,705. And I can help answer any questions you might have.
If it's okay, before we go into further discussion, I'd like to just amplify two pieces of what Jen just described. Select board members who've been involved in this over the years and close observers to town finances will recognize that this is a really unusual moment in what is a really standard, frankly, sort of kind of boring but necessary, statutorily required procedure where we do small corrections each year to the grand list for the reasons that Jen described. What's different this year is the adjustment is much more complicated because of the Commonwealth Ferry situation, and because of that and the particular aspects of that, the grand list is actually increasing. The total taxable value based on this errors and omissions report is increasing by almost $1 million. And what we normally see at this time of year is a decrease because normally in a less complicated errors and omissions report, what we have is the report on adjustments that have been made because of the grievance process. So we lodge a grand list in June, property owners can contest their values, that process goes on through the summer and fall to make whatever adjustments might be made, and most often at this moment in time, we have a less complicated list that ends up with news that we're a little disappointed with. It's not usually a big decline, but it's usually a decline. And instead, this year we have an increase and a much more complicated report. Just wanted to note that for the record.
I must say, I'm confused because of this Commonwealth Dairy line. The old value was $16 million and the new value was $5 million changed. So we lost $10 million?
That's the personal property valuation that Jen referred to in the report as the assessed value went down, but the taxable value has actually gone up because the formula by which the amount of the assessment, so they are in a tax stabilization agreement for another 2 more years, this year and next year?
Yes.
And under that tax stabilization agreement, so much of that $16 million was being stabilized, so that reduced their tax obligation, that we're actually seeing this year an adjustment where the value, the assessed value went down, but the proportion of that that's taxable has gone up so significantly that we're going to have an increase in the taxable value.
So it went from the original taxable value of almost $4 million
Yes.
to the total corrected of five.
Over five. Five and a half about.
5.5.
Yes, that's exactly correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Could you say more about business personal property? What is that?
Business personal property.
Yeah.
So we require businesses to send in an asset report of their equipment and any assets that they use to run their business. It can be desks, file cabinets, and the such. We do not require inventory, but we do have a tax on the depreciated value of your equipment. The equipment may be fully depreciated, but however, we assess that at 10% of its original cost. So there's always a value placed on the equipment.
And so if I'm reading this correctly, Commonwealth's business personal property went down, our assessment of that went down quite significantly.
Correct.
But their assessed value for their real estate
So
increased?
they grieved their value.
I'm trying to not muddy the waters, but I'm trying to just
No,
make sure.
yep, it's a very complicated question, and far more complicated than usual. So what happened was they grieved their value, and they won their grievance. So their assessed value was reduced very significantly. But Jen discovered that the amount of whatever that value is, whether it had been the original number or this revised number or something else at the outcome of the grievance process, whatever that number was, that it should be the proportion of it that should be taxed versus the proportion that where the tax is forgiven under the stabilization agreement, that taxable portion should have been far greater. And so there was a dialogue that went on with Commonwealth where the resolution of the matter was that because they won their grievance, the value is changed to that value. But because the town substantiated that the formula that should be applied to that value would require a far greater amount of taxation percentage, they accepted that, and that's where we've landed. And that adjustment, the adjusted methodology will apply again to next year. And after that, they'll be just in the system like everybody else because we will have reached the end of their tax stabilization agreement.
Great. And this is all within the business personal property assessments?
Well, the Commonwealth matter affected both their business personal
Okay, that
property
was my
numbers
question.
and their real estate numbers. So again, I apologize for the degree to which this is convoluted. It is convoluted. There was appeal of the values. That was one part of this, and there was the adjustment of the methodology that was the other part of this. The two work to different effect on the numbers. So this year, it's very complicated and very confusing, but we end up in the good place of almost $1 million of additional value on the books for taxable value, so we'll actually yield some additional revenue to the town. Going forward, the report, both next year, because we won't be making all these different adjustments related to a complicated owner of property, and in years beyond that, because they won't be in tax stabilization any longer, it should be a simpler report again.
I just have a question about some of the language used. Why do we call it business personal property tax? I've always found that confusing.
So I believe the state calls it that in the
really?
statutes. Yeah, that's
Because when I see
Awkward.
business and personal next to each other, it feels...
totally agree.
Right, okay, keep them
Yeah,
separate.
Unless it's your
Why it's
personal
not an
business.
equipment tax or something else like that is a good question.
Yeah.
I totally agree with the confusion it creates by being business personal property.
Right, okay. My other question is, we always call this the errors and omissions
Yes.
report. Is it really errors, omissions, and adjustments? Because most of the changes tend to come from grievance, right? Or most of the detailed changes.
No, not all. The BCA level,
Board of Civil Authority.
Board, correct, thank you. Board of Civil Authority level would warrant a change if it was reduced from the decision. Late filings for business personal property, they are adjustments, but there can be an error. An example of one where there was a sale of 2 parcels, each parcel separate parcels. They were contiguous, so in the state's mind, they were taxed on one tax bill, and they were sold off to separate parties. Each parcel had a house. The one house had not been removed from the main parcel, so it's called the parent parcel. So if you have 2 parcels, you have one parcel that's the parent parcel. That was an error on our part. Or it could be looked at as an omission.
Okay.
So
It's also the terminology, just like how the business personal property tax is terminology that's required under state statutes, so is the errors and omissions report.
it is, and it's
So other nomenclature might feel more logical or common sense, but the report we have to file, there's a certificate you will sign tonight after you take this action. That is the errors and omissions certificate that's required for the town to submit to the state of Vermont.
Great. So we got to do it.
gotta
We
do it.
can't clarify it to our liking
no.
necessarily. Well, unless we have anybody else that wants to chime in, I'd be open to taking a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on the reports entitled errors and omissions, Schedule 2019 Grand List, and errors and omissions, Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization from Town Assessor Jennifer Brunel.
Great, thank you. Liz has made a motion to approve the changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on those two reports aforementioned. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. In the fear of losing our audience to that conversation, I think...
Interested. Good, good.
Good. I think I'll go on to item C, which is also confusing and strange. No, it's not. I'm
Less
joking.
so, I
Less
think.
confusing. The Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust 2016 Six Scattered Site Grant closeout. Right. Public hearing.
Yes, so I would ask that you please open a public hearing.
Yes.
And then I will explain what we're doing here. And Bruce Whitney is here from the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust to speak to some of the details. Could you please open?
Yes. I will now officially open a public hearing.
Thank you.
Hi, Bruce.
So each time we finish administering a community development block grant project, we are required by the rules of the program to hold a public hearing where you hear the results of the work under that grant, and the public has an opportunity to tell you what they thought about it. The results in this particular case are not just here in Brattleboro, but actually to a broader geographic area that Mr. Whitney will describe here in a moment about the sort of full impact of this. And that's the result of this being one of a series of grants where because the town has maintained a good working relationship with the state, and because the state knows that Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust is a very reliable administrator of these programs, there are other counties now outside of Wyndham and Windsor's usual jurisdiction, and certainly outside of Brattleboro, that are beneficiaries of grant funds that come from the state to the town to the agency and are then implemented through the programming for whatever that particular grant is. And Bruce will tell us about this particular grant.
Yes, and I'm Bruce Whitney. I'm the Director of Home Ownership with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. And because of errors, I gave you an updated report. And really the updates are on the numbers on the second page, the chart. Due to my travel schedule and communication with Patrick, I'd given him historic numbers, but the numbers here are just for this grant period, and that's what we need to report on for this closeout. So you'll see the numbers in the updated report are October 1st, 17 through actually today, yesterday. We've got the most up-to-date numbers. And yeah, we thank Brattleboro once again. The town of Brattleboro has sponsored this particular grant since 2014. We've been running this program for about 12 years. In the lingo of the state and CDBG, it's called the Scattered Site Grant because we are working throughout at this point, 5 counties. We did start in the Wyndham and Windsor counties, and in the grant period that started with this period, we are partnering with Downstreet Housing and Community Development, which is a sister agency to ours, and they cover the 3 counties of Lamoille, Orange, and Washington counties. So we're doing back office administration for that program. And the services we're providing are home repair loans to income eligible people. We can loan up to $25,000 for necessary health and safety repairs. We do housing counseling advocacy. We work with people who want to buy homes. We provide free one-on-one counseling, and we also provide an 8-hour education course that is in person, and we also have an online version. And those are offered in our location and also up at Mount Escutney Hospital in Windsor. And then through this, through that service, we're helping people buy homes, and they're leveraging our assistance and our down payment assistance to get mortgages. So on the back side, you'll see the results through these 2 years, almost 2+ years. We've done 40 home repair loans, 6 in Brattleboro, and that's so 15% of the loans have been in Brattleboro, and Brattleboro is a much smaller per capita population-wise. It would be much smaller than 15%. So Brattleboro continues to see an increased effect there. We've counseled 429 people over the period. 116 of those are in Brattleboro, and we helped 173 people buy homes, and 33 of those were in Brattleboro. So with that, we are closing out this grant. Brattleboro also sponsored the next grant, which will start January 1st. We will be spending this particular money through December 31st, and so we have 6 to 8 more home repair projects that we expect to be complete, and 10 in our construction pipeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just need to throw out there, if people would be interested in getting more info, and how would they do that? If anybody watching is interested in.
Yes, they can go to homemattershere.org. Our main line is, let me see if I can remember, 254-4604. That gets you right to the front office, and you'll be directed to our program coordinator.
Thank you.
Tim?
Questions?
Liz.
I just wanted to congratulate you, Bruce, and your organization. And I think the most significant number is this 33 first-time home buyers in Brattleboro. That's great. Thank you.
In a similar vein, I was heard on the radio that Lamoille County is looking at a new low-income housing project, 25-unit project. I assume you're helping with that, and I hope you are. And one of the things that's unique about it is that they raise the income level to, I think it's 125% of poverty. A family could have an income up to $70,000 and still qualify for the housing assistance.
Well, in Downstreet is still running their own housing development program without assistance from us, other than collegial support. And yeah, that sounds like that money might be the state bond money, and the snow block also has, I think, 5 units that are up to 120% AMI. So we are housing people in that middle income right here in snow block.
I have a clarification question.
Yeah.
On the sheet you just gave it lists home ownership assistance, but on the December 3rd letter we've got, it only mentions under the final hearing site grant provided home repair and housing counseling services. I'm wondering why the home ownership assistance wasn't.
I'm not sure why Patrick might have left that out. This is the report I provided him. The housing counseling is the service that helps people buy home ownership, buy homes. So maybe he just didn't maybe see it as a service,
It's
more
on the
as a
next
result.
page.
Yeah, it is in the detailed report. I think it was just an oversight that it wasn't mentioned in that paragraph that summarized what's in the detailed report. Great.
I have a question about the home repair program. How do you guys do outreach for that program? You know, it seems like I work at Savco part-time and I have a little bit of inside knowledge on this, and you know, there are a lot of homes in this county that they're in need of repair. Are you guys actively looking for projects, or are you at capacity with what just kind of comes to you passively?
We are actively looking for projects. our outreach includes working with partner agencies such as SEPCA, the Council on Aging. Those two tend to be our biggest referral sources, but we do media advertising from time to time. We are doing Facebook, we are doing Google AdWords. We've done some radio ads here in town through the radio stations, and actually radio is pretty interesting these days in that they're big companies that have lots of different stations. So we found that we got a good bang for the buck in doing some radio that actually was spread around the state. So.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
We're spreading cookies around.
Would you like a cookie? Elizabeth made
No,
cookies.
thank you. A colleague brought in Christmas cookies
Okay.
today, so I'm
Very nice. Well, the purpose of this obviously is to take any comments from the public, but it looks like, unless Russ has a comment there, or Chris, I don't think we have anybody here to ask any questions. So I can, if everyone's satisfied, I can close out the public hearing portion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again for the work.
Yeah.
Where are we? Okay.
Budget.
All right.
How could you forget?
So,
I'm sorry to leave you with no audience, but I am going to have
oh, that's quite
Well,
all
there are
right.
thousands of people watching at home because of the weather.
Get home safe, though.
Otherwise, they'd be here.
Oh, they're watching, I'm sure.
I know.
That's good. Our town manager has stepped out, but we are about to enter item D, which is discussion of the FY21 proposed budget. We've had quite a few discussions, and how many meetings in a row? Does anybody remember?
Lots.
This is
Way too many.
Jen, I bet you know.
6.
Yeah,
this is
starting
six.
November 5, then 12, 19, 26, December 3, 10, and 17.
I wasn't counting. That's
1,
8 in a
2,
row.
3, 4, 5, 6. We're on 7 right now.
And if anybody's wondering, that's probably was one of the factors influencing us not to postpone this meeting due to the weather. Because, wow, it was.
Because if
been a
it's
long
Tuesday, we're meeting.
haul. Yeah, exactly. No, but pushing it to
And the
next
next
Tuesday.
2 we won't be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We
If
will
you
not
want to
be
let the
here.
public.
But I was stalling a little bit for our town manager because I know that he wants to give us a little info on the current status of our budget talks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, so if it's okay with the board, you've had an opportunity to review this, but I'd like to take just a minute. There's quite a number of different pending matters. I think it would be helpful to the public while on a stormy night we no longer have a public here in the room. We certainly hopefully have plenty of people watching at home, and I think it would be helpful to them to know what is pending, and then you can decide at that point. Tell me if there's anything else that ought to have been on this list. But quickly, there were no changes made to the proposed revenues during your initial review through the budget. And again, for the benefit of the public, I'll say we've been through a series of 6 or 7 meetings where the board has looked at every single part of the town's budget, every line item within every component piece of the budget for the general fund for FY21. And along the way, you talked about some things, made very few changes, but identified quite a number of issues that you still wish to address further in January. So there were no changes made to revenues. There were a couple of very minor changes made on the expenditure side based on information that came to you from others. So the Human Services Committee of the Representative Town Meeting recommended an amount of funding that was $4,510 higher than what we had put into the budget, which would have been level funding from last year. And you accepted that for the purposes of including that higher figure in the budget that you intend to recommend for this year's Representative Town Meeting to consider, so that your number will match the Human Services Committee's recommendation. And you also heard a request from the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance for an increase of just $1,629 to the amount of funding for the Community Marketing Initiative. that was funded at $42,119 in the current year's budget. That was 10% of the receipts through the rooms and meals tax from the prior year. They asked that instead of that 42,119 being the figure again, that you increase it to make it 10% of the prior year's receipts as a matter of policy going forward. You conceded agreed to that. Thank you. Yeah. You agreed to do that, sort of reserving judgment about future years, but for this year's budget, you intend to increase this number so that it reflects 10% of the prior year's receipts. So we have made that change as well. But beyond that, there's a number of matters that might have a substantially greater impact to the budget as it has been proposed and as you will ultimately recommend it to representative town meeting. And those topics include the potential for a pool house renovation or replacement at Living Memorial Park. Staff has been collecting some additional information that we will bring forward to you for your consideration as to whether to add that to the capital plan. You asked for some additional information regarding the fund balance guideline so that you can look at the 10% standard that we've been applying now for about a decade or so in Brattleboro to see how that relates to best practices and the policies that exist in other towns. When we identified the line item of $10,000 of funding for porta potties and other sanitary actions of the town to maintain public health and provide a place for folks to go to the bathroom in the summer months when there's more people living outdoors in Brattleboro, you responded to that by saying that was fine as far as it went. You thought that there were a couple of aspects of that that required more review. One, that you'd like to see some information about what a more permanent installation might look like. We are prepared to show that to you, although I don't anticipate you're going to want to pursue any of that for this particular budget because there's some very high price tags attached to those, unfortunately. But we will be able to at least provide that information and perhaps talk about what we might pursue in the future.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
Are there grants available for things like that?
We are looking for that as well. We're hopeful, but we haven't found one yet. So if we can find a grant that we could bring to you in January together with the information about the systems we've identified, maybe there's an opportunity to move forward more assertively on this. If not, our expectation is that at least there'll be some initial information. We all can sort of look towards what we might want to achieve going forward, and we'll continue to be looking for a way forward to achieve that. But the least expensive units that we've seen so far are $150,000 to buy the unit, and the cost of getting it shipped here and installed with water and sewer service and so on is on top of that. So it'd be a very substantial investment versus the approximately $10,000 a summer cost of putting out the 3 porta potties. You also, my understanding of your concern that you raised was when you talked about more permanent solutions, I understood you to mean not just more permanent bathrooms in public spaces, but actually other ways in which the town might invest in things that help people not just cope with the situation, but improve their living conditions and ways in which we as a community can better support people who are living in vulnerable conditions in our community. And so there is a very specific piece of this report that addresses Project CARE. You asked for that information very specifically, and we are happy to provide, if you want to take that into a broader conversation, we'll be happy to provide additional information that may support that particular consideration. We've been asked to provide more visual budget information to make the information more accessible to a broader group of people throughout the community, for people to be able to see at a glance graphically the most important information about the budget. And what we advised you before and reiterated in this report is we're happy to do that in a sort of relatively more rudimentary way, using tools that already exist for us, basically taking the Excel spreadsheet programs that we use to create the budget and applying the graphical tools that are part of that program, so that we can show you some pie charts and some bar charts and some things that do help make that information pop a little better. But for something that is more sophisticated than that and a bigger step forward, we'll be, eager to talk with you more and talk with people in the community who have identified that, they have some expertise in that area and see what we might do in a more significant way forward on that for next year and beyond. The SEVEDS funding, once again, SEVEDS requested $3,000 per resident or $36,000 worth of funding. You gave some consideration to that and to our report to you from staff that routinely now over the years, the town has provided $2,000 per resident instead of $3,000.
Is it 3,000 or 3?
Oh my, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
$3.
I know that
So
the
sorry.
total amount
Yeah.
is correct,
They would like
but
that.
I just don't want
Yeah.
anybody to be thinking.
Yep, no,
We've
I
paid $3
wrote it
grand
wrong
each.
and said it wrong. I apologize. $3 per resident, 12,000 residents,
Yeah.
$36,000 for
Very
the
good.
year. Sorry about that. And so the funding we provided has been at $2 per resident, at around $24,000, $25,000 per year. For several years now. You gave some consideration to that, but decided that you wanted to wait and make a decision about it in January when you're making your final budget decisions. In any event, whatever you decide about the amount, staff would continue to recommend that that funding come from program income rather than from general fund funding because it is economic development related. It's an appropriate expense from that source of funding that comes from the CDBG loans that are made through the federal money, through the state to the town that comes back into program income and can be reused for economic development purposes and housing purposes. And so we think that's an appropriate expense from that fund rather than what would be at $25,000 would be about a fifth of a penny on the tax rate. For Project CARE, you asked particularly what if the pay for recovery coaches was, first of all, recovery coaches have been providing their services as volunteers up until now. We did propose to you that there be funding provided, but we proposed it at a rate that would supply $12 per hour funding to the recovery coaches. And you asked us what would it take to make that $15 per hour, and also what would it take to fund transportation services to help the clients get to the appointments for their services. And we've run some numbers on that and would be prepared to add to the budget if you approve this in January, $16,000 that would pay $12,000 to the recovery coaches and $4,000 to the providers of transportation. That $16,000 is equivalent to 14/100ths of a cent on the property tax rate. You indicated in our finale last week in the first review, the first time through all the different line items, one of the items we looked at was the general services part of the budget, and in that, that one of the line items there is the salaries for select board members. That has been a source of much consideration at town meeting over recent years. We confirmed that the rate of pay for select board members has not been increased since 2012, and prior to 2012, the last time was 1996. So this has been very static over time, and you showed some interest in considering that. If you want us to bring you any additional information, I'll need to know what it is that would be helpful to you in that consideration.
What other select boards receive throughout the state?
Sure.
I know some of that.
It would be good to know what it was in '96 and what it was in 2012.
Sure.
I know what it was in 2012.
Yeah. Do you remember it?
Yeah, it was 2 and 3, so it was each member getting
Yeah.
$2,000 per year and the chair getting 3, and then in
Okay.
2012 it was raised to 3 and 5. So that's quite a jump when you look at the.
Yeah, at that moment it was quite a jump. Yeah, sure.
And we'll find out what it was
Yeah.
before 1996, if we can. I think we can.
I think on my research back when I was a town meeting rep, we are like well paid, funnily enough, for select boards throughout the state.
Yeah.
I think the discussion at town meeting is if the stipend were higher, more people might be interested.
Yeah, and I'll
We'll
remind
have-
everybody that, oh, sorry, that just for a point of order, it is always on as a article. So it invites the discussion we don't have to place it on the article because it has to be on the article to see what the town will pay its select board.
Okay.
So it's
Yes.
all automatically ripe for discussion, which is why it's, almost always discussed.
That's what I was gonna say.
Sorry, tangent.
You also asked last week, and I should say these are being listed in the order in which you raised them during our first review, which is why this one, which otherwise probably should have been first, has appeared here in the middle of the list. You wish to review the select board's annual goals and our progress in pursuing those over the last 9 months for how well they're aligned with the proposed FY21 budget. And so what we'll plan to do is for the January 7th meeting, this is a fairly significant workload for January, and the schedule calls for meeting each of the 4 Tuesdays in January. And so what we'll plan to do at the outset of that to help you decide, make some choices about where you go from there in the further review of these other items, is we'll provide that quarterly update that we do regarding your the progress, I should say. Some of it's yours and some of it's staff working on behalf of the things that you've directed. But our collective progress towards your annual goals will be reported at the January 7th meeting, so you can give that consideration to the relationship between the goals and the budget as you work through the rest of the pending budget items. When we were discussing the savings that the HRA has provided within the town's health insurance program, the health reimbursement arrangement, we talked about the fact that in the early years of that, we protected ourselves with cautious budgeting because we were concerned that the actuarial information we had received about where we would likely end up is, by the very nature of actuarial estimates, an average and an expectation, and there could be a bad year where it could have significantly negatively affected the budget. We now have several years of administering the program under our belts, and while there is always the potential, and there will someday be a bad year, we're seeing really significant consistency from year to year, even though the individual claims vary and the number of claims and the severity of claims varies. As a group, we're large enough that the impact to the HRA portion of our budget has been really consistent, and so we feel comfortable bringing that down, which freed up some money to be available to be either a lower tax rate or invested in other services and programs, depending on your perspective. And so you asked us to confirm for your understanding and for you to be able to independently gauge the level of risk we're taking on here, what portion the funding for the HRA, the proposed funding for the HRA, what proportion of the overall exposure that the town has is represented in that funding. The answer is that the actuaries, based on our current plan design, the actuaries forecast that we should expect to spend 50% of our total exposure. And our total exposure is $415,000. If we did expend that 50%, it would be $207,500. The proposed FY21 budget includes $215,000, so still just slightly above the actuarial estimate. No longer a significant cushion, but sort of a rounding cushion. The $215,000 represents 51.8% of our total exposure, which is 103.6% of the actuarial estimate. There are 3 different organizations that you asked to come in and appear before you so that you could have some interaction with them about their parts of our budget during your January meetings. And so if you continue to want that, if you don't give us different direction tonight, we'll go ahead and work with these 3 to schedule them to come in. And we'll do that for the first 2 evenings. We'll shoot for January 7th and January 14th for these appearances, with the hope and expectation that most of the additional work you're going to do substantively on this is going to be on the 7th and the 14th, so that by the time we get to the 21st, we're narrowed down to just the final issues where maybe in the 7th and the 14th you've asked for some additional information or that sort of thing. so that by the time we're done on the 21st, you know what you want 100%, and we're able to put before you and the public on the 28th a budget where you're able to just look at it and say, yes, that's our budget. That's the goal of the January evolution of the final stage of this process. And the three organizations that you're asking to come in are the Wyndham Regional Commission, the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee, and the Southeastern Vermont Transportation, which is the bus service that provides the current and mover services in Brattleboro. You also identified a fourth organization you'd like to hear from, but indicated that you didn't need to hear from them during the budget process. And because January is going to be such a full plate of business, we'd suggest that this occur in the spring, at least after you put your budget to bed, maybe after town meeting. And that's Rescue Inc. We'll invite them to come in sometime in the few months ahead. That's the list, I believe. Let me double check the next page. There is one more, sorry.
Small item.
There is one more item, and it's the cost of the additional storage for the body-worn cameras. There was a concern that was raised because it sounded like a lot of money compared to what people know they can buy storage for personal use. We've confirmed that, yes, that's true. The contractual relationship with Axon, who provides the storage and related services, which retrieval and in some cases actually editing the material so that the proper things are redacted when they're being prepared to go to court and that sort of thing, for the body-worn camera footage that is collected by police officers as they respond to different incidents. In amending the contract with Axon to add additional storage within that, the context of those services that are provided, the cost for 2 additional terabytes is $3,000. The overall contract is on the order of $15,000 to $20,000. I don't remember the exact figure, but we can confirm that again for you if that's important. The question you asked us last week was to confirm that it really is $3,000 for the additional 2 terabytes of storage, and the answer to that is yes. Finally, you identified as articles for which, or topics for which you intend to place separate articles on the town meeting warning, separate and apart from just being included in the select board's proposed budget. Would include the CEVEDS funding, the Human Services funding, and the Community Marketing Initiative funding. And so as we prepare the draft warning for your review, which you'll also be looking at on January 21st and January 28th, we'll include those items as separate warning items.
And 2 out of 3 of those is traditional.
That's correct. In fact, I believe Human Services is required by state statute to be a separate item. And CEVEDS has traditionally been a separate item. The Community Marketing Initiative, of course, is new. So, but you indicated last week you'd like that to be presented to town meeting as a separate article.
Well, I think it's complete. I can't, does anyone have something that Peter forgot to add to the list?
I think this is plenty. Actually, I'm not sure what, I don't know that we can become, I can't remember the words you used, Peter, but experts on HRA funding. I think I'm not sure what we can decide or what would be, where we would go even for a conversation about that. Other than
my understanding was that you just wanted to satisfy yourselves when we talked about it generally as being, we had approached it conservatively, and now we've sort of brought that back in, but we believe still to a prudent place, not to a reckless place. I think you wanted to understand what did that mean in numbers. If this is sufficient that that's not an item we need to come back to as we go through the January process, then that'd be great.
Feels to me like we could put a check mark by that one unless Brandy, has a question herself.
Okay.
She could always put it back on. We wouldn't mind, probably. Just trying to lighten the load here. I was also looking at the organization appearances. I felt like one of them was certainly needed, and I will just ask the board, whoever else wanted to have the transportation folks come before us? Do you think it's necessary for the budget discussions?
I think it's necessary for the advancement of our goals. Because that was an item on our goals.
Okay. I guess just in the budget crunch is
So,
what I was suggesting, that maybe it would be something that we might push like we are doing with rescue.
Right.
Unless it's tied to funding for you in your,
No, I mean, I think that's a good point. Like, out of the conversation we're going to have with the bus folks, do we imagine that we're going to say, hey, wait a second?
Well, they've already been approved for the year or something like that. You negotiated that.
It's
No,
No, it's in
it's
the
been a
general.
standard amount for quite a few years now of $50,000. If as part of your communication around the services that are provided, you decided that that feels like too much or too little, that could be adjusted in your recommended budget to the representative town meeting. Or you could approach this as $50,000 is the amount that we've been allocating for this purpose. We've got some things we'd like to accomplish in the way the service is delivered. For now, it's not a budget matter, it's an operational matter. And
I think my
Go from
concerns
there.
are more operational, and I would be happy to defer. But one of my goals in the select board roster is to have those operational changes to make bus usage more feasible and more likely.
yeah, and better understanding as to how we might make that happen.
The presentation that they do is full of information.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth doing. I would rather put it off too and really delve into it. It's
Okay,
So-
there you go.
do you want to
Kick it
have
off.
them in February?
Yeah, that'd be
Since
nice.
it's part of this board's goals for the year
Yes.
to improve that service, we could have them come in February when this board is still the board, and we could have rescue be later in the spring when many of you, maybe all of you, will still be here, but
Who knows?
just in case you're not, since rescue's operation hasn't been part of our annual goals this year, we'll have that come secondary.
That
Make
works.
sense?
And
Yep.
just while we're asking questions about this, why was the regional commission, why are we asking them to come at this point? To talk about why we give them so much money, was it?
Well, you could say the same thing about the bus company, right? I mean, like, I think that was the impetus in part. You know, we.
Is Wyndham Regional's allocation it's part of the budget?
Yeah.
It is part of the budget. In that case,
28,150.
it's more like rescue in that it's part of a regionally applied formula, and our number comes out of that formula, and they say, here's what you owe.
Yes, it's regionally applied formula, but is it mandated? Or is it more like CEVEDS, where we have some flexibility? Because that CEVEDS amount is just a construct.
That's a good question.
I don't know if it is statutorily required or not. I would say the CEVEDS one is explicitly voluntary and is a process that's sort of evolved in recent years. And the Wyndham Regional Commission one has been applied much more like
Religiously,
dues.
yeah.
Whether it actually is statutorily dues or not, I don't know the answer to. I know that it's been for decades applied in the manner that it has been applied. And unlike CEVEDS, where individual communities make a decision from year to year about whether or not to pay their allocated share, it's paid more like the county tax allocation, where the Power be makes its decision, tells you what your share is, and you pay it.
Well, maybe I just have an inquiry whether that's mandated or voluntary.
Sure.
Yeah, I for one, oh, sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I recall asking that question the first time I saw it too, and I don't remember. The impression was, well, we just have to, but I don't know. Let's find out.
I mean, I guess like
We'll
the
find
spirit was like, are we getting value for money, right? What does this money represent? How does this benefit the people of Brattleboro?
Well, and particularly,
I mean, those are my big questions.
particularly the per capita number,
Right.
because I feel that these groups that ask for money per capita may not give Brattleboro a commensurate service. that outlying towns who pay significantly less might be the focus of their efforts.
Are you thinking with the regional commission that we already have a really good planning department and we don't require the regional commission help as much as other places?
Feeding Liz lines.
I'm thinking about Liz's experience.
No communications district then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me just say that I think that this kind of got mixed in with the whole county tax situation
Yes,
because it
it did.
appeared right next
Yeah.
to each other. I, for one, am very happy with the services the Wyndham Regional Commission provides, and I think they do excellent work. Just want to get that out there.
Yeah, no, they're great.
No, my question really
Oh, and I know
is
that
whether
you're-
that formula is statutory.
Sure.
or
So
flexible.
perhaps it's more of a staff response
Sure.
than a
And, you know,
bring them
kind of
before us.
what are we getting for that money?
I'm more interested in the county side. What are we getting for the money?
Yeah, for real.
So how about if we provide that required versus voluntary answer? That's a really clear, is it in the statute or is it not? Or is it in something that got adopted within the region that's a
Yes.
legal document or not? And then, if we provide that to you for consideration on January 7th, you could tell us on January 7th whether you want them to visit on either the 14th or the 21st.
Yeah, they
Or later.
also
Or
regularly
later.
send us a letter saying what they did for us in
Yeah.
the year. And
Call it whether we-
Sue
In the
must
town
have that.
report, there's usually.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
true.
So comparing those things together, I think would be handy for us to do on the 7th.
Okay.
They might not be ready.
Well,
without
I
little
think
notice,
we could
but
have whatever
yeah.
the last one was, whatever the last reporting is.
Oh,
No, I think we have a report this year.
Yeah.
So I have like a newbie question. It feels like I've been here a while.
You
still
can
being
get away
newbie.
with it for another few months,
Yeah.
and no more.
So let me just understand the process here. So this was sort of like an overview of the things we're still thinking about.
Correct.
And at our next meeting, on January 7th, we'll come back to this list of things and get into it a little bit more, or
So
is this the time to be getting
what we'll
into it?
try to do, or what we will do to try to be helpful, is divide these into manageable pieces for the next 2 meetings. So approximately half of this load will be on the 7th, and approximately half of this load will be on the 14th, with the intent that it helps you decide what you're satisfied with. You might make some decisions on the 7th and be done with certain things. You might find that there's some things you still want some more information about, so we would go get that for you. But by the time we get to close of business on the 14th, hopefully you're nearly done, right? You're down to just the last few things that you are still grappling with. So that on the 21st, you can be done, make your final decisions. And then on the 28th, what would be before you, and we'll also have, on the 21st, we'll review the draft warning for representative town meeting. So then on the 28th, what happens is you have a short special meeting, you come together, you look at the warning as it may have been revised based on your direction from the week before, and the budget in what is hopefully its final form, and you say, yep, that's our warning and that's our budget. Or you do final tweaking if necessary. But if we don't get to where we're nearly done or substantively done on the 21st, it makes the 28th chaotic. We've got to, on the 28th, in order to meet the statutory requirements for the window of time within which the warning needs to be approved, and then everything needs to be final and ready to go into the town report, we need to have you make your final decisions on the evening of the 28th.
Okay.
This moment in time, I want to be really clear, is not meant to say, here's your list, this is what we're going to do. It's meant to say, here's what I understand your list to be. And if there's something missing or something that needs to be modified in some way, and we've been just doing that, right? You've been clarifying your intent on a couple of things. But if there is something that you think is missing from this that needs to be on the list, now's the time to say so that we're well prepared for our work in January.
Okay.
Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in at least the past couple of years that I've been on the board, we've had those 4 meetings in January in case there was more that came up. And I'm also kind of wondering if there's a chance we could get it down to 3 meetings if one of them does become the 28th. and we keep the 2 regulars, perhaps that 14th could be
Depends on us.
eliminated.
So,
Yeah, it does depend on us, you're correct. But I'm looking for consensus on the board if we think it might be possible.
Yeah.
Slightly longer
Peter
meetings.
probably knows best.
I'd like to make an unpleasant or an unwelcome observation. I'd love to say, yeah, that's better. I know you've met every week now for
A million.
8 or 9 weeks. I'm gonna get a little break here these next couple of weeks, and then it's 4 more in a row. I get that that's onerous. This particular list is longer than we often have at this moment in time. Sometimes what we have is more change that has already occurred in the budget and fewer pending items. This year, I think quite appropriately, as you encountered some things where there was some difference of opinion, you said, yeah, let's get through the first review, and then we're going to come back and learn more about those things and resolve those things. And the result of that is, I think you've got a really full plate here, even for 2 meetings. And trying to put it all onto the 7th is ambitious.
Just thought I'd throw it
We
out
can
there.
do it if that's what
we
you
did
prefer.
successfully push one of the presentations off.
You did push one of the
Maybe two,
preservation off.
Maybe 2.
One of the presentations off.
And we know about the police storage, so we have to do
Yeah.
that again.
Yep.
And the HRA.
If it's your pleasure that we have a really full list, this entire list of pending matters on the 7th, and see if we can get through all of it, we'll do that. We'll be happy to provide that. And then, if you don't get through all of it, you roll some of it over to the 14th.
So the 7th is a regular meeting?
7th is
So
a
there'll be
regular meeting.
Other stuff to do beyond the budget?
There will be, as of right now, it's not a heavy agenda, but it's still early yet for the 7th. But it's also going to be a holiday period where there's not
Sure.
likely to be a lot of things generated to go onto that agenda.
Right.
We could take a shot at getting it all done on the 7th if that's what the board would like to do.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
I wonder if we could also set aside the conversation about the $3 per resident, since the town is going to decide that anyway. The Seved's $3.
Oh, no.
You need to
No.
decide what you're recommending
Oh, we are, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
on that one.
Okay,
We have to have a number in there, I think.
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. Okay. And that's always a fun discussion, anyway.
Well, I'm looking at the fund balance in the past can take a whole meeting on by itself. There's incredibly a lot of philosophical stuff in there, and a lot of fiscal stuff as well. And
Well,
Sebeds, again, it's going to be decided by the town, by the representatives, so.
I wouldn't give, we do have the power to recommend.
Otherwise, yeah. Yeah, I'm suggesting that we just leave it as it is. Take their request.
Or
Let
you-
the town decide.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
You are? That's what you're
well, let's
suggesting?
not launch into that discussion.
Okay.
Hasn't been warned.
Oh, well, it's actually on our agenda right here.
Well, this is kind of a check-in. I'm not sure we should start debating it.
No, fine.
I
trying to
think
get rid of
knowing
things.
this board, that we need every single one of these meetings.
Yep.
And if some of those meetings we get to go home half an hour earlier than we thought we might, then so be it.
Daniel, I'm concerned that you're going to want more money if we meet this many times.
I couldn't possibly comment. I didn't at all prepare some talking points around that.
It's not on the agenda.
Exactly.
But it sort of is. Yeah, I think we need all those meetings. Maybe we get done a bit early some nights. I don't know.
Okay.
But I think it would be,
For me, it
unless
all
that
depends
January
on
7th meeting has almost nothing else for us to do, and it would be mostly budget.
It doesn't have almost nothing else. It's light,
Yeah.
but it doesn't have almost nothing else. I don't recall right now. I recall one very specific item. I don't recall what the others are, and I believe there's like 3 or 4 substantive matters right now on that agenda.
All right.
As long as all this is okay with Jan, I'm
It's good by me.
What is Jan's
now.
pleasure?
Power behind the throne.
Yeah, I agree with Daniel. It would be very heavy to have a January 7 meeting with 2 holidays in between to try to prepare for that and make it the only
And it might
meeting.
snow.
If it
We
snows,
don't
we're
have
having
to
a meeting.
decide
Doesn't
until
make any
January
difference.
7 whether things roll over to the next week.
Yeah.
and what he
So
wants.
we're gonna divvy these up then. We're not gonna put them all on for the 7th. We're gonna do some on the 7th, some on the 14th. If that's the place you've landed, I'd suggest that the Human Services Committee visit be on the 14th. I think it's important that the goals discussion happen on the 7th. And I also think that if you have a robust discussion of the fund balance guideline, I think Dave is right that that is something that could take a while. Heads up foreshadowing to that, I would suggest that if you decide that as a group you think that there's room to maybe do something different, that deciding that in one evening in the midst of all the rest of this is not the best way to change a guideline. That the guideline is long-term planning, best practice. How are we trying to manage town finances as opposed to a decision you're making this year about this year's finances? So I would just urge you to be really cautious. I'm telling you, once we report back to you about that, we're going to give you the information you've asked for. And I have full respect for the fact that you might take it to a place where that guideline gets in play, but I think you should be really careful about changing the guideline in the middle of a budget process in order to free up some cash for that budget process. So with that caveat, that might be an item that takes an hour or two to discuss, or it might be an item that takes 5 or 10 minutes.
I vote for the 5 or 10 minutes.
I understand your point, and thank you for making it. That's exactly what I want you to say. The conversation generally strays into, well, if we did 9.5%, we could do a 2-cent tax increase instead of 3.5. That's where the conversation often goes. So, which means that we change it. We don't necessarily change the guideline, but that year we decide we're going to take a chance and make it 9.5. So anyway, I just wanted people should be ready for that to develop, if history is any indicator. The other thing is that as far as using all of these times and talking about these things, I think it's really important, because we need to know what we're talking about. And a lot of these are complicated. This is the first time for 2 people. And it's just, Daniel keeps saying a newbie question, but it's
no, I'm good.
it's
I did my
actually,
homework.
well, I'll finish. Okay. It's actually a due diligence question every time. It's something that we need to understand. So,
Yeah,
as much as I'd like to
well,
go home at 6:30 every night, it doesn't work that way.
wasn't advocating for leaving anything off.
Oh, I know.
Or incomplete discussions. I was advocating for fuller meetings, that's all.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because it's really important. I don't have as many questions because I already asked them all. Poor John. Every budget, I had something new that I didn't understand, and it's another 10 minutes off his life. No wonder he retired.
Okay, let's see, where are we then?
I think we're at the place where you've done some modifying to this. I could go through it if you want, but I don't think that's necessary, especially since it's just the list and not actions on the list. But I can list those things, the things you've modified tonight if you want. Otherwise, I just need to know whether you think anything's missing. You've made that sort of more material decision that you are going to meet on both the 7th and the 14th. So we're going to divvy this up into, probably like a 60-40. Take a bigger bite out of it that first night,
Right.
but have still a fair amount of business on for the second night. And we'll go from there.
Do you have any sense of whether the staff will have a cost estimate for the pool house on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay.
I can tell you, we've
There are
actually,
pool people that want to come.
we've got a more solid number now than I knew we had. So what I told you when we discussed that was we'd be bringing you a thumbnail number. We're actually going to have more of an engineer's cost estimate. It's still just that.
An estimate,
It's
yeah.
not any kind of a design. But it's a range of costs and some information around that. We just don't have it packaged for you yet.
Great.
But we definitely will have that for the first meeting.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to call out that often we have, our number 11 is correspondence, and that always includes the department monthly reports. And I just want to say that I always appreciate them, and this time, that's where I got my comment about the fire hydrants. But this time there's also a report from BCTV, which is interesting and informational. And a nice reminder that the Recreation and Parks Department has some great things happening for families around the holidays and for last night, we call it here. So
Yeah, they're great.
check it out on brattleboro.org. You can find links to the PDF of their event schedule.
And all the communications that we get are all there on the website.
All right. Anyone have a motion to close out the evening?
What time is it? Is there anything else we can talk about?
I move that we adjourn.
All right. Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thanks, BCTV.
Thank you.
Did it. Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Yes. I should have said that.
Oh, that's what I should have talked about. Yeah, there's a
See you next
Shine a
year.
Light series of events to do with Hanukkah. The BAG.
Good morning, BUHS. Today is Monday, December 19th, 2019.
Good morning, USA. the sky has a smile on his face, and he's shining a salute to the American race. Oh boy, it's swell to say, good morning, USA.
Hey Tyler, you know what would make this a fun time?
What would
If I
make this
told
a
you
fun
some
time?
holiday jokes.
Oh, I'd love to hear some holiday jokes.
Where does a snowman keep his money?
I have no idea.
A snowbank.
Oh my goodness. That might have been the funniest thing
You
I've
want to
heard.
hear another one?
I would love to.
What do you get when you cross a snowman and a vampire?
Alright, I think I know this one. Frostbite?
So annoying, he's so annoying.
Oh.
What do fish sing during the holidays?
I'm not sure.
Christmas chorals.
Wow. That one got me.
Why didn't the rope get anything for Christmas?
I don't know.
Because he was naughty.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Christmas time is here, so it's cool to lay back and chill next to a fireplace with some eggnog. And now we're going to go to world news with Ernie.
Last night, the House of Representatives passed 2 articles of impeachment, abuse of power, and obstruction of Congress against the president, based on his phone call to Ukraine pressing them for assistance in his re-election campaign. So far, the impeachment process has been based almost solely on party lines, with 0 Republicans voting for impeachment. It's now up to the Senate to decide whether or not to convict. The trial is expected to begin in January. Back to the desk.
You may be wondering, what mountains are open? Mount Snow, Stratton, Bromley, Okemo, Killington, Smuggers, Notch, Jay Peak, Stowe, and many others are reporting full coverage from 12 to 48 inches. Most lifts are open. Vermont is one of the best places to ski this time of year.
That was really good.
Thank you.
You could be like a rapper. Just keep going on and on.
Low clock.
10 most popular foods for this holidays. Number 1, peppermint bark. 2, roasted potatoes. Number 3, mashed potatoes. Number 4, ham. Number 5, pecan pie. Number 6, fudge. Number 7, dinner rolls. Number 8, green bean casserole. Number 9, M&Ms. And number 10, gingerbread man. And now to the sports with Jem.
Hello, I'm Jem with the sports. Last night, the varsity boys hockey team won 3-1, beating Linden. The JV and varsity boys basketball teams both blew out Woodstock, each scoring 90 points. This Saturday, the varsity girls basketball and boys varsity basketball will travel to Burlington to play the Seahorses. Girls hockey will play this Saturday at Woodstock, and boys hockey will play this Saturday home against Hartford at 4:45. Now back to the desk.
Well, very nice.
Oh, very
We're doing
nice.
pretty good.
Very good.
Ice Castles in Woodstock, New Hampshire opens late December or early January. Opening dates and hours are weather dependent. General admission from Monday through Thursday is $16.99 and weekends is Friday through Sunday, $20.99. Child admission for the weekday is $11.99 and $14.99 for the weekend.
Beautiful. Berkshire East is now open for tubing, with 3 lanes 500 feet long and groomed to perfection. It is an ideal way to relax after a day of skiing or riding. Berkshire East is a ski mountain at 66 Thunder Mountain Road, Claremont, Massachusetts. It's open for tubing on weekends, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Tickets are $20. And now to the weather with T. Higgs.
Alright, what's up, boys? Today is Thursday, and we have a high of 19 degrees and a low of 7 degrees. Tomorrow is Friday, where we have a high of 29 degrees and a low of 6 degrees. And the day after that is Saturday, and there's a high of 30 degrees and a low of 11 degrees. Back to the desk.
High of 30, finally.
It's freezing.
Finally, we're actually in winter. All right, public state hours for the Brattleboro skate rink are as follows. Monday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. to 12 p.m. Wednesday is 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. Friday, 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Saturday. And Sunday is 1:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. Hours are subject to change, so make sure to check out their website. And now for funny news with Forrest.
Hey guys. So some parents like to take their kids to Christmas swaps, family gatherings, or build Christmas ornaments with their kids. But I think this parent took it a little too far when they shaved the word elf into the back of their kid's head as Really? an elf in the shelf. Oh, no. And Elf there's in the the shelf. graphic Oh, right no. now.
Dude, what a
Yeah.
good guy.
Imagine that.
Dude, imagine going to school with that.
Dude, I always hated the elf on the shelf idea.
Oh, yeah, I always did too. That's so weird.
And
watch out, Brandon. I might do that to your hair.
I think it's kind of if you ever do that to my hair, I swear to gosh. Oh my god.
Oh. Yeah, and also apparently she replaced every picture in the house with the actual makeover going down too.
No
So
way.
that's pretty funny.
Wow.
That's all I got. For
Why would you
funny.
ever subject that to your child?
I don't know,
That's a
man.
funny prank. That's a
Yeah,
funny prank.
yeah, it's pretty messed up.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
On a different note, the new Star Wars movie is finally going to be at the Latches tomorrow night at 7 o'clock in the main theater and 8 o'clock in Theater 3. If you want to watch this highly anticipated film, make sure you show up very early in order to secure your tickets before they are sold out. And now we're going to do a special with the very own Albie.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. How's it going today?
Good, good.
All right, so we got a few questions for you today.
Okay.
All right. What is your favorite Christmas movie?
Christmas Vacation.
Oh, National Lampoons?
Yes,
Oh,
one of the
okay.
greatest ever made.
Oh, okay. That seems to be a fan favorite.
Definitely. It's one of my favorites for sure.
What about, all right, what's your favorite Christmas food?
Favorite Christmas food? I don't know. I would say I like a ham dinner traditionally. It's what my mother does on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
It tastes pretty good. I like that. I'm into it.
All right,
That's
beautiful.
good.
You want to go to the next question? Yeah.
What is your favorite stocking stuffer?
Twizzlers.
Twizzlers.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
That's a good
every
one. I like
year,
it. I
man.
like
I get them. Yes, yeah, Twizzlers. It's one of my favorites every year.
Really
That's
good.
what I really, yeah.
What?
Yeah, no,
You're not a fan of Twizzlers?
Not really,
It's
no.
okay.
Can you get out of the studio? What's the worst gift you have ever received?
My wife got me a tie one time, and I was like, I'm not a tie guy anyway, and then she was serious. So, but yeah, that was probably the worst one I've ever got.
Better hope she doesn't see this. Then.
It's okay. She knows.
But so she wasn't mad at all? Or?
Well, you know, it's just one of those type deals. We made it work. So yeah.
Put it right in the closet.
Yeah, I used to crack it out on special occasions.
Perfect. All right, but going off that note, what is the favorite gift you'd ever gotten?
When I was like 12 years old, my parents got me a snowmobile, and I
Very
terrorized the neighborhood with it for the whole
That's
week
so
we were out of
sick.
school. So, yeah, I didn't make a lot of friends that week, but I had a lot of fun. That's for sure.
That's all that matters, is having some fun.
Absolutely, I'm into it.
All right, awesome. All right, well, thanks all of us.
All right, well, thanks for
Happy to
having me
have you.
on, fellas.
Of
I
course, of
appreciate
course.
it.
Loved having you. And now we're going to go to a video with Dylan.
Guys, how to cut a snowflake out of a piece of paper. Alright, first step is folding the paper like this into a square. And just fold it like this. You want to cut the remainder off. Now you can fold it as many times as you want. I'm just going to do one. Fold it like this. Now you cut. Just make sure to cut on this side and this side. That. And we unfold it, and we're done. Here's your snowflake. That's it. Pretty simple. Enjoy your holidays.
Thank you, Dylan, for that amazing video on how to make a snowflake. And that's all for today, and happy holidays.
It is on. Good evening. I am Commissioner Chris Cole. I'm the Commissioner of the Vermont Buildings and General Services. It is the highlight of my particular position each year to come out here at 4:30 for the lighting of the tree. I would like to introduce to you the BGS Family Singers. They are straight from a tour in Eastern Europe where they sang at all the finest opera houses, and they're going to entertain you with a holiday song. Take it away, BGS Family Singers.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to remind everybody that you'll all be warmer if you sing along with us. And Bill wanted me to remind you that while we do take requests, we just play whatever we want. Take it away, Bill. Outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since there's no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and the cars are poured for popping, but the lights are burned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, but my dear, we're still goodbying. 'Cause as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Thank you, BGS Family Chorus. Don't worry, folks, they're not going anywhere. They'll be here for another couple of songs. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Governor Scott to the podium to say a few words. Governor.
Good evening. Well, it's great to see all of you here tonight. All the kids, all the dogs as well, always add to the excitement. I also want to welcome, we have many dignitaries here, a lot of our secretaries and commissioners, part of my cabinet here, as well as the Lieutenant Governor is here tonight as well. Thank you very much, David, for coming. So, I always look forward to this time of year and the tree lighting as we kick off the holiday season. This tree is really a wonderful example of the generosity and dedication of a couple of our state employees. First, I'd like to thank Ira Moser. Ira has served as our State House grounds supervisor for almost 20 years, and he has the responsibility for finding us a tree that is suitable for this beautiful State House. So while Ira was driving in Calais on his way home to and from work, he saw this perfect tree next to a home every day. So he decided to talk with the owner, Nancy Hill. Now, Nancy has been a state employee for 30 years. So a couple months ago, Ira spotted Nancy walking across the State House lawn and jumped off his mower and asked her if she'd be willing to donate the tree to the State House. Now, Nancy thought it over and called Ira the next day to tell him she'd be honored to do so. So I personally want to thank both Ira and Nancy for getting us this beautiful tree and your contribution to tonight's ceremony. Thank you very much. I'd also like to take the time to recognize Dave and Cheryl Warner of Warner Tree Farm. You have a beautiful farm providing many Vermonters with great quality trees. In fact, they were so good that I not only cut down 2 for the pavilion office in my both my 5th floor office and in the lobby, but I cut down the perfect one for my own home as well. And again, I want to thank the BGS chorus for performing for us tonight. I know you have a big, huge schedule, and to fit us in has been truly, truly special for all of us. You know, as we light the tree this year, it's a perfect time to take a moment and reflect on how fortunate we are to live in this great state and all the good things that are happening around us. And while it may not always feel like it, there's always so much more that unites us as Vermonters than divides us. I believe the things we have in common as mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, daughters and sons, friends and neighbors are what inspires us to do good. Vermonters are known for our deep sense of community and our commitment to the most vulnerable. We help each other out. We go the extra mile in times of need. We believe in each other and the value of each and every person. For example, I want to recognize the Ludlow Fire Department. Now, on Thanksgiving morning, they answered a call for an oven fire, which thankfully smothered itself out before any real damage was done. But remember, this was Thanksgiving Day. So once the responders arrived on the scene, they unplugged the stove and informed the mother of 3 she couldn't use it again until it was inspected. But instead of moving on, the responders decided to take things into their own hands and go the extra mile and help this fellow Vermonter in her time of need. They ended up taking all the food back to their station. They cooked it all up for her and delivered it back in time for dinner. This is just one example of the sense of community Vermonters share, and in part of what makes our state so special. So while we kick off the holiday season tonight, let's all commit to doing good, focusing on what unites us instead of what divides us, and be part of something bigger than ourselves. Let's remember the golden rule: do unto others as they would do unto you. In other words, treat each other the way you want to be treated, with respect and civility. So again, I thank you very much for being here tonight, and I hope you enjoy this wonderful holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you for those inspiring words, Governor. At this time, we are going to hand out some certificates of appreciation. The first certificate of appreciation and recognition is to Nancy Hill. Nancy is a state employee the governor mentioned in his remarks. And this certificate of recognition is for her generous contribution to the 2019 Governor's Tree Lighting Ceremony. Thank you on behalf of the state of Vermont.
Picture here. Thank you very much.
Our second certificate of appreciation goes to Ira Moser. This certificate recognizes Ira Moser for his generous contribution, his agility to jump off a lawnmower to the 2019 Governor's Tree Lighting Ceremony. Thank you on behalf of the state of Vermont.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. And our last is to Werner's Tree Farm. And these were the farms the governor mentioned in his remarks that donated the trees for his office. And accepting on behalf of Werner Tree Farm, who could not make it because it is their busy time of season. Who is? Yes. Allison Eastman, Deputy Commissioner for Agriculture.
Sorry, Chris. I thought you had that all worked out.
Oh, we did.
Oh,
It wasn't written down,
Sorry.
so I forgot.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. We'll make sure it gets to him. Thank you.
I'd like to now, at this time, invite the BGS Family Singers to entertain us with another song. Take it away.
Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Donner and Blitzen, who do you recall? The most famous reindeer of all.
join in.
Like a light bulb. All of the other reindeers used to have to fall in May. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. Then one cloudy Christmas Eve, they took him to sea. Rudolph did good so bright, so he had to
Woohoo! At this time, I would like to invite Governor Scott, Nancy Hill, and any children that would like to participate in the lighting of the tree. Put you over here so you won't get trampled.
Understand how this all works?
All you need to do is put one finger on that thing.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Which way are we going to go with this? You're right. You're right. We got to wait. Don't pull yet.
We're gonna, Governor, you want a countdown?
Oh, why don't we all count down? Will you count down from 10? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Standing next to the tree with lights on.
Oh, that's awesome.
Awesome. Thank you, Nancy.
At this time, I am going to ask the BGS Family Singers to entertain us with one final song. Take it away, BGS Family Singers.
Oh, we'll get it. We'll get it.
Thank you very much, BGS Family Singers, and good luck on your next European tour. At this time, I would like to invite the children over to the Pavilion building, which is that large building right there in the corner. And if you walk up the front steps, everyone is invited. Walk up the front steps, there are cookies and hot cider inside the room, and the governor is going to be reading a Christmas story to the children. So if you would make your way over there at this time, the festivities will continue.
Right. 6 o'clock, call the meeting to order. Minutes for December 4th and 11th.
I'll move that we approve the minutes of December 4th and 11th.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, warrants 13, 13P, ratify 12A, Conservation Commission 4, and Capital Fund 4.
I'll move that we approve warrants 13, 13P, ratify 12A, Conservation Commission number 4, and Capital Fund number 4.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Visitors, Carolyn, you've got something you wanna?
Yes. Well, yes. I'm here to update the select board on the Missing Links Trail project, that after 20 years, things are finally coming together, and that there was slow or no progress for a number of years, and then all of a sudden we have a complete access from Prospect Hill all the way to the Dummerston-Putney town line here, through 9 different properties and 6 families who are cooperating in various ways. It's a combination of trail easements, permissions, and it's necessary to purchase 2 parcels in order to complete that trail. So these 2 parcels are the Evans parcel and the former King parcel, and it's on the unmaintained section, which is a class 4 road between the end of Hague Road and the end of Evans Road. This section is particularly important because it is a wildlife corridor and is the area between two highly developed areas that don't have any full-time houses on it. No permanent residents on these two parcels. So you can see the density just by the dots showing the buildings here and then starting here. But through here, these are the two parcels that will be purchased. And it links for the wildlife an interior block of forest of 230 acres here and another block of about equal size down here for the wildlife to traverse. There will be a small parking area here for access on the north side of Hake Road on this parcel when the trail is actually built in a couple of years. The budget for this purchase is $200,000, and that includes the purchase of the land, stewardship costs, which is an endowment, the Vermont Land Trust conservation easement, and various associated costs. Of that $200,000, we have 2/3 of that right now. We have a Vermont Housing Conservation Board grant, a private foundation grant, and lots of generous Dummerston residents have contributed. We're in the quiet phase of our fundraising where we're approaching individual people asking for leadership contributions. The schedule for this, we plan on having a public meeting to really talk about this in January or February, and we'll bring people out on the properties to have a look and bushwhack through the woods. There isn't a trail right now through there to see what's being purchased and enjoy the property. So it will provide not only hiker access, but where appropriate, snowmobile access, biking in some areas is appropriate, and in some areas perhaps horses. We'll have to see what the trail actual conditions look like. We expect to have the funds raised and the funding in place by the end of next year, and all the documents that need to be signed and finished by that time. And then next summer, not this coming summer, but the following summer, actual volunteers working on a trail crew to make the trail. Some of the parcels in here, there will be a harvest, and so we will, it'll be a few years before they're harvested, and we can work our way through the trail process. So this is just an update on a project that's been ongoing for about 20 years and is coming together nicely. So from Prospect Hill to the Dummerston Town Line, and then connecting to the Putney Mountain Trail System on north, which then connects with the Pinnacle Hill Association's trail system north. So this started, as I mentioned, with about 20 years ago with Dummerston residents who were interested in connecting Dummerston with the Putney Mountain Trail System and the Black Mountain Trail System, and has continued with various groups of people over that period of time. And so Putney Mountain is the 501c3, so we can make use of their tax-exempt status for contributions.
How many acres did you say?
This is 55 acres. It is a relatively small piece, so it's not a massive land conservation, but it's important because of the wildlife corridor connecting forest blocks.
And what was the shift that made the leap forward?
It's a good question, because I think the seeds were planted by the previous Dummerston Trails group 15 or 20 years ago, and that landowners weren't willing to give an easement, and over time, with more conversation, we were able to work through those issues, and also a new group of people who were working on it, a new generation of people.
Great. It's exciting.
All right then. Any more questions on that?
No, I don't have any.
So anything else, Carolyn, that you feel like we as the select board should know or say or do, or, you know, what, you know, you're informing us, that's awesome.
It mainly just keeping you in the loop because a lot of this has come together just the last few weeks or month, and I just wanted to make sure, rather than calling a special trustees prospect on having another meeting, I figured I'd come and just update you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, road foreman's report. We got a signature we need for the certificate of project completion for the gravel pit. So if I could get a motion.
I'll move that we sign the completion of, what is it?
Renal gravel pit.
Oh, project completion for the gravel pit.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, correspondence for information. Anybody see anything on there they'd like to speak to? Okay, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's nothing under there. New business, winter views deadline is January 14th. Anybody want to?
I thought maybe there was a training I could go to.
Yeah, on how to do the views, right, deadline, winter views.
Well, that's one before town meeting, isn't it?
Terry and I made that deal, and then yeah, it's the one that comes out
Just before town meeting.
just before town meeting,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and we will have submitted the report, which will be in the
Town report.
town report. So is there something that would be of value to write about that, from the select board?
I don't know, what we,
Something we want people to know, or?
can't think of anything off the top of my head. See, you heard anything?
I was thinking that you might write, you know, what folks should expect at town meeting. You know, just going over maybe some of the, what we expect to be on the warrants.
So, the,
You mean preparing them for town meeting?
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
Trying to get more people there, something of interest, or?
A little, maybe some of the highlights of what might be the articles that we're going to discuss, maybe the capital budget or
Have
the budget in general.
sounds like you've done that in the past.
Of course, we could always, you know, put out the word that the towns, well, unless Wayne wants to just do it alone,
right.
or a new animal control officer.
Yeah.
Would you like to write that article?
Hmm. Let's see. January 14th. Of course, you know, there's nothing to prevent us from having a guest author, you know, say the treasurer or, you know, something like that in an article. How about we do, I think of a number, and whoever.
I'll think of that number and I'll let you guys guess on that. I'll hold it behind my back. So,
I got lots of budget numbers in my head, so that's where I'm at.
I guess we can push it off to the next meeting if
Okay,
nobody
yeah,
wants
I'll
to
think about,
jump on that.
think about it a little more.
Okay. We won't be having a meeting next week for a budget.
Let's see.
I don't know why, but 5th of December. And then we won't be having a meeting on the 1st of January, so somebody'd like to
Yeah, I'd like to move that we authorize Louis to sign the warrants during the holidays.
I'll second it.
Discussion about that?
What would be the date that you would be needing to do that?
Well,
We have our
the
treasurer here,
31st,
so-
the 30th?
The 30th.
30th, I'd come in and sign it.
And you're available.
I'll have it done for you to sign on the afternoon of the 30th.
Yep.
Wait, that's Monday.
Monday.
Nope, 31st.
31st, yeah.
31st, sorry.
Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah.
Perfect. Yep, you just let me know when, and I'll be there.
Before he goes out for the evening.
That's what we gotta do. Yeah, I'll be out for the evening, all right. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Any other
Thank you for doing that, Louis.
business? Motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect.
Oh, who seconded?
We are hosting a panel discussion about cannabis and next steps for Vermont, but more importantly, conversations from our neighbors, particularly from Maine. We have Eric Gunderson here, who I will give a full bio from Maine to my left, and Kevin Conroy from Massachusetts, and Charlotte Hanna from Massachusetts as well as some notable Vermonters. Joe Bergeron is here, as well as David Mickenberg and Laura Subin. I just want to say a few words about why we're having this conversation. I think Vermont is in a really weird position when it comes to cannabis. In fact, I think we're probably in the worst position we can possibly be in, where we have legalized possession of cannabis, but we've remained absolutely silent on how Vermonters obtain it. That's not good for consumer protection. It's not good for public health. It's not good from law enforcement. We dealt with this issue of gifting about a year ago, where people were saying, hey, buy a t-shirt and we'll give you a gift of cannabis. That doesn't work for anybody. So we need transparency, we need legitimacy, and we need a regulated marketplace in this area, in this state now. Our neighbors have done it in Massachusetts, our neighbors have done it in Maine. And we're gonna hear about the challenges from those states, what's worked and what hasn't worked, and some lessons perhaps we can learn as the legislature convenes in January. I'm sure that this issue will come up. I know that Representative Maida Townsend is here from South Burlington. Representative Joey Donovan from Burlington is here, and I think others would come. I know that former representative and Judge Ben Joseph is here. Judge Joseph and I are good friends. We happen to disagree on this issue. And I want to note that there are strong opinions about legalization, and there are many people like Judge Joseph, who I have enormous respect for, who opposes legalization. I think we have a debate and a disagreement about whether or not you can put the genie back in the bottle when we've already legalized possession. But I'm sure that Judge Joseph will say a few words later. So this is what the night's going to look like. We'll have a conversation that I will moderate. At some point in time, I will invite questions from the audience, and hopefully we can just have a conversation. So with that, let me give a brief introduction of our panelists. To my left is Eric Gunderson. He is the director of the Maine Office of Marijuana Policy within the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. At the Office of Marijuana Policy, Eric oversees a newly created agency of state government that is responsible for all aspects of licensing, regulation, and oversight of Maine's medical use of marijuana and adult use marijuana programs. In his role as director, Eric is responsible for the rollout and establishment of Maine's adult use program. Since February of 2019, he and his staff have been working to develop the administrative rules required by the Marijuana Legalization Act, hire a vendor responsible for the tracking and tracing of marijuana plants and products in Maine, and deploy a licensing system. Eric, thanks for being here tonight. We appreciate it. Next, Eric, is Kevin Conroy, who is a partner in the law firm of Foley Hoag in Boston, Massachusetts, with a primary focus on government investigations and regulatory matters. He co-chairs the firm's Cannabis and Energy and Clean Tech and the State Attorney General Group. Kevin advises a variety of cannabis investors and operators across the United States regarding compliance with state and local cannabis laws and regulations. He has helped clients secure cannabis license in multiple states and has worked with clients to obtain state approval for changes of ownership as part of multi-state and international transaction. He previously served as a Massachusetts Deputy Attorney General. Kevin, thanks for being here. Thank you. Charlotte Hanna is an entrepreneur and founder of the Massachusetts-based Community Growth Partners, which is launching Rebel, a new cannabis social impact brand. Charlotte just successfully licensed 3 new cannabis operations in Massachusetts and closed her first round of debt financing. Her first store will open in the Berkshires in early 2020, and her team will begin cultivating and manufacturing products later in Northampton, Massachusetts. Charlotte has nearly 30 years of experience in multinational corporations, real estate, and other ventures. Since 2012, she has invested in undervalued real estate and development projects. Previously, she worked for over 11 years at Goldman Sachs, holding various positions within the firm's training and organizational development group, helping to build the workforce and structures the company needed as it evolved and grew. Charlotte, thank you for coming to Vermont. Joe Bergeron is the president of the Association of Vermont Credit Unions. He has led that organization since 1979 as the primary point of contact in the areas of legislative advocacy, regulatory compliance, legal human services, IT, and management. Joe is a member of the board of directors of the Credit Union National Association and currently serves on the board of Tri-Corp Federal Corp Unions. He also currently serves on the board of the National Cooperative Business Association, along with numerous committees for credit unions and cooperative interests at both the state and national level. Joe, thanks for coming out tonight.
Thank you.
Laura Subin is the director of the Vermont Coalition to Regulate Marijuana and has led the organization since it was founded in 2014. Laura has engaged extensively with a wide variety of stakeholders regarding Vermont's cannabis policy. She regularly speaks publicly on cannabis policy issues and has been invited to testify on the subject before the Vermont legislature on a number of occasions. She was appointed a member on the Tax and Regulate Subcommittee of the Vermont Governor's Marijuana Advisory Commission. As an attorney, she also directs the Pennywise Foundation. In that capacity and others, she has been active in the criminal legal system reform advocacy for many years and has been recognized as an expert in domestic violence by courts in Vermont and New York. Laura, thanks for being here. Finally, David Mickenberg is a partner at the Burlington law firm Mickenberg, Dung & Smith. At the firm, David focuses on civil litigation, workers' compensation, and public affairs. Prior to joining the firm, David served as a Dorat Fellow at Washington, D.C. at the Alliance for Justice, working on research and advocacy related to presidential appointees to the federal judiciary, including 3 Supreme Court nominations. Prior to law school, David spent 6 years at 2 programs started by George Soros' Open Society Institute, the Drug Policy Alliance, and the After School Corporation, working on policy, communications, and government relations. Dave, thanks for being here. So I want to start the conversation with Charlotte. We spoke the other day, Charlotte. You have an incredible background in business. You've worked in real estate in arguably the most difficult real estate market in the world, New York City. You've worked in the financial industry at Goldman Sachs. You worked and developed sustainable agriculture products while in San Francisco. But when we were talking on the phone the other day, you said to me, entering this market, the cannabis market in Massachusetts, quote, has been the most difficult thing you've ever done. I want to know why. Why has this been so difficult with somebody with your business experience, somebody who has engaged in difficult marketplaces in the past? What is different about this market?
I think that, if I could just sum it up in a couple of points, I think the way the regulations were designed in Massachusetts were very well-intentioned, sort of trying to push the responsibility down to the municipalities out of respect for the change that was afoot in these communities that were going to be welcoming cannabis. But what happened as a result of that was that it became very difficult to figure out where to go. A lot of municipalities banned it. And so I had to sort of, as someone not from the state actually, first decide, well, which town am I going to go to? What has the friendliest government that is, the most pro-business, pro-cannabis? And then I fast realized that real estate, the way that they had regulated out of respect to the municipalities, the first step that you had to take in Massachusetts was to identify and secure real estate and prove it to the state that you had some real estate under control and that the community, within a half a mile or whatever the buffer zone was around that real estate, came to a public meeting and voiced their concerns. And so it was a very decentralized sort of grassroots sort of mobilizing that you had to do of people around your real estate. But what happened as a result of that was that you had to then I had to start going through the regulatory process with the state, with the Cannabis Commission, which took a very long time. And through that process, you're carrying, very expensive real estate for a long time. And, this became apparent to property owners in all these municipalities that if you were in the zone where cannabis was going to be allowed, suddenly you had a valuable asset on your hands, and prices went up. You had to, and there was an interesting intersection with opportunity zones, which is a federal program to get investment into communities that have been hurt, economically. And so a lot of people started looking in these, at the intersection of opportunity zones and cannabis zones. So I was bidding on properties and that were $300,000 the year before were suddenly $2 million because the property owners realized that they had an asset. So it required a lot of capital. And the second part to what has been very difficult about this is the lack of liquidity. I'm used to, as a real estate investor, going to a bank and borrowing or having a line of credit against some asset. There's no liquidity available for this industry. There is liquidity, but I'm going to call it usury, 20, 30% rates if you want to borrow from private sources. And, recently there's been a little bit of a bubble in the cannabis market from an investment perspective, and equity, capital has really dried up. So it's become very difficult to get access to capital. So you have this interesting dynamic where people are in control of assets that you need in order to proceed, and you don't have access to capital. It's very difficult to get capital. So it required me to be incredibly creative and I'm used to taking risk. I take risk for a living, but to take a lot more personal risk than I had ever taken before. And so that is, if I could give any advice and input as a small business, I am a small business owner. It's just me and a few people working with me, and to really think about the small business and those kinds of challenges because of where we are with the federal laws and the lack of banking opportunities for people. And, you know, I have a lot of, we can get to recommendations, but that would be sort of why it has been very difficult, because of the way the regulations were designed to make real estate the very first important step, and the lack of liquidity, you know, to make that happen.
Thank you. Kevin, let me go to you. Give us the thumbnail sketch of the Massachusetts regulatory system. What does it look like? How did you guys get there? And I want to follow up on one thing that Charlotte said about lack of access to capital, which I would translate as lack of entry for folks who don't have capital. Have the mass rules kept people out who don't have access to capital? But regulatory framework and some of the problems you've seen with Massachusetts thus far.
First, I just want to thank you, General, for having me here. You know, I feel a bit conflicted being here. I was speaking to one of our clients who's got a dispensary, and I'm you know, his dispensary happens to be somewhat near the Vermont border, and you know, I said to him, "What do you? I'm going up to Vermont. What should I talk about?" And he said, "You got to lie." I said, "What?" I said, "It's the Attorney General is doing this presentation. You know, I can't lie at a presentation from the Attorney General." He said, "No, you got to lie." He said, "You got to say that we are selling to kids. You got to say that it's led to increased crime." He said, you've got to say all of those bad things that are going on. I said, "I can't say that. None of that's going on in Massachusetts. I can't say that." He said, "You have to." And I said, what are you talking about? He said, "Do you know how many people drive across the Vermont border who come to Massachusetts and buy product and come back to Vermont?" I said, "Well, okay. So if you hear some bad things out of me tonight, it's largely because I'm trying to protect my clients. But for the most part, things are going very, very well in Massachusetts." And I'll give you a quick regulatory overview. We passed an adult use referendum in 2016. We today have 35 dispensaries in Massachusetts, kind of spread across the state. Some are near state borders because we have so many people coming to the state because of cannabis now. We're going to do about $600 million in cannabis sales in Massachusetts next year. That we have a 20% tax in Massachusetts, and so that's about $125 million.
Is that money earmarked anywhere in the state?
That is not earmarked. That money goes back to the general fund and is used. Our Cannabis Control Commission is about has a budget about $7.5 million, and so this has been a real moneymaker for Massachusetts. Now, we are the first adult use state on the East Coast. Again, we get a fair number of people from out of state who come to Massachusetts just because of this. Just a couple of lessons that we have learned in Massachusetts, and we'll talk a lot more about this. One is we have this very strong local control in Massachusetts for our cannabis businesses. Charlotte and all of our cannabis businesses, to get up and running, have to go to their municipality and have to get an agreement from that municipality in order to even go through the licensing process. Part of that process of giving that agreement is that Charlotte is going to have to pay 3% of her revenues to the local town. That's too much local. We gave too much control to our municipalities, and if I had some advice for Vermont, it would be you need to have some local control, but we've got too much local control in Massachusetts. The second thing I would say is we have struggled some with diversity in our ownership. And Charlotte talked about this is a very expensive business to open. We are making efforts at diversity. There are some well-intentioned, our regulators are very well-intentioned on this issue. But one of the things we found is that we need better state loans. We need better state funding going to help small business owners open these businesses. And we're getting better at that. You're going to see a better system soon in Massachusetts. But I think a lot about how we can ensure that you have larger businesses and smaller businesses get into your operation in Vermont. Let me talk about capital.
Yep.
So capital is a big problem. We do have 5 banks, and we'll talk more about banking, who serve this industry, but they do not provide loans to this industry. And so you are, you know, obviously the United States stock market, these companies are not traded on. It is a tough capital environment. It's only gotten tougher over the last couple. What we find is that most of our businesses rely on small investors, family offices to fund their businesses. But that has become a challenge, and it is a real challenge for folks who aren't in the normal capital challenges. I mean, you know, Charlotte's somebody who worked at Goldman Sachs, has a very, very good network. It's challenging for her, but for folks who don't have those sort of networks, it is a real challenge, and it's had effects on our diversity. And that's one of the reasons that, you know, a state like Illinois has provided specific loan programs for small business, because that's the only way you can get access to capital.
Thank you. And I want to come back, Kevin, but I want to put a pin in the regulatory framework of the state, which is the Cannabis Commission. I think a 5-member panel in Massachusetts. I think that's on the table in Vermont, but we'll hear from Dave Mickenberg on that. But the local control infrastructure. So I want to come back to that. Eric, tell us Maine's experience. Where are you today, and what's coming next?
Well, today was actually a really exciting day in Maine. We hit one of our major milestones. We actually announced and made public our applications for our cultivation, manufacturing, and retail store facilities at the very tail end of our what I'd call a staggered rollout of applications. Last month we introduced or made public applications for our IIC cards, our individual identification cards, applications for our testing facilities, and this closed the loop on that. So a very exciting day. We made that commitment to make these applications public when we were established in February of this year. So I'm very proud of the work that our office has done. But that's essentially where we're at right now, and it took quite a bit of work to get here.
How long?
So
when did Maine legalize recreational adult use?
People in Maine like talking about this story because we legalized the same time Massachusetts did in 2016, yet we're a little bit behind. I don't want to talk too much about the history, but after we passed in 2016, the administration was hesitant to kind of work with what they were given. The legislature.
I want to ask this question. Public referendum vote or legislative vote?
Sorry, public referendum vote, yep. And the legislature took over essentially the bill that was passed at the polls and spent nearly a year and a half rewriting it. To make sure that they got it to the way they wanted it. A couple governors' vetoes. So people in Maine have been waiting a really long time for this. But I like to start our timeline from February of this year when the new Mills administration established my office in February. And since then, we have been working what I would consider to be at breakneck speed to get this up and running, understanding that people have been waiting a long time. A lot of that money has been sitting out there. People have made investments in real estate. So we've been working quickly, but
does Maine require the real estate as Massachusetts does?
It doesn't. No, nope. We're set up a little bit different. If we want to start talking about the local control piece, we do have that in Maine. We have an opt-in program. So in order for a municipality to take part in the program, they need to opt into the program. And as of right now, I think it's only 25 or 26 towns out of the 450 some odd towns in Maine have actually taken that step. I understand the policy concerns. In my past life as a policy advisor, I would have more stronger thoughts on that, but as a regulator, I'm here to do what I have been given. But I lost track. What was I talking about? Where was I? 26 towns have opted in. But to go back, when we were established, it's, again, working at breakneck speed. So we had a lot of work to do in a short amount of time. We had to put together our rules and regulations that were really set up the framework of what the program was going to look like. In Maine, those regs are what we call major substantive, meaning that the legislature has to actually sign off on them, give them their blessing before they can be implemented. In Maine, we have a part-time legislature. So we were established in February. We had our first draft of about 80 pages of regulations to set up the infrastructure, the bare bones regulatory structure in about 6 weeks. We went through intense internal and external stakeholder engagement. And then in June, luckily enough, we got it in front of the legislature and it was passed. And since then, my office has been working to essentially operationalize all those regulations.
Have you guys set a tax? Massachusetts, you heard 20%. Where's Maine?
Yep, Maine, the effective rate is 20% as well. We have a 10% excise tax at the point of cultivation and then a 10% sales tax.
Okay, and is that money going to be earmarked to prevention, to education, or not?
So 12% comes off the top of the excise tax and goes into what we call our Public Health and Safety Fund, which is a 50-50 divide between like public education and public awareness, and then law enforcement training. So those are two programs that we're currently developing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Joe Bergeron, you just heard three folks talk about emerging markets in Massachusetts and Maine. As the banker on the panel, and given the uncertainty and the lack of clarity at the federal level, how would you advise somebody? You heard about the need for capital and the lack of access to capital. Do you see clarity coming on this banking issue anytime soon? What is the current status?
It's a real challenge for financial institutions, be it a cooperatively owned credit union or a bank of any sort, to make the decision to provide financial services to cannabis-related businesses like Charlotte's or anybody others. And it's because of the inherent risk involved, and that's not to infer that the kind of business that Charlotte is starting up is risky. It's the risk of, as you referenced, TJ, the conflict between current federal law and state law, where it's been legalized to some degree. So there are credit unions in states where it's been legalized that have done their research, and some of them chosen to provide services to cannabis-related businesses, but usually it's pretty limited. And the reason for that is this. I need to give you a little bit of a background to help everyone understand why it's a problem for financial service providers. And that's that in Vermont, for example, let's limit our scope to there. All credit unions in Vermont are either are chartered either under federal law or under state law. But either way, they are federally insured. And that federal insurance is what insures all the deposits that all of us have as consumers in those financial institutions, be it a bank in Vermont or a cooperatively owned credit union. And so if you are in a state like Vermont, Massachusetts, or Maine, where cannabis business is legal to some degree, and you want to provide service, you are doing it at the risk of potentially, it hasn't happened yet to anyone, but potentially losing your federal deposit insurance coverage. And if you lose that federal deposit insurance coverage, you can't do business. You're out of business. And so the federal government, because it's an illegal substance still, has not offered any clarification as of yet. There's been minimal guidance to financial institutions that want to get into this business, but they're having to go an awful lot further than they would in serving any other business on Church Street here. So there's a lot of federal reporting involved that they have to do, kind of CYA kind of business, and they have to know Charlotte's business. They have to interrogate her, whether it's a bank or credit union or whatever, it doesn't matter what financial institution it is, and they have to know what kind of business that is, and they have to keep on top of that to ensure to their regulator, be it state or federal, that that's a viable and legal business and it continues to be that way. And even credit unions and banks that don't serve a cannabis business at all, they still have a risk because they don't know what businesses that they might have that are doing business with some cannabis-related business. So, think somebody that provides, services to a cannabis-related business, technically under federal law, that's a financial institution technically that is aiding an illegal business under federal law. So even though no federal agency has taken away the deposit insurance of a financial institution that I'm aware of for serving cannabis-related business, I kind of liken it to getting a parking ticket. Just because you didn't get a parking ticket for illegal parking yesterday doesn't mean if you do the same thing tomorrow, you're not going to get that ticket. And so that's where we're at. So right now, in response to your question, TJ, there's legislation that passed the House in Washington and is sitting in the Senate waiting for action. that provides a safe harbor for financial institutions. But it's not going anywhere currently. You did, along with 33, I think it was, other attorney generals from around the country, sign a letter in support of that to the Vermont delegation and delegations from all of those states, and we very much appreciate that. Credit unions, and I believe banks too, aren't taking a position on legalization one way or another, but they do want to serve these businesses, but in order to do so, need some clarity and some safe harbor so that they know they can do so, rightfully and without risk of losing their deposit insurance.
Thank you, Joe. I want to come back to the federal level in a second. Laura Subin, we hear a lot in the Green Mountain State about legalizing, quote, the Vermont way. What does that mean? What does it mean for the farmer? What does it mean to perhaps the retailer here in Church Street? What does the Vermont way mean, but with a specific focus on, I think, our history as a rural agrarian state?
Well, I think it means a lot of things, and I want to be deferential to all the farmers and small business owners that I know are sitting in the audience and have a lot of experience to draw on about doing this the Vermont way and doing farming and agriculture the Vermont way when it comes to talking about small farms and small cultivators. One of the things that we know and we have listened and that we have been in a long process of listening and learning from other states that have gone before us is that we have to be protective of small farms. Their ability to raise capital and start businesses and move from the illicit market into a regulated market is going to depend on the costs. And if it can't be economically viable for them to make those transitions, then it's not going to happen. Some of the ways that we know that we do this is to issue small tiered licenses that are different for smaller farms than for larger farms, and that an unlimited number of small licenses is going to be essential to bring people to move from the illicit market to a regulated market. In Vermont, the Vermont way, we care about, in Vermont, when we talk about that, we care about protecting the small farms, and we care about understanding the needs of the Vermont farms. The legislative proposal that S54, that is now sitting in the House Ways and Means Committee, that passed the Senate, is sitting in the House Ways and Means Committee, does have a number of substantial protections for small farms, which I think are really important. That legislation would create a cannabis control board and would require that cannabis control board take into consideration the needs of small farmers and make accommodations for those small farmers, and create this tiered system. Similarly, it would create a tiered system. It would require that the Cannabis Control Board create a tiered system for retailers, which I think is important also for small businesses. So that's part of looking at
So tell me a little bit more, when you say a tiered system, what does that mean? Who gets in first, who gets in second? Am I interpreting that tiered system correctly?
Yes and no. So it's tiered in terms of size. So as far as cultivators go, depending on the size of your grow operation, you would have a different type of license. So right now, the current proposal contemplates a different category for 500 square feet, and then the Cannabis Control Board may decide to make tiers of any different kinds. A lot of the other states that have gone before us have tiered systems, so that you're not making the same requirements as far as security or whatever on a tiny little farm that you would make on a great big farm. The other important piece of the current legislative proposal is that it would give priority access to small cultivators, and I think that's a really good thing. I think I'm really pleased that the legislature has listened to the fact that small farmers need to get access to the market quickly, and we need to remove as many barriers of access to the market as we can for small.
How are we defining a small cultivator?
So the legislative proposal defines it as less than 500 square feet.
Got it.
So there are differences of opinion about whether that should be 1,000 square feet but that type of size of cultivation operation. I also think that there are other key components of the Vermont way, which was the initial question, which is about the product itself and having high quality cannabis that's tested for purity, for potency, for contaminants, for saying this is a Vermont product, we can stand up, we can be proud of it, much as has happened in Vermont with the craft beer industry. And I think people are really eager to have that happen, to have third-party testing happen, to be able to say this is a Vermont product and we stand behind our product and it's a really quality product. One other key component of the Vermont way, I think, is again around removing barriers to access. And since we are at a panel of the Attorney General, we are a state that values restorative justice, and we believe deeply in a restorative justice model. So that means letting people that have been harmed by cannabis prohibition have access, removing the barriers of access for those people to an emerging cannabis industry. And I think that's a really important value in Vermont. It's been, other states have worked to do that. It's a difficult thing to do, but I think it's a really key priority to say who's been hurt most by prohibition, how do we bring those people into the market? And so that's going to mean not only supporting small businesses and minority-owned businesses and businesses that are going to pay a living wage, but also to continue ongoing criminal legal system reform. So that right now we have legalization of some amounts of cannabis, but we haven't changed the penalties going upwards from those amounts. And I think we need to continue to look at the overall drug policy and look at what that means and how it reflects Vermont values and what we believe about restorative justice.
Okay, thank you. Dave, give us the legislative history of Vermont's action on cannabis from medicinal to recreational to the current bill, but I also want you to talk about two other things. I want you to talk about hemp, and I want to talk about the conversations in the legislature with this bill about the revenue generated. Where is it going to go? Is it going to go to education, prevention, or is it just straight general fund dollars?
Okay, thanks. Thanks for having me. I just want to say one thing about the Vermont way, reflecting on what Laura said. I believe, and the folks from Massachusetts can correct me, that in Massachusetts a micro license is something like 10,000 square feet or something like that, or maybe
even smaller.
That's
five.
For smaller. 500 square feet is going to be hard to survive in the market at that small.
So a lot of folks, so the 500 square feet limit, which has been really prioritized in this bill, is the idea is that existing farmers perhaps can take advantage of that, have it value added for their farms and continue the traditions they've had as farming in Vermont. But Vermont has sort of led the way on cannabis reform for many years, was one of the first states, if not the first state, to pass medical cannabis through our legislature. That was maybe 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, something like that. We then went on to decriminalize low-level possession of cannabis, so it would be a civil penalty instead of a criminal penalty. And then a few years ago, we're the first state in the country through its legislature to legalize the possession and the growing of cannabis for personal use. And that's where we are right now. People are allowed to, folks in Vermont over the age of 21 are allowed to grow 2 mature plants and 4 immature plants and possess up to 1 ounce of cannabis. And it's created an interesting system. The New Yorker recently did an article about Vermont and the state of cannabis, and said in Vermont, marijuana is the new zucchini because people grow it at home, they have a lot of it, and they're sharing it with their neighbors in a variety of different forms. So you kind of alluded to that, and whether or not that system is the best system moving forward. I think in many ways, from a criminal justice perspective, not getting people involved in the criminal justice system for possession makes a lot of sense, so that was a great first step. But I think at this point, the legislature is really seriously considering whether a regulated model, one that provides consumer protections, one that provides for testing, one that provides for robust oversight, is the step that we need to go as a state. So right now, I don't know how much you want to get into the
Give me the highlights of what you expect to be introduced or is a bill in a committee coming in January.
Yeah, so last year the Senate, S-54 is the bill that's up for current consideration. The Senate passed it overwhelmingly. It has made its way through the initial committee, and it has touched many committees. I think at this point 7 or 8 different committees in the House, but the House Gov Ops Committee has done extensive work and passed out a substantive bill. It's 97 pages long, with many of the issues that we've touched on today are addressed, and we're happy to talk about what's in that bill vis-a-vis local control and things like that. The bill is currently in the House Ways and Means Committee, where they'll be looking at the tax rate, the fees. And just to be clear, this bill, while it's lengthy and very detailed, also is in some ways broad. It sets parameters that need to be followed, and it sets sort of the values that the legislature wants to move forward, but also leaves up to the Cannabis Control Board a significant amount of responsibility to get into the
Cannabis
details.
Control Board, a 5-member board. Who are the appointees?
Well, the Senate version of the bill has a three-member. It's the governor, the House, and the Senate appoint the 3. In the House version of S-54, it's it's a 5-member board: the governor, the Senate, the House, the treasurer, and the attorney general.
I like the House version.
So that's an issue that needs to be reconciled between the bodies, assuming the bill passes the House. But that board will then go through a lengthy and elaborate process of rulemaking in which a lot of the details of the bill will be fleshed out.
What are we talking about for the revenue? You heard Kevin talk about the revenue in Massachusetts. Are there any expectations, number one? Number two, is there any discussion about where that revenue would be directed? Would it go to education, prevention, schools?
So the only the Senate version did not. All the money would go to the general fund in the Senate version of S-54, but the House specifically earmarked up to $6 million a year in revenue to prevention programs. As of now, that's the only thing that's been earmarked. There's a 2% local tax that's currently in the bill. Whether that remains or not, we'll see. And that money will go to localities that host cannabis businesses. So right now, there's a 16% general excise tax at the point of purchase, and then a 2% local option tax. We would say to your clients in Massachusetts, we have an 18% tax rate. One of the first times that Vermont has a lower tax rate than
that's why I'm conflicted.
Our surrounding states.
So I want to talk to you about the economics for a second, and I guess I'd open this up to anybody. How do you part of and I've evolved on this issue. I didn't support legalization. I certainly support medicinal and decriminalization. But I think like a lot of Vermonters, I had a very libertarian view about cannabis. It's not my business. It's up to what people are doing in the privacy of their home. But this is a business, and it needs transparency. It needs legitimacy. It needs regulations like any business. But part of the goal from a law enforcement perspective is to eradicate the black market, the illicit market. Is 20% or 18% the right tax to do that? Or do you get to a price point that it just grows the illicit market? What are the conversations? What's the analysis? And I guess I'd go to Dave and then Kevin and Eric.
Well, the legislature spent a lot of time. They'll continue to spend more time on this. I mean, we've looked at other states, California, Oregon, Washington, Colorado, where the tax rates are significantly higher, and there's still significant sales. But as we've seen in California, it's not just the tax rate. In California, they allowed localities to implement their own taxes. It's really the complexity of the taxation systems in all the states. But from all that we've heard, the testimony that's been taken, it seems like something around 18 to 20% is, at least from the analysis that the legislature has done so far, sort of the sweet spot. It could be less. The Senate bill started at 10%.
Whether it could be more, who knows, but it seems from all the testimony that we've taken from other states that seems around the mark that.
Kevin, what do you see in Massachusetts in terms of the illicit market based on that price point?
Yeah, I don't think it really matters if it's 18 or 20 for the illicit market. I think the things that are going to, right, I mean, let's be frank. I think most people want to buy product in a regulated environment where their product has been tested, and they do that in a legal way. And so I think there are a lot of drivers that people want to come to this regulated market, right? It's pretty easy to purchase. You can use cash, you can use debit cards. It's an anonymous process, and so you're not registering, and so there are a number of ways that people can buy this product, and it is easy. I think the issue is for what is often driving the illicit market now is whether you can get enough regulated product up and running quickly enough. And one of the challenges we have in Massachusetts is that our dispensaries have been a bit ahead of our cultivation that has come online. And so the product is rather expensive in Massachusetts, not because of the tax rate, although 2018 it is because we don't have enough regulated product that is getting produced by our cultivation site. So one of the things I would urge you to do in Vermont is sort of think about making sure that those cultivation sites, including some of the larger ones, come on at the same time that before those dispensaries come on, so you have enough regulated product. I think that's really one of the drivers that is the issue about illicit drugs.
Laura, let me go to you on that point. I mean, where is Vermont? And I guess I want to go to Laura and Charlotte on this in terms of that 500 square foot small cultivator to Massachusetts 10,000 square foot micro. What are the economics on this? How does it work? How do we get the product to the market?
It's interesting because in Massachusetts, a lot of people are reconditioning old mill buildings. That's the economic development opportunity, and they're looking for, and this is sort of what's happening in the...
Is that the federal opportunity zone on the mill buildings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Holyoke, Springfield, a lot of these towns have these abandoned mill buildings, so it's an opportunity to revitalize communities, really. I say we're bringing jobs to towns that have depressed economies. So the mill buildings have been an opportunity. People like them because you can harvest. I mean, I've really dug into the economics of this outdoor versus indoor grow and the how much production that you can actually
does the climate support outdoor grow in the Northeast?
It's new. There was the first legal outdoor grows in Massachusetts were in the Berkshires, and they didn't get started until late. They didn't get in the ground until July, and they were small plants. They yielded, we can yield. You talk about the per light yield and how many harvests you can get inside an indoor facility. In a mill, you try to get 5 harvests a year, by fixing, adapting your lights, and so you have a high production indoor, but the outdoor plant isn't just going to grow the same way because you have to deal with, Mother Nature, and in California, it's a lot easier to grow these massive plants, and this is what's been happening in the market there. Suddenly prices went down recently when they harvested. Their price per pound was great when the market opened, and now it's pretty low because all these outdoor farmers have come online. We don't have that in Massachusetts. I mean, it's an indoor growing environment to some extent, greenhouses too, but the greenhouses, because of the climate, become almost as expensive as indoor. So it's, my facility is going to be, it's 28,000 square feet, and so, we just have to, we're going to produce, hopefully, several thousand pounds a year with eventually getting to 5 harvests. But it's expensive to fit out these indoor facilities.
What's the biggest cost?
HVAC, climate control, power. I'm trying to do. I'm very interested in, no outputs. Just minimizing the outputs of our facility. So we're looking at things like we can generate power off of our heat. Solar doesn't really help much when you think about the amount of power that you need to run these things. But there's something called generating power off of your gas-fired heat systems. So I'm trying to minimize the amount of waste that comes out of these indoor production facilities because it's pretty serious.
Laura, let me ask you from your, and I know you can't speak for them, but you're on the panel, but again, that perspective from the Vermont farmer, do we have capital costs to build, whether it's a greenhouse? Does that infrastructure exist? Back to Joe's point about perhaps some reluctance from banks to lend. Tell me what the view is.
Yeah, and can I just say, I didn't even really answer. It's about $200 a square foot to build indoor in Massachusetts right now. That's sort of the cost of the build and on using these old mill buildings. Yeah.
Well, and I'm not a Vermont farmer, but I have spoken to hundreds of them about this issue over the past several years. And I think that we need to be careful to recognize that each of the aspects of cannabis policy might not achieve all of the goals that we're trying to achieve at once. So we can protect our small farmers and create access and remove barriers of access to our small farmers, and at the same time recognize, well, that might not be all we need to get the supply to where we really need it to be if we really want to eradicate larger percentages of the illicit market. And so I think those two things can happen at the same time, and that they're not at odds with each other. They can happen in ways that are compatible, so that we can, but I think that barriers to entries are enormous for small farmers, especially without lending, and there's no question about that.
Well, I want to ask Joe this question, and I think I understood it, but I want to be very clear that farmer comes to you to get a loan to build a greenhouse. It's going to be associated with they're going to cultivate cannabis there. Every banker is going to say no, correct?
There's a pretty good chance, yes, so that's what's going to happen.
Okay. Well, these are the challenges here. I want to go to license. And I kind of want to start with you, Eric. What's it cost to get a license? And what is that? And give us, I guess, the different types of license that you have.
Sure, the different types of licenses in Maine. We do our cultivation license, much like what it sounds like what's being proposed in Vermont in a tier system. We actually have 5 different tiers. There's a 500, 2,000, 7,000, and 20,000 square foot. And then we also have what I think is unique to Maine, a nursery license where you can buy and sell immature plants.
What's the cost? How much does a license cost?
Very, very small. I mean, it obviously goes up with the tiers. It starts somewhere from like $500 for the 5,000 square foot. Again, I think the intention there from the legislature was to set a priority on the small farmers and also participants that are currently in our medical program, all the way up to like, God, off the top of my head, I think it was like $30,000 for the 20,000 square foot cultivation facility. We also have manufacturing facility licenses, and then we also have our retail store licenses that carry what I would consider a significant cost, but when you look across at other states that have legalized markets, Maine's licensing fees are pretty low. And again, I think that was with the intention to help the early movers, Maine residents and participants in the medical program, to lower the barrier of entry there so they can get into the programs.
Kevin, give us the license cost structure in Massachusetts.
Honestly, I don't know, and I'll tell you why I don't know. It costs $1 million to open up a dispensary in Massachusetts.
Break that cost down for us.
It's depending how much construction you're going to do, it's going to be $300,000, $400,000 to do construction. It's going to be, getting your security system up and running is another $100,000. And Charlotte's got reasonably priced, really smart lawyers, but they cost a little bit of money too. And so this just adds up. And so, but let me just talk about the licensing fee for a second. It's great. One of the things that my clients have always asked for is they would rather pay more money in licensing fees in order to ensure that the regulators have the tools that they need to do to regulate their business. And they are very happy to pay licensing fees. They'd be happy to pay double the licensing fees if the regulators said, we need that money to properly regulate this business. I don't think the licensing fees, to tell you the truth, the application fees are really a a big issue in this area. I appreciate it's good to keep your application fees low, but I'd rather the question be, what do the regulators need to regulate this business, and then what do we need to do for licensing fees to ensure that the regulators have the resources that they need?
On that $1 million price tag, part of that is the requirement under Mass law to purchase and own real estate.
Or lease.
Or lease.
I had to carry and pay the rent. No one was going to let me just, secure an option something without paying them. And so I had to carry a lease for 11 months. Before we could get
Dave or Laura, what are we talking about in terms of application fee, a license fee in Vermont? No requirement on real estate, or is there?
No, on the fees, that's yet to be determined. It's something that the Ways and Means Committee is going to think about and look at, but it very well, as the bill currently stands, I think the determinations on the fees are being left to the board to come up with a scheme for that. I mean, remember, if Vermont were to pass this bill this year, it would still be 18 months to 2 years before their sales likely, just because it could be quicker, but because of the rulemaking process. But
Eric, does that sound right to you? A 2-year rulemaking process?
I mean, we drafted about 85 pages of rules in like 2 months. Of course, we went at an insane pace, and it was a very odd exercise to go through. I would not recommend that. I would recommend taking your time and doing a very robust internal and external stakeholder engagement in that process. But yeah, I mean, as far as to get to a point, I think if you look at most states, it's something like 12 to 16 or 12 to 18 months from legalization to sale.
So I guess I want to...
We were 2 years. It took us 2 years, but that was because our legislature kind of slowed it down.
There is also, Vermont is unique in that we are one of the first states to do this through a legislative process. And so we have been deliberating about some of these details that will be part of the rulemaking now. In the current proposal, things have shifted. So in the earlier legislative proposals going back to 2014, 15, 16, there were a lot more details spelled out in the legislation, including the amounts of the fees and the tiered cultivation system and all of that kind of thing. This current proposal creates a cannabis control board and leaves a lot of those details out of the legislation. So that's a big change for Vermont. Whichever path we take, a lot of this discussion and debate and analysis and looking to our neighbors has already happened in Vermont. So it's a little bit of a different scenario than the states that get handed a referendum and then have to start the rulemaking after the law has already been passed. So it's an important distinction, I think.
Has there been conversation, Dave, then I'll go to Kevin and Eric on this, about a residency requirement in order to possess a license? In Vermont.
That's yet to be determined, but yes, that's absolutely been conversations.
But you have to be a Vermont resident.
Well, some have said, should it be a priority? Should you get prioritization if you're a Vermont resident? Should it be a straight residency requirement? Other states have straight residency requirements for ownership. Some question is would ownership, would the requirement be 51% Vermont resident? And then, I mean, one of the issues is access to capital. So if we're requiring, for instance, only Vermont ownership and only Vermont capital, that's going to make it difficult for Vermont's industry to get off the ground.
Eric, Maine, is there a residency requirement in order to possess a license?
Yeah, there most certainly is. When it was actually passed via referendum, the way the bill was written was actually the first actors, the people that could get in the program first, were our caregivers, our participants in our medical program. And when the legislature rewrote the bill, they didn't want it necessarily just to be the participant in the medical program, that there might be other Mainers, other farmers that wanted a shot at this new program. So they rewrote it with a residency requirement that the directors, the managers, the partners of the businesses that own these licensees all need to be Mainers. But the second point to that is there was a robust conversation in the legislature about equity ownership. There wasn't enough in Maine to really have a thriving program. So 51% equity owners need to be Maine residents. 49% equity owners can come from out of state. So I'm sure when you go through that process in the legislature in Vermont, there'll be a very robust conversation about that, but that's the way we're set up.
Kevin, Massachusetts residency requirement and thoughts on that?
We do not have a residency requirement in Massachusetts, and I think it's a bad idea, and I'll tell you why I think it's a bad idea. First is, look, there are, I forget now, what are we at, 11 regulated states, adult use states in the country right now. You are going to need to have out-of-state people help you set up these regulated businesses. This is a highly regulated industry, and you are going to need the people from out of state to help you do that in order to do it the right way. We had influx of people from Colorado when we opened ours, and those people helped us a lot. It made for a better system, and so I get nervous when you talk about residency requirements. The second reason I get nervous about it is, Eric is implementing the rules, not making up the rules. It becomes a very difficult, burdensome process for regulators to have to go through and analyze these businesses and understand who owns these businesses. And people like me, lawyers, spend a lot of time with regulators talking about our corporate structures instead of talking about how to make this system safe, how to do it in the right way. And so you can get bogged down a lot in these systems that talk about, and I'm sure Eric's doing it the right way, and no criticism at all, but you can get bogged down a lot in when you set up these sort of artificial rules about who owns and not. It really becomes a drag on a business. It means you got to hire lawyers, and it raises your costs.
Can I just add to that? Because I have to agree with Kevin. So in my past life, before the position I had now, I was a policy advisor for our Speaker of the House and main policy point person for the committee that actually rewrote the Maine Legalization Act. And at the time, when you're having these conversations, I mean, I might disagree that I think the residency piece is nice to kind of gear towards Mainers and give them the first shot. But when you're going through that process and setting it up, it may seem like a good idea. But now when I shift to this new position and I'm the regulator and I'm putting together a licensing regime, Kevin is spot on. Trying to understand the complex corporate structures and how their businesses and the flow of money keeps me up at night, among a few other things. But he's right on. It's just keep in mind that it may seem like a good idea, but it's very, very difficult to execute.
Charlotte, I want to talk about testing. Tell me what the requirement is in Massachusetts. Who's doing what's the cost, and who's certifying?
Well, I have to admit that we're not doing any testing yet.
Is there a requirement?
There is a requirement and there's a specific license for testing companies that third parties test your product. And then we're in the process of buying, so I'm asking all of the manufacturers and the cultivators to give me their test results so that I can look at how the product tests. That was a slow process. I think that getting the testing companies on board was one of the things that did slow down production in the state, because they were the last to get regulated. They didn't get certified until after the retailers were approved. There was some problem in the timing of things, I think. So I think it's getting better and there's not a backlog anymore, but it does add time. But it's nice to know that we can ask and look at test results of product. Whereas in the hemp industry, I started sort of exploring hemp, and it was really frustrating because I would ask people, what's the name of the variety that's in this CBD oil that you want to, this distillate that you want to sell? And no one could disclose what it was. So I like the testing regulations, really strong, robust testing in states, because we know that we can prove. I mean, we in the legal cannabis industry, we actually are under so much more scrutiny relative to any other form of agriculture. Any plant that you eat and put in your body, you can't get the kind of test results that are publicly available like you can with cannabis.
Joe, same question, different facts. Testing company wants a loan. Reluctant to lend?
I haven't heard anyone ask that of a financial institution before, so I don't know that I have an answer for that, but I would guess that if it is able to be interpreted as, aiding a business that is dealing in a product that's still federally legal, that it still poses an issue for a financial institution that's federally insured.
Thank you. Kevin, give me the rundown of the testing requirements in Massachusetts. Is there a certifying authority? Where do the test results go?
So we went with the system of a third-party testing, and so we have, I think now, 3 third-party testing companies that have been licensed by the state. So these are independent companies. They are required to not have any ownership in a dispensary or cultivation site, so they truly have to be independent. That system has worked somewhat well. I think that the problem that we ran into in Massachusetts, which was we didn't, the testing lab licenses didn't catch up with the number of dispensaries. And so we had many more dispensaries than we had testing labs, and we got a backlog. And so one of the lessons that I think you bring to Vermont is you got to make sure that you license enough testing labs so you can test this product in a quick and efficient way, in a safe way, make sure that's done well, but it doesn't become a backlog on the system.
On the licensing of the testing, is it specific to cannabis, or is it CBD, hemp, and cannabis, or how is there a breakdown?
So I don't know the answer to that question. They do other types of testing. There's a specific, very detailed regulatory structure for cannabis, and our cannabis regulators in Massachusetts do not regulate hemp in any way. That's a different entity, and they set up a certain area in the labs that are specifically for cannabis, because you're going to have regulators in there who are going to go through that process. And just picking up Joe's, they have a hard time getting loans as well, and it's really because they're a plant touching entity. They're actually touching the plants, and that's the reason they have a hard time with loans. So,
Dave, Laura,
yep.
Where are we on testing in Vermont? And talk a little bit about the hemp industry in Vermont. It was booming. Perhaps, according to reports, that we had an oversupply this past harvesting season. Are we testing there or not? What does it look like?
Well, I'll just start on the testing. The testing in the bill in S54, again, it models other states. There'll be third-party testing required for products. They've prioritized the licensing of the testing labs to make sure that they're up and running so that small cultivators and others can get their products tested prior to going to market. But the testing issue is an interesting one, as and I'm not an expert on hemp, but right now, under new proposed federal guidelines, testing laboratories will need to be DEA certified. So there's a question, and it's not required for cannabis, but there's a question whether there will be testing labs in Vermont that will be DEA certified for hemp products, and whether those same laboratories likely could be the same ones that are doing the testing for cannabis. It's unclear at this point.
But I guess I'll go back to my opening remarks. Isn't the genie out of the bottle on this? I mean, the product is in the store. It's on the counter in gas stations, and now we're going to put a new rule saying it's got to be tested. What happens to those products that are already in the stream of commerce?
You're talking about hemp or CBD products? Well, I mean,
because I think it's analogous if we're talking about a retail regulated market and that distribution chain about how you get it to market.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Well, I think there are conflicts between the new rules that have come down federally on hemp and what Vermont has moved forward with, and that's creating a lot of anxiety. I think that Vermont has done a lot of really positive things around the rules they've set up around hemp, and should, I hope, carry on. We have states that are adopting policies and developing programs that are against federal law. I mean, there's a lot of lawyers on this panel, and that's just a fact. And my hope is that states will continue to lead the way, and that eventually some of the problems with the new rules that have come down from federally on hemp will change too. But there is a conflict there. There's no question about that.
But without robust testing, the illicit market has an area to now enter.
Well, there will be robust testing in Vermont. It just won't be in line with the testing as it relates to hemp. So there's no doubt that that regulators in Vermont have the legislature and others have prioritized that third-party testing. I mean, the entire sort of import of the bill in many ways is a consumer protection bill, and testing is a key part of that. So interesting, in the Department of Health just put out some information about cannabis in Vermont, the Vermont Department of Health.
Yeah.
And one of the things they said, interestingly, was that you should check the THC content on cannabis in Vermont. Well, we can't do that because we don't have a regulated market at this point. But that's the type of thing I think the testing is a key part of knowing whether there's pesticides, knowing whether there's what THC content, and there's a limit on THC content.
And I mean, that's a consumer protection issue. Charlotte, to your point, or perhaps Kevin, about the consumer walking in saying, I want to know what I'm buying, and I want to know what I'm going to put into my body.
Can I make a comment on that as well? Because we've been, my cultivator's from California, and he's been, we've been really following what they've been doing on testing, and it's been interesting to see. They've rolled out the testing protocols over time, over a year, and people started failing as they became more and more rigorous. And one of the things that came up last year that was really interesting to me, or earlier this year, was that they started in this past summer testing hardware. And I think that that's really important.
What does that mean?
The vaping hardware. There's so much stuff that is made in China that has lead in it, and I'm actually personally very concerned about that.
Okay.
And in Massachusetts, the hardware isn't tested, and so you're heating these products that have lead in them. The coils have lead, and there are very few manufacturers for some of this vaping hardware that passed these California tests over the summer. So everyone failed the lead test. So I think if I could just advocate for one thing, because I am very concerned about producing a safe product, is to look to what California implemented in their taste.
On the Massachusetts vaping ban, did it include hardware?
It did, but Charlotte hit on the point, which is all vaping was banned in Massachusetts. It's going to be relieved as of December 11th. But Charlotte hit the point right on, right, which is the reason that you need a regulated cannabis product is because so many people are turning to the illicit market for their vaping products. And the way we're going to address this vaping issue is through testing of these products. And once we get the right system for testing them in Massachusetts, we will have a testing system that deals with some of these evils in these products, the lead, the vitamin E acetate. And that's why this testing and the regulated product is so important. And we will get there in Massachusetts, but Charlotte hit it right on the head.
Let me ask this question. I want to go back to the regulatory framework. And I was watching 60 Minutes. It's after the Patriots won. And I don't know if anybody saw this, but it was on California. And they talked about the oversupply of cannabis in California. And one of the reasons, if I understood the segment correctly, was because of the issue of local control that gave municipalities the ability to veto whether or not a retail shop could open up. Created oversupply. Well, the supply's got to go somewhere. It went into the illicit market. And if I heard correctly, Laura, and I'll go to Kevin and to Eric on this, that we have a statewide regulatory framework, whether it's a 5-person, 3-person, 5-person commission in Massachusetts. But then we got this local structure, and you're allowing towns to opt in and opt out. And is that going to create a system of haves and have-nots, and perhaps problems and not problems, or revenue and not revenue? Let me start with Laura and then go down the line here.
I think it's a huge issue and a critically important one. Right now what we have is a difference between the Senate version and the House version of the proposal in Vermont. So the Senate version did not have an opt-in. The House version had opt-in only for retail, and everything else the businesses could just would be allowed because it would be silent. And I think that's a really important distinction. It's a really important issue. We have right now the Vermont League of Cities and Towns is very actively advocating for in for everything, and I think that that would be a huge mistake. I think our farmers need to know I'm going to be able to add a cannabis crop to my small farm, and it is a huge barrier to access if you don't have predictability about whether in your location you're going to be able to operate this business. But so that remains to be seen. We also have a governor who was concerned about this issue, and that's some of the reasons why we got to where we did in the House.
Kevin, framework in Massachusetts at the local level.
We have an opt-out system in Massachusetts, and about a third of the towns, last time I checked, had opted out. It's a voter referendum, however, and so the voters have to affirmatively vote to opt out. It has initially thought was going to be a big barrier, but to tell you the truth, I think the 2/3 of towns that didn't opt out are the ones that are the winners on this, and I think some of the towns so far who opted out are sort of rethinking that. You are absolutely right. It really harms the cultivators, because the cultivators are just cultivating, right? You can't sell a product at that site, and so you're not having an effect on the town's residents, but necessarily by cultivating. And so that's been a real harm, though, and so I would, at the very least, I would tell you do an opt-out. Don't do an opt-in, because it sometimes can be hard. But I'm not even sure you want to even give towns the ability, especially on the cultivation side, to prevent the problem.
Dollars to the town's general fund?
Yep. So the standard is 3% of revenues from cultivation. Any marijuana business in a town, 3% of the revenues are going directly to the town.
Eric, local control in Maine?
Yep, like we talked about earlier, full opt-in for everything. We give a lot of power to the towns to pick and choose what they want. Some of our more progressive, larger southern towns have just opted in for everything, and then you see some other towns that will opt in for just cultivation or just manufacturing. It's oddly enough one of the ones that the towns tend to stay away from are the retail, which is a concern for, again, what you're speaking to in California.
Well, let me play devil's advocate on this a little bit. Are we going to create two different systems where affluent towns don't want it in their town? The less affluent towns are going to have it because they may need the money. Or is that a legitimate concern or not?
I'm sorry. In Massachusetts, it's not really been the affluent towns who have banned it. The Bostons, the suburban suburbs of Boston, for the most part, have allowed it. Obviously, the Western Mass Berkshires have allowed it, and there's some very affluent towns that have allowed it. It really has gotten into more of a conservative, liberal, progressive, conservative issue as to which towns have prevented it, and it's not necessarily tracked to income or.
Okay.
And also, too, right? It's the licenses so far, except for a little bit in Greater Boston, have been spread around the state. So, I think we're probably at the point now that probably the farthest resident in Massachusetts probably at most has to drive maybe a half hour to their nearest dispensary. So it's not a big deal.
Kevin, I want to ask you this question. You said drive, which sparked a question about has there been an increase in driving under the influence cases, to the best of your knowledge, with cannabis in Massachusetts since full legalization?
So this is the challenge, right? We don't have a procedure, right? We don't have a product. We don't have a way to test, and so that has been an issue, and it's one that the industry is heavily focused on, working with police chiefs. The one thing I do want to say on this issue, though, right, is that this, there was a feeling in Massachusetts when these things were opening that every parking lot of these dispensaries was going to be like Woodstock, right? And for those of you who haven't been to an adult use dispensary in Massachusetts, these are the most controlled environments you've ever been in. Most of them have a police officer, a detailed police officer out front. There is no.
And let's just be clear: detailed police officer, the business is paying for the police officer, not the town.
There is no tolerance for any use of the product on premises, and no tolerance for any use of the product anywhere in the neighborhood of those places. And so I a little bit off, but it's a really, for anybody who hasn't been to one, it's a very, very controlled environment.
Dave, you were going to say something.
Well, I can speak to what the bill does around this issue, around highway safety, but just on the previous point, just to be clear, the localities retain all of their inherent rights around zoning and permitting and things like that. So even whether it's an opt-in or opt-out system, there will be local control to the extent that they can, you can't override local ordinance and zoning procedures and things like that. What the legislature did do, learning from the Massachusetts example, at least so far, was reject this idea of host agreements, which really...
What's a host agreement?
I mean, a host agreement is a specific contract between, and folks in Massachusetts can correct me, specific contract between the business and the locality over a variety of things. Oftentimes, what we heard in testimony was things like, well, you have to make a contribution to the Boys and Girls Club, or you have to do X, Y, and Z, and it seemed like that was a massive barrier to entry for many of the businesses in Massachusetts. So the Vermont legislature at this point has said those host agreements aren't appropriate, but they have said that localities will retain their ability to regulate as they would any other business. So,
Joe, if you can't bank, where's the money going on this? Where's the revenue and the profits going? If you know.
So, we have one credit union in Vermont that serves is it 5 medicinal dispensaries we have in Vermont? So we have one credit union that is serving all of those dispensaries. And they are taking in the cash from those businesses because those businesses are limited to dealing in cash. One of the issues that businesses like Charlotte's will have to contend with, or do have to contend with, is it's not just finding a financial institution to make your deposit at, who probably is not going to lend to you. So you are resorting to going to high-price lenders like Charlotte referenced, but you also are not able to get credit and debit card processing. So you're a cash business, and having all that cash on the street is a problem. As your office knows, it has the potential to raise crime and whatnot. And so that's why there are, and it's predominantly credit unions nationwide that have become depositories for dispensaries of all types.
So, and I don't know the distinction between Vermont law and Massachusetts law on this point, but in Massachusetts, you can use a debit card, and so you cannot use a credit card to make a purchase, but you can use a debit card to make a purchase. So I think most of our clients say that about 50% of the transactions now are in debit cards, and 50% of the transactions are in are cash. Now, I will say that the security around the cash is another cost driver for these businesses. I will say, though, that this, again, is one of the most tightly controlled things that these institutions do. And they are generally taking that cash out on a road. They generally are hiring security firms to help them with that cash, who set up security procedures to get that cash out. That was one of the lessons that was learned from Colorado.
That's right.
Where there were a
That's
couple
right.
of robberies. And that has not been an issue in Massachusetts. This cash gets out in a very safe way, and in a way that is in a secure environment. So it's not been an issue.
Reminds me, in 2013, I, along with I think about 10 other Vermonters, Dave Mickenberg being one of them, and the Commissioner of Public Safety and others, went out to Denver to study their market, and we were at a grow facility, and pretty amazing. And I said to the guy, I said, "How do you bank?" He looked at me and said, "Brinks." I said, "What?" I said, "Brinks." I said, "Brinks truck comes to the front door." So I don't think any of us would agree that that's a good system. Joe.
Two things real quick. One, you remind me that in Colorado, it's credit unions that are the largest number of depositories in Colorado for credit unions. And they tell me that there are entrepreneurs who have set up armored car services specifically for this business. They're not using Brinks or some, well-known organization like that. They're, private entrepreneurs who went out and bought an armored truck, and they do nothing but go to dispensaries and bring money to the credit unions. And the second point is, when I reference that dispensaries, have difficulties being able to accept plastic cards, it's not in Vermont anyway because of a Vermont law. It's because Visa and MasterCard are opposed. They have the same issue that financial institutions do because of the federal illegality of it.
Laura, I want to ask this question. In Vermont, we talk about social equity on this issue. Tell us what that means, and then how is it being implemented?
So when we have these conversations, I think it's always absolutely essential to bring to the forefront of the conversation the devastating history of cannabis prohibition and all the people that have been harmed in its wake. And it's primarily people of color have been hurt way more by prohibition than white people. And this is true in Vermont, it's true across the country, and it's just an egregious part of our history that when we talk about what these systems should look like, part of what they need to look like is righting that wrong. So when we talk about social equity, we're talking about bringing people who have been disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition into emerging cannabis businesses. One of the very first ways you do that is by expunging criminal records for cannabis possession, by reducing penalties for other low-level possession crimes, and not making prior cannabis possession convictions a barrier to access to these emergent industries. That's part of it. And there are also huge economic justice issues involved that were part of cannabis prohibition. So we had decrim in Vermont, it was in 2013, and yet we were still issuing thousands of violations for cannabis for having possession of small amounts of cannabis, which carried about a $250 fine, which is a slap on the wrist to someone who has money. It's a week of wages for someone who's making minimum wage. So we have to recognize how our policies have hurt people who have less, and bring those people into these emerging businesses by having prioritization for minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, businesses in communities that have been disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition.
Charlotte, what keeps you up at night?
It's funny. I mean, Kevin knows one of the things that was actually really hard for me was that I actually do care a lot about that. You mentioned the farms that I did in San Francisco. Before I went to the dark side, if you will, in capital markets, I worked in social justice issues for a really long time, and criminal justice reform was. I've never really understood why. It's a plant that grows, for a reason on our planet. And why do we put people in jail over it? It bothers me. And why have certain communities been really, really hurt by the criminalization of this plant? So I have been working really hard to bring people into my organization from these communities and provide opportunity to people. So, for example, one of the things that we're doing. There's an organization in the state of Massachusetts that works a lot with law enforcement to provide alternative sentences and, working with DAs to make sure people don't get put in jail over, nonviolent crimes. And so I'm working with this organization, and all these young people of 21 and over who are in this program are doing internships with me. To get careers in the cannabis industry. So, making sure I can find a way to provide a platform for people in communities that have been hurt by this to come on board with me and help build our business together, and just making sure I can make that work. I talk a lot about it, and it keeps me up at night, just actually getting traction on this and proving, a lot of people don't believe me when I say that, they say, oh, you worked at Goldman Sachs. I mean, I automatically don't believe that you actually want to do something good. And so I'm always overcoming that. And so, and I'm just proving to the world, even Kevin didn't believe, he thought it was going to be hard. What I proposed to the commission, he thought they weren't, that I have a unique structure that I proposed, and no one really believed that we could do this. And so now it's time for me to bring all these young men into my organization and see if this little social experiment that I'm interested in trying is going to work.
Great.
So that's an interesting question on the heels of what you were just saying.
Kevin, do we know how many jobs have been created in Massachusetts as a result of?
Sure, somebody knows. I don't know. I will say that your average dispensary in Massachusetts has 35.
Yeah.
35 people working there, and it depends on the size of your cultivation site. One of our clients is one of the larger cultivation sites has 200 people working there. But obviously they're much smaller sites. But you can just do the math from there and realize how the effect is people. I will say it is Charlotte can talk about it. It is a great driver for people in their 20s who are looking for responsibility and looking to move up in a very kind of freewheeling and fast-moving environment. And so you walk into these places and you see a lot of eager faces and people who want to work hard.
Increase in tourism dollars as a result of
I think
legalization?
It's too early. I joke about the number of Vermonters who've come to Massachusetts, but I haven't seen any stats on that. I'll tell you though, you can go to any of the ones that are near the borders, any state borders, and half the license plates at least are from out of state. So yeah, it's a big driver.
Eric, what keeps you up at night on this?
I feel like it would be easier to go through what doesn't keep me up at night in the middle of implementation right now. We talked about the corporate structures and the residency piece. It's very complicated. Rolling out a successful mandatory testing regime, it's such a vital part to the program and so important that it's done right to avoid some of the pitfalls that other states have seen. We haven't even talked about track and trace yet. Giant IT projects that can really cause a lot of trouble on the industry side and state side is a huge, and specific to Maine, those are the three big things that are really tough to work and manage, at least with the implementation piece. In Maine, much like Vermont, if you were to pass legalization, is aligning your two programs. Not enough people actually talk about that. So Maine has had a medical program for about 10 years now. And for whatever reason, over the last 10 years, it hasn't been given the resources or the attention it's needed, and it's turned into this very libertarian model way of doing things. And then in 2016, the voters of Maine come along and asked for adult use, tax and regulate, right? So the two different programs are like oil and water, yet in Maine you have the Office of Marijuana Policy, which is the oversight agency for both programs. That presents a bunch of different challenges on a number of different levels, most specifically like the operations of the office itself. So one of the biggest things that keeps me up at night is trying to figure out a way, and I steal this term from the executive director of Massachusetts, the lift and shift, how to lift and shift the medical program to align with the adult use program while serving its purpose. There is a significant difference between patients and consumers, so doing it right both for the patients, the program participants, and the state, it is a very difficult task.
Okay. So we get about a half hour left, and I want to open it up to the audience for some questions, but I want to reserve some time at the end for the panelists to give final thoughts and recommendations. And I have another question too I want to ask, but I'm cognizant of the time. So if you do have a question, since I think this is on public access, just please go to the microphone so we can pick up. Great. Go ahead. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Good.
My name is Catherine Antley. I'm a physician and I'm a member of the Vermont Medical Society. And I think that our concern is that commercialization is going to increase use. We know that 80% of product is consumed by just 20% of users, and therefore anyone who's interested in making money on this endeavor is going to be interested in creating addiction. And we're seeing in Colorado and all the other commercialized states that indeed they are focusing on addiction, and they're doing that by creating a more concentrated product, a more addictive product, and in making, advertising to children, THC gummies and that kind of thing. And in fact, in Washington State, where they tried to regulate that, to rule it out, the lobbyists, I don't know how they did it, but they reversed the rule. They passed the rule and then reversed the rule. I find that, and I think many in the American Academy of Pediatrics and others find that very concerning. And so I think that it's important. I guess my question is around, will you do another panel where we have, physicians and social workers so we can, explore this other position that many Vermonters hold? Thank you.
I'm always up for public panels. And I had this conversation with Judge Joseph. I mean, for me, we're past go on this. I mean, we have legalized possession, and we have now created a legal limbo in Vermont where I think kids are more at risk because you don't have regulation, where you don't have transparency, and when you don't have legitimacy to these markets. So okay, that's what I said, Judge. Thank you. So let me. Okay. So I'm always happy to do that, but let me have Eric respond.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, and I think a good approach for Vermont and what's made us very successful, again, I don't know if we talked about stakeholder engagement, but the close relationship we have with public health officials in helping draft our regulations, how to operate our program is such an important piece to that. I mean, right in our mission statement as the office is to protect the health and safety of all Mainers, and really help building a culture, at least from the regulator side, to ingrain that into your staff, to ingrain that into the culture that's going to regulate the industry, that's what should be guiding the decision making in your program will help to that end. And also, I mean, I would just go to the policy position. I mean, there are policy positions you can take to help protect against a lot of the things that you're saying. And then also I always refer back to, if it's in a regulated market with mandatory testing, you would think that it would be a little bit safer than the untested product that's currently out there.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Bishop Jethro James, Newark, New Jersey. I'm a retired urban development executive at PSE&G, advisor to the last 6 governors and 10 attorney generals in the state on all urban matters, police matters also. Survivor, Ground Zero, did the triage there, state police chaplain. I've led the fight and worked our current governor and Governor Corzine, former Governor Corzine, you probably know from Goldman Sachs. Well, I've been advisor to both of them. And I've led the fight against what you're doing here. Number one, we have a problem in New Jersey. We lead the nation in low birth rate babies. Nobody's talking about the THC that stays in the mother's breast milk. No one is talking about the psychosis that goes on with the children. When we just recently defeated the bill, one of the things happened. Bergen County is one of the richest counties in our state. If you watch the Housewives of New Jersey, they all live in Bergen County. Well, the edibles somehow got loose in the Bergen County schools, Attorney General, and all the kids wound up in the hospital. Many of them didn't look like us, and so they froze the bill. They couldn't get it through, and of course, the bill is now dead. We ask that if you're going to do this, and we know the problems that it brings in young folks' minds, would you set aside 20, 30% for the trouble that it's going to come for these children that are born addicted? You guys aren't even talking about that. You talk about you want to do it the Vermont way. Well, let's talk. Vermont, I believe, they had the Minutemen. They led the fight against tyranny from the British. What you guys are doing, you're going to terrorize your own community. The reality is, why do you need, you already have legalized, the people have the right, why do you need this business? No state has been able to regulate it. No state, and you're brand new at it, you two are brand new at it, has been able to keep out the black market. No state. What makes you think that you're going to be different?
Thank you for the question. Dave.
Just to that point, the bill in the House does dedicate 30% of the tax revenue to the substance abuse prevention fund. So
okay, yeah.
I would just on the last 2 comments, just to make something clear. you're not allowed to sell a product in Massachusetts, a cannabis product that is appealing to children. There are specific consumer protection. I'm going to finish my point.
Let's
sir.
be
Thank
civil.
you.
Let's be civil.
There's a specifically laid out in the law, and there's specific, very, very detailed regulations that are around that. And I would urge Vermont, and I presume Vermont is thinking about this, on having some sort of structure that is like that. None of my clients want to be selling product to children. That is not something any of them want to do. And if they do that, they are going to lose their license and they are going to be out of business.
And I can just add, every single legislative proposal that's been considered in Vermont since they started considering legalization measures have had prohibitions against marketing products that are appealing to children and have protections for children and have contemplating funding for substance misuse treatment.
Can I just speak as a mother too, myself? I am a cannabis consumer. I mean, I have been for a long time. I sometimes choose to have a tincture, before bed, or have a joint before when I'm with friends, and instead of having a glass of wine. And I'm not an addict. My children are not allowed to consume cannabis, just like they can't have a glass of wine or a beer, and so I parent them around this the way that I do with anything that they're not allowed to do. They know that their mom sometimes smokes pot, and I've done pretty well in my life, and my kids are healthy, and all my friends smoke pot too. And I'm really, it's a plant. And I actually use it as an alternative. Sometimes I get anxiety, and I would much rather take a cannabis tincture with CBN in it, which actually has some very therapeutic properties to it, than these pharmaceutical drugs that are sold legally by doctors. So, that's just my personal point of view on that. I'm into the whole plant that grows out here. It's here for a reason. It has certain properties that I think can be beneficial to people, and for lots of different reasons. And I really, I'm in this business to help change the culture and the point of view around that, and that's really important to me.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Dr. Bob Melamede. I was a former research professor at UVM here, and I was former chairman of the biology department at the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. For 10 years, I taught the world's only course on endocannabinoids and medical marijuana. I'm 72 years old. I've been using cannabis daily for 56 years. It's the only thing that allowed me to learn how to learn. I would not have a degree without cannabis. And the pathetic truth is that cannabis is not a drug. It's a necessary nutrient for optimizing human health. It's an anti-aging drug. It inhibits the free radicals that are responsible for aging. We cure cancer sometimes in 3 weeks with the use of cannabis. This is all ridiculous. Cannabis is nothing more than an essential nutrient for optimizing human health. When you don't have it, you age quicker. This is just nonsense, lack of knowledge of what is going on in the scientific community, the scientific world. I have a webpage, Cannasapiens. If you go there, you can see tons of literature. I gave a lecture recently at Harvard showing the effect of cannabis killing cancer. What we are doing is killing our people.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Hello, I'm Casey Massey. I own a couple retail stores here in Vermont. Get yours. I want to talk first about addiction because I do think it's an important thing. I too am a mother and a community member, and our stores are actually geared to not let anyone in that's under those ages, so the exposure to our products would be severely limited. I also think it's important that we're teaching our kids about these things. I have a 13-year-old boy myself, and I have talked to him about drug use and how his mind is still developing until the age of 21. So he should not smoke any cannabis-related products before that because we want him to have a nice, healthy, strong mind. But I also think there's other things that are going on that are important for us to know during this. So I'm going to ask a couple specific questions for you two gentlemen. Do you guys have a limitation on retail stores owning one shop?
Yes.
You do. So one store, one shop.
Oh,
one
I'm
license.
sorry, no, for retail shops, we have common ownership of 3.
Okay. Do you think that that's a benefit, having stores own multiple stores? Maybe they pay their taxes better or more organized than people that might just have one shop?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. As the regulator, yeah, I don't.
All right. And then you, sir, on the end, can you tell me how that 18% is actually going to come to be? Are the farmers going to pay it on a wholesale price? Are we going to do a sales tax? Do we have any clue how that's going to work?
It's not technically a sales tax because that has a legal definition that's separate and apart. That money would be 6% that goes to the ed fund,
Okay.
but it's an 18% excise tax. I'm sorry, it's a 16% excise tax at the point of sale. So if you were buying something for $100, it'd be adding 16% on that. And then if there was a locality participating, there'd be another 2% on that.
Okay, so the
and that would
retailers
go
are
to
gonna
the- and that,
cover
at the
that.
retail store. Yeah, at the point of
Beautiful.
sale. Yeah.
So I know we want to be able to allow a lot of people into this market, but I think when we're doing this, it's very important not to put barriers in place in order to limit the people that do know how to run a business and pay that very important tax. So just please keep that in mind when you are helping. As far as you, Mr. In the middle, the banker.
Not a banker, just a credit union guy.
Credit union guy. So my big problem here is, say I have a retail store and I'm renting it, right? And the guy has a mortgage on it. Is there any way he could get in trouble with his mortgage company by renting to me?
The landlord?
The landlord.
You're renting from, and he has a mortgage with some financial institution.
Yeah.
It's possible, you know, I won't say get in trouble, but it's a matter of whether he'll get his mortgage.
Okay.
Because they're going to look at, if they're doing their due diligence, they're going to have to look at, you're a landlord, what kind of tenants are you renting to?
Perfect.
But, you know, they may or may not ask that. It varies by institution.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you for taking our questions and for considering all thoughts. My name's Judith Margulies. I have a healthcare background, and I do live in Massachusetts. And I wanted to ask a question specifically about Curaleaf of Massachusetts, and it's a kind of a math question, but Curaleaf of Wakefield, Mass. is currently described as the largest Vermont medical marijuana license holder in Vermont. That's on their website. A Russian money-funded national cannabis company is Curaleaf. They're self-described as now the world's largest cannabis company in the world. That was as of June of 2019. These are all things that have been reported in the press, not necessarily local press, not the Boston Globe, I can tell you, but in places like the New York Times and the Oregonian and places like that. So they are currently, as of June, they were controlling the markets in 19 states in the United States. They believe that they're now controlling in 23. So my question is, how will the Vermont residents compete with this company? Because they have described their indoor grow facilities as 250,000 square feet. Doing the math times 200, 50 million? 250, if it's 200 per square feet, right? 250,000 square foot indoor facilities by Curaleaf of Wakefield, Massachusetts.
Sure,
I'd like
sure.
to know.
I'd be happy
I'd
to
like
address
to
that.
know how the Vermont resident is going to work with this company that has expressed intention by their two primary, they're Russian billionaires. They're billionaires, Russian money.
All right,
So I had that
Sure.
question.
So
how
when you
will
talk
Vermont
about a
compete
250,000 square foot facility, what Curaleaf is saying is that they don't have one 250,000 square foot facility. They've added up all their no, they do not.
No.
They've added up all their facilities across the country, and so the way they're not, and you can't ship in. Curaleaf can't ship their product across state lines, right? And so they have to grow the product here in Vermont in their own cultivation facility. I don't know the size of that facility, but I presume it's been proved by the regulators here. It's not anywhere near the size of 250,000 square feet. That's a huge facility. There's no facility that size in the country right now. So you're taking their national average and you're using it locally. So and then the second thing I'll say is, This is why you have strong regulations in your state, and this is why you think about having license, as the woman before you talk about having a specific license restriction on the number of licenses you can own. And that's what Massachusetts did. So in Massachusetts, as you know, Curaleaf only owns 3 retail licenses, and that's a way that a lot of states have decided, including Maine, have to limit the influence of larger businesses. And in a lot of states, it really has worked. And I think Curaleaf is pretty happy here, but I don't know that. So
I think actually, just to add, you did describe this when you were commenting about licenses and the way the business is actually organized. So what they're describing, including on some local somebody in Vermont actually has a podcast on this currently, that all they do is take over management through contracts. They don't actually own the license. And they may not own at this point 51%, but I'm not going to argue with you. I just want you wanted to ask that question, because $50 million for, as they said, 250,000 square feet. They said that. There's a video online.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Hi, I'm Martha Hafner. I'm from Randolph, Vermont. I'm here. I have 2 points, really. I'm a teacher by background, and I always put on my applications, the brains of our youth are the most precious natural resource that we have. And now I'd add, to protect. Massachusetts was encouraging Vermont with the Senate. I was in on the hearing with Dick Sears, where they were saying, keep it at the 500 feet away from your schools. We did increase it to 1,000 feet, but I ask, why not a mile like it is for the sex offenders? Why not keep it so that it's really away from our schools and being a much more attractive across the street, slip out during your break kind of scenario, and try to put a barrier in place to try and protect our youth?
Okay.
That's one point. Let me comment on the second. At a recent GOP gathering in Washington, Mitzi Johnson was invited to speak. She's the House Speaker. She's a Democrat, and GOP were inviting her. And it was a question of, they were asking, what question would you like us to discuss? And I said, SAMHSA put out a figure that was in 2014, and it was quoted in the Vermont Department of Health website, that said, here's this lovely map, and Vermont ends up being bright red because we have more illegal drug use than the average number of states. And they said $600 billion is being spent by U.S. taxpayers.
Excuse me, ma'am. We're short on time. Do you have the question? What's the second question?
So I'm getting to it. $600 billion is U.S. taxpayers is going to drug-related expenses. My question, and it's not necessarily for this panel to answer, but it's one that the state needs to address, is what kind of expenditure are we putting into drug-related expenses already here in Vermont, and do we really want to be fanning that with additional gateway access?
Thank you. Dave, do we know, is there a restriction in terms of where a retail operation can be placed in relation to a school?
That's something that the legislature is still considering. I do want to say that what they have done, certainly in the House version of the bill and even in the Senate version bill, there's very, very strict requirements related to advertising, related to what needs to be on the packaging, related to breastfeeding mothers, relating to driving. I mean, they have essentially, within the parameters of the law, made advertising virtually impossible.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Sir.
Hello, my name's Robert. I'm 31, so I was a young person before dispensaries were really a thing, and there wasn't a legal way for adults to purchase cannabis. And just want to offer another perspective to some of the people here. It was way easier to get cannabis than alcohol when I was younger. Cannabis was not regulated, was not purchasable in stores, and I could get it when I was 13, 14, 15. I couldn't find a way to get alcohol till I was 18, 19, 20. You know what I mean? So when it comes to protecting the youth, putting it in the hands of who knows who, doesn't seem to work. I mean, prohibition has failed over and over anyways. We've already seen that. There's no real example we can give to show that by keeping it out of regulated areas is not going to keep it out of the hands of kids. So I think it's important for the people who are here trying to protect children to consider that we need oversight. The only way to provide oversight is going to be through regulation. Look at the lung vaping thing. That had to do with vitamin E acetate. So that came from unregulated products that had no oversight. Fentanyl, same thing. You just look at all these different things. Never works.
Thank you, sir. Sir.
I just want to thank everyone for this event, the Attorney General, the esteemed panel. I think this is a fantastic event. My name is Jeffrey Pizzatello. If you guys don't know, I'm the Executive Director of the Vermont Growers Association. We are Vermont's basically the Vermont Brewers Association, but for our emerging cannabis scene. So we represent small businesses, family farmers of such. And, just for a moment, listening to the sentiments here, we've already heard some concerns about retail access, barriers to entry. We even heard some far-fetched claims about Russians owning some of the dispensaries in our state, okay? So there's concerns out there in the state. And so one of the things that I want to bring to awareness, at least, is we recently closed our policy survey. It's an annual survey that we send out. And one of the things that, just to be nuanced for a moment, is that's important to family farmers is canopy size. And right now, Vermont in S54 has about 500 square feet as its initial offering. And what we've heard through our survey, which is aligned with other states, is more or less a 2,000 plus square foot canopy size, at least for initial entry. That speaks to sustainability for these families and these small businesses that are running these entities. It's just accepting that reality. 500 square feet is not realistic by any measure. We have friends in New Jersey who are passing RET soon.
Do you have a question?
I do. With all of this in mind and the general consensus of what we're hearing, we respect the sentiment that the discussion is closed, if you will, moving forward for our next legislative session. How can you guys ensure that maybe you can bring some of us into the fold? These family businesses that are out here clearly with ideas that aren't possibly represented in S54. There's probably better ways to do that. How can Vermont ensure that we're listening to those voices? As well?
Laura, you want to take that? How can we be more inclusive?
Sure. I think one of the exciting opportunities of the current proposal is that it is broad and it does create this commission where a lot of things will happen and a lot of the details will be decided further on down the road, which means that first of all, there's going to be a formal rulemaking process where public commentary is going to be required, and then there's a lot of time for advocacy with the Cannabis Control Commission. So there's still time for voices to be heard. There needs to be a lot of advocacy about who's going to ultimately be on that commission and how these decisions are going to be made. So if we can move forward with S54, it gives us the vehicle to keep these conversations going instead of keeping the small businesses in limbo indefinitely. So I think your points are, I think it's very critically important, and I think those are the ways that it can still happen in Vermont.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm cognizant of time. We got 3 questions left. Eli, you're gonna have the last question. If you have a question, let's ask the question.
Definitely. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. I actually might have a slight response towards that. Remember that we got this all started because of the patients. We have to keep in mind we are providing medicine for people. So for that reason, maybe one of the best things to do is actually stack caregivers on top of each other. When you take a look at Vermont law, there's not too much stuff actually allowing patients to basically have one select grower and have a pool of people under one grower. If a patient likes the way somebody grows, then they actually have a choice. They have opportunity to choose who they want to grow for them. If you're growing in a greenhouse, somebody might want your product more than somebody who might be growing inside of an indoor facility. And so for that reason, I guess my main question was also to get to the people who are against legalizing cannabis, remember, we are getting solid testing done. For that reason, we actually understand what pesticides are being added. Like, there's so much tests that are actually coming out.
Question.
To get to the question, when will we actually be able to stack some of these caregivers on top of each other so that way we can actually get back to the medicinal patients who started everything?
Okay, who wants to answer that? If we have a quick answer.
The quick answer is there is directives to consider co-ops and entities like what you're talking about. This is mostly around the adult use bill. There is also action on the medical side of things. There's a bill that's alive, S-117, that's sort of dealing with some of the medical issues separately. But I think that it's good points, and there's still room for a lot of discussion about that as far as the medical side goes.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ed,
Thank you, TJ.
thank you for being here.
I'll be quick. I respect all of you. I admire TJ tremendously. I'd just like to say that tobacco, nicotine, and alcohol are regulated, and they're two of the three leading causes of preventable death on Earth. Opioids. We saw in the 90s and the early 2000s a proliferation of opioids on our streets. 72,000 people died of opioid overdose in 2017. Opioids are strictly regulated. In fact, you can't get them without a doctor's prescription. I think that there's a Trojan horse in the room. I don't think, believe me, I mean this from my heart, I don't think it's intentional. I think that people are undereducated when it comes to the psychoactive, addictive potential of tetrahydrocannabinol. And that's what we're talking about. Marijuana is a delivery system for a dangerous drug, period. My question is this. We know what the use is like today in Vermont. We have statistics from treatment, from youth service, youth studies.
Yep.
My question to you is this. Once commercialization goes into effect, if 5 years from now we see a significant jump in all negative statistics related to youth and adult cannabis use, what will you do about that?
Good question. Who wants to take that?
No.
It's a good question.
I'm happy to. I still think it's the right thing to do. I think that it is, we need to deal with public health issues as public health issues. We need to deal with public safety issues as public safety issues and find the right remedies. By criminalizing a substance is not the right approach to deal with public health issues, and they should be dealt with in the public health context.
Okay. Eli Harrington, who has been a leader and an advocate on this issue for many years, has been in the forefront, helped promote this event. Eli, thank you. And you have the last word.
All right. Well,
or question.
Yeah, question, very quickly. Thank you guys for doing this. For Eric and Kevin, when we're talking about social equity in Vermont, we've been talking, I think, a little bit more about geographic diversity. You know, considering what you guys have learned about how people travel, you know, and what this can do for certain communities who embrace it, do you think that we in Vermont, how should we think about where these businesses open and maybe prioritizing rural areas, or if it should be left totally up to the market and kind of how we should rep geographic diversity or consider that in Vermont?
Great question.
I'll just jump in real quick before Kevin. Right now, Maine doesn't have a social equity program. I think that's just stems from the fact that the legislature was trying to get the Marijuana Legalization Act passed, and we quickly put together regs. That's definitely in phase 2. But I think there's a bunch of different social equity models across the country that Vermont can look to. There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. You can look to Los Angeles, you can look to Colorado, you can look to Massachusetts. But I mean, as far as Maine is concerned, that's definitely a phase 2 thing, and we would be happy to learn from Vermont if that was something they would roll out.
On geographic diversity, I think you get into real trouble if you start trying to place these businesses in places and don't, but as a state. And I think you got to allow your market to handle issues like that. And in Massachusetts, our market has handled those issues. We've opened some in urban areas, we've opened some in rural areas, but to sort of start dictating where they go, I worry about that.
Okay. 10 seconds each. Final thoughts, recommendations, lessons learned. Starting with you, Dave. 10 seconds each.
10 seconds. I think what we're going to see this next session is Vermont looking at how to do this the Vermont way, which will include things like not just social equity, but environmental equity. I mean, there's a big part of our legislation that's looking at environmental justice issues and how the environment is going to be impacted by these things. So that's something to look forward to.
Great. Thank you. Laura.
This is a racial justice issue. It's an economic justice issue. It's a social justice issue. It's the right thing to do. It's a civil rights our civil rights demand it. It's long overdue. We've studied and studied and studied. We have a good proposal. We got to move forward, and we got to get this done now.
Thank you, Laura. Joe.
Regardless of where you stand on legalization or not, if there are to be businesses on the street in a state in which it's legal, that's going to mean, under current standards, a lot of cash floating out there. And from a safety standpoint for consumers everywhere, we need a federal resolve to empower financial institutions to provide services to those businesses.
Thank you, Joe. Charlotte.
This is related to social equity. If I could give one proposal for legislation, it would be to really try to earmark tax dollars to put money back and liquidity back into communities that have been harmed by criminalization of the plant. Because if there was one area that could be earmarked, and those are census tracts that can be easily identified. So put real money into providing capital to those communities.
Thank you. Kevin.
This is a highly regulated industry that is not going to change your state too much. It's not going to lead to the end of the world. Burlington's still going to be beautiful, and it's not going to change things that much, and you're going to have more revenue.
Eric.
And I'll just wrap up with two things. You can tell there's a lot of good people with valid concerns on both ends of the spectrum here, so it's so important, if you do legalize it, to have, again, that in-depth stakeholder communications, listen to all angles, all views, and try to get it right. And then two, we didn't really talk about it a lot, but I think it would help with a lot of the concerns around youth use and whatnot, is the importance of thorough data collection.
Thank you. Okay. I saw them come in late, and I just want to acknowledge Representative Bob Hooper from the North End in Burlington is here. Representative Hooper, thank you for being here. Representative Jessica Brumstead from Shelburne is here as well. And we mentioned Representative Maida Townsend. I saw Representative Brian Chena from Burlington. If you can believe it, we are right on schedule. This is a conversation that provokes strong reactions from many folks, but it's a conversation that is long overdue given the legal status of where we are in Vermont. My position is that we need to act and create a regulated market. That's a responsible thing to do, and it should happen this legislative session, but this conversation will continue. But please join me in thanking the panelists for a robust conversation. Thanks for coming out.
We walked around Brattleboro to look at the sidewalks to check out wheelchair accessibility. These first photos show some good pieces of sidewalk. I can use sidewalks for a little while, but it is hard to wheel on the sidewalks. You will see why. Hedges and plants and flowers grow into many of the sidewalks. Their branches hit us. The branches can even hit our faces. We need to figure out how to go around the plant growth. This means we have to find a way off of the sidewalk. When we did this evaluation, we walked between 7 and 9 in the morning, because there is less traffic in the morning. We knew we would have to wheel off of the sidewalks and wheel on the roads quite a bit during this evaluation. The wheelchair tips left and right if the sidewalk has a tilt to it. Tilts happen when the sidewalk itself was made at an angle, and happen when we go over plants and earth and other things left on the sidewalk. Sometimes I need to use special systems, so I don't tip over. Not everyone has the systems on their chairs. Some sidewalks are too narrow. If the plants are growing up, Not only am I tipping, but my wheels get caught and I can't steer. I have to go on the road. People leave things on the sidewalks. Everything is in the way. Cars parked blocking sidewalks, garbage cans, trash, free stuff and other things. This makes the sidewalks too narrow, and it is hard or impossible to maneuver around the stuff. These sidewalks are very bumpy. I need to slow way down. My wheels also get caught in the cracks and the chair jerks around or gets stuck. Many times the sidewalk abruptly stops. It suddenly ends. We found telephone poles, steps and planted flowers in the middle of the sidewalks, where the sidewalk just ended. When the sidewalks just end, I need to turn around and find another way down off the sidewalk. Sometimes the sidewalk ramp is far away and I need to turn around and go back a long way to get to a ramp again. If the sidewalk isn't wide enough for me to turn, I would need to go in reverse the whole way. When there is no ramp, we have to find a way to get off the sidewalks. We have to turn around if there is enough room, but usually there is not enough room to turn. Then we need to back up to the sidewalk's ramp or until we reach a driveway. If the sidewalks are low enough, some wheelchairs can get off, but unfortunately it's not always possible. Coming up are photos showing very nice ramps in town. Earlier you also saw nice stretches of sidewalk. Some nice stretches of sidewalk don't have ramps though. And some perfect ramps lead to sidewalk that don't have ramps at the other end. All the issues make us go in the road where there are no things in the way. However, wheeling in the roads means we have to watch for cars coming. Cars parked on the side of the road means we need to go into the middle of the road.
I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. Call me baby if you need a friend. I just wanna give you love. Come on, come on, come on. Reaching out to you, so take a chance. No matter where you go, no, you're not alone. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. Come along with me and don't be scared. I just wanna set you free. Come on, come on, come on. You and me can make it anywhere. For now, stay here for a while. 'Cause you know I just wanna see you smile. No matter where you go, you know you're not alone. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. And when you're weak, I'll be strong. I'm gonna keep holding on. Now don't you worry, it won't be long, darling. When you feel like hope is gone, just run into my arms. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one. I'm only one call away. I'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. I'm only one call away.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, additions to the agenda tonight. Have any? No. Good. I have no remarks. Open public comments regarding agenda items only, please. And our auditors are not here yet, so we will skip them. Approval of regular meeting minutes and budget meeting minutes, please, from December 3rd and 4th.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the minutes of December 3rd and 4th as printed. Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the meeting minutes from December 3rd and 4th as printed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? I'm going to get you right where you sit down. Come right up and come talk to us.
Listen, man, I've been in the car for 3.5 hours, boy.
Walk slow.
Absolutely. Where you guys want me?
Right here.
Can we steal another chair?
Oh, stop. There's 2 chairs. Come on up.
Yeah, Cindy's going to join us, all right?
Perfect.
Please. Tired. It's been a long year.
Yes, it has. Okay. You know, getting us all on camera.
Good evening.
How are we doing?
Doing good.
So you have the floor. Talk to us.
I'm Ron Smith, principal with R.H.R. Smith and Company. I just spent the past 4 hours driving in a blizzard over here, so if I'm a little off my game, I apologize, but certainly here to talk and close out 2018 and talk about 2019. I apologize it's taken me so long to get here. Let me tell you this, I had a death in my family this summer on the 4th of July, and I know Cindy's had a long year, so here we are, and certainly actually we're prepared to talk about 2019 as well. So we sent Cindy a draft today, so she hasn't had time to review it. We'll hit the highlights and certainly give her a chance to respond over the course of time and review, but I think we can hit some of the highlights of that and go back and start where we, this fiscal year, start at the beginning of the year, 6/30/18, and come right up to today. Sure. And tell you where you're at financially, and certainly go over any questions you guys may have.
Perfect.
So going back to June 30, 18, I'm going to start with your general fund. Your general fund had about $700,000 of surplus, of which I think $330,000 was unassigned. And then we had the rest of it, which is about $360,000, $370,000 assigned for a multitude of purposes, you know, that was certainly either committed or obligated, whether it be at town meeting or through the board, you know, through your statutory rights. Based on a general fund budget of about $2 million, we like to see your surplus at 30, 60 to 90 days of that. And that's what our industry benchmarks say. So where are you at with that $330,000? Probably somewhere right around 45, maybe 50 days on June 30, 2018. And we actually see that going up a little bit for 2019, up to around $400,000, just based on Cindy's review and, you know, whether or not we got all the carry forwards and restrictions, you know, in the right place. We actually see that going up on in 2019 to the unassigned, the unrestricted, to about $400,000. And I think the restricted is going to stay right about there too, you know, where it was on June 30, 2018. And Cindy just hasn't had the time to go over that, but
She just got it today.
yeah, she just got it today. We wanted to make sure we put it in her hands, you know, but we're pretty confident, you know, that the number she gave us, we made little to no adjustments on, you know, as far as the transfers go. So I think more importantly, it's just going to be a function of where the restrictions are with the balances forward, you know, at the end of the year. I think probably the thing that stands out the most, you know, is with this town is the fact that the money that it's obligated to capital improvements and infrastructure. And on June 30, 2018, you have a emergency capital reserve account with about $1.6 million into it. You have a capital reserve account with about $1.5 million into it. You have another capital account with about $400,000 into it, and I think you have a culvert account with $57,000, you know, in it on 18. So you had about $3.6 million on 2018 in these various reserve accounts, and I think that separates you, well, from a lot of your neighboring municipalities, because obviously you had the foresight to put some of that money away, for those intended purposes. In 2019, you use some of it, and the expectations are it's going to go down to about $3.3 million, where we see it on June 30, 2019. Your emergency reserve dropped about 100. I believe your capital reserve dropped about 90. I actually think the culvert might have gone up in 2019, but your other capital reserve account went down. They all went down cumulatively about $300,000. But I still think that you get the A, for average and score for certainly having that money put away into that capital reserve account. A lot of municipalities of your size don't have that. So obviously at some point in time in need, at some point in time in the past, while you had the ability to do it, I think you did a lot of right things. And clearly that money is statutorily set. There's a statute that clearly governs what you can use that money for, in the future. And I think you know what that is. And my advice would probably be is to make sure that your plan, make sure that your future needs, and make sure that the stars align with that $3.3 million, because I'll tell you, I am sure when your largest taxpayer was here, that was probably a reason why you were able to move some of that money into that capital reserve. They're not here anymore, and certainly it's going to be hard to do that. So I think that, what I would probably recommend is maybe what your needs were once upon a time ago. Make sure that there's still needs today. And if you need to deobligate that or reassign, that money to other capital needs, or different capital needs, do that, while you still can and certainly have that money. You've got about $1.6 million sitting in trust in 2018 and 2019. A lot of that's in capital reserve accounts. Again, you've got a lot of capital reserve accounts. I think that there's like $300,000, sitting in the capital reserve accounts and the special revenues, that you have. You've got some road money that's sitting over there. You've got a bunch of special projects that are sitting over there. You've got about, I think, $250,000 in cemeteries, in 2018 and 2019, sitting in those permanent funds. So you got a lot of funds, you got a lot of, you're a busy town, and you've got a lot of funds, that there are purposes, for, whether it be an ordinance, a special town meeting, or an outside intervention looking in saying we want that money, put away, for us, or for that day. You've got quite a bit of money put away for all those special purposes too. So I would argue your special purposes are actually healthier than the town of Vernon's general fund that you vote on every March, itself. But the fact that you've got all that money put away for those calculated reasons, I think really, depicts the whole financial picture of the town, which I really think puts you in a great financial condition, certainly for this town. So I give your, because there's always room for improvement, I give you probably a financial score, a B+, for sure. I think that you've done a lot of good things while you had the ability to do good things. I think there's some challenging times ahead of you now, with your tax base. I think you've got almost close to $200,000 in a reappraisal fund that will probably be, certainly discussed and talked about now, as you try to go through some revaluation with your tax base. So you've done some right things, to put some money away for that day, when...
We just did a townwide reappraisal.
You did this year?
They just finished it.
Yeah, so obviously that, the intentions of that money, clearly, has been met and probably certainly necessary, to go back and see where your tax base is and what the values, of your grand list is certainly for the municipality. So, yeah, but on June 30th, I think a large part of that money was still there, to spend for the reappraisal. I know it wasn't 18, I actually thought it was in 19 too.
Yeah, we spent quite a bit of it.
Well, I can tell you exactly how much you spent, so if you guys all want to know. 19. So again, the grade is I'd say is a B+. I think while you had the money, you certainly were able to put some of that away for the reasons, such as a reappraisal and that you had right now. What's that?
176.
176 on, so it's 176 on June 30, 2019. And it sounds like you've gone through quite a bit of that.
Yeah.
As of today. So without going through 70 pages, there's the standard of the town, for sure. And yeah, I think that Cindy does a great job with the books, where the fact that when she gives us the information, we're able to deliver it back the same way it looks, and that quite doesn't always. We do, Sam and I and our company, we've got 30 professionals. We do 350 governments in the states of Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. And let me tell you, your books are very clean, on how they're given us, and you can just tell the great pride, that goes into that work, and certainly it doesn't always roll that way, when you're doing these audits, for sure. I think we probably do about 150 municipalities, probably somewhere close to 150 school systems, and then a rest, including state government itself. And it just doesn't, the way that when you come in and do an audit, there's never an expectation that what you're going to be given is just clean, and your books are clean. They're very clean. So certainly I'll make that statement right now. I think one of the things that we had talked about, with points, is, and one of the things, topics of interest, is how you guys move pieces of paper. The library, I think was one of those issues and talking points, and clearly as far as following some kind of statutory protocol like the town does, my recollection with the library is that some of these bills that are being paid over at the library are actually getting approved after the fact. The checks are getting dispersed, yet not going, to the trustees, until after the checks have already been dispersed. I'm sure that's not a best practice and something that you probably definitely want to take care of. And there's a lot of statutory precedent when it comes to libraries and the Board of Trustees and autonomy. No matter what the statute says, there needs to be some control before those funds are dispersed, not after. And I think we saw clear instances in both years of that. And again, we discourage that practice for sure. So we're not saying anything's wrong with the disbursements. We're just saying the process and the protocol. Clearly, as you go through here at the town, you have a warrant that you approve at a public meeting, and then those funds are dispersed. It's actually, in the library's case, opposite. While those funds have been dispersed, then approved after the fact. And again, we don't consider that a best practice. So that'd probably be one of the bigger talking points that we had, I think, during the course of the year. Other than that, just minor things as far as what other municipalities do and conversations we've had in Cindy and getting into Vernon and how you guys do it here. I think she does a great job with your books. Absolutely. So.
Chris, questions? Jeff?
I don't. I wish I did to make your long travel a little
Hey,
bit
listen, no worries.
worthwhile.
We're going back to Brattleboro, have some fun, then we're working our way up to White River tomorrow. So
All right, well, I'm not going to hold you up there.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Listen, glad we could. So, and I again apologize for taking me to. It's been a bad year for me, a very long, heartening year. Let me tell you. So.
There's New Year's coming.
What's that?
There's New Year's coming.
It can't get here soon enough. I can tell you that. So today was a little bit more of a slap in the face on the way over. So.
I'm the library director.
Gotcha.
And I read that note, so I guess we have to work that out. I mean, the board only meets once a month.
Yeah.
And that's why that happens.
So
Because
a lot of times there's provisions, with Gene. So a lot of times there's provisions, that where statutorily what you guys can do is designate a member of the board until you convene, together. To sign, that warrant, I'll use the same word that that government uses. So many times for schools and municipalities, you're given some statutory immunity provided you have a policy, and usually it's ratified annually, where you say, hey, we're going to pick a member of our Board of Trustees, and we know we can't convene 5 together, but we can circulate and get 1 there to sign this off, and we're going to have a policy or procedure that allows us to do that. That's much better than what you have right now. It's probably the best way I can say that. And that would be one thing, certainly, that's a very common practice in the world of government, that you could use.
Okay.
So.
And then it's all
But
only...
and I'm just trying to walk you through the logic. You're doing and you can't make this up. I'll give you a real life situation. You're doing a renovation project to your library. Heck, you're building a new library. Okay, and and your out goes a $200,000 disbursement to the contractor. Lo and behold, to the satisfaction of your clerk to the works, that the work doesn't work wasn't done and performed satisfactorily.
Right.
You know, this is a real situation. I'm actually giving you an example. You know, and that contractor has got and cashed his check, and the trustees say, don't pay him. I talked to the clerk of the works, and we're having problem with the quality of his work.
Right.
Too late for that $200,000. It's been delivered in cash. I didn't see it. It never got signed. There's an instance, you know, right there on that. And just take that and just apply that to any vendor, you know, that you do business. And we're not necessarily saying, you know, that the practice is wrong. What we're saying is the Board of Authority had no chance to look at and disseminate and ask questions regarding the funds that are going to get dispersed.
Right.
And there's a lot of money flowing through that line. That library is busy, and so is the town. So our advice would be is, you know, in the worst case scenario, take a delegate of your Board of Trustees and have them sign off at least until you get into a public meeting.
Oh, okay, because then they would still require that.
Yep.
Right.
It can be circulated through, we can get into the whole issues of
Okay.
the best practices, but it could even be circulated through an email. So, where all the others, you know, see it, but one physically would go on and say, I give permission to release these funds until we congregate together as a
Okay.
respective board, which is a much better practice than what you have now.
True, true.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
thing I do have to say is that all the bills that come from the library, Jean does review them
Yep.
and sign them before she gives them to us. We never pay any
Mhm.
bills
Right.
from our office without Jean
Yeah.
signing
Right.
off on it.
So.
Right. Yeah, it's just the timing
Yeah.
of things.
And-
I want
and- and-
Cindy to
and
have
if
time to do
and
it
if that's the
on
case,
time.
Gene, it sounds like you're the logical spokesperson.
Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
maybe where somebody with authority, you know, you want to be careful, and just so I'm clear, I just want to make sure, you're a select person at this town?
Yes, I am.
You just want to be careful, you know, with any type of conflict of interest, and I'd be more than happy
Oh,
to
yeah.
talk about that. Make sure you don't put yourself in that role.
Right.
But I'd even argue that the board could designate somebody with knowledge to do that, you know, in
Right.
anticipation of that board meeting. There's a lot of better ways to do it than what I think that you're doing now. You know, and I would just probably improve that practice, and if you want to huddle up with Cindy and maybe we can
Yeah.
have a four-way conversation, we'd enjoy that, Gene,
Yeah,
for sure.
that would be great.
So.
To
Yeah.
help with that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Thanks for coming in.
Season's greetings, happy holidays. and
Thank you.
good to
You
meet you.
too.
Good to see you too.
Bills and warrants.
I move that we approve payment of the following warrants. 13T, accounts payable, $58,244.44. 48S payroll, $8,293.20. 49S payroll, $9,192.24.
Second.
Moving and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Can we go back and do the budget minutes? Oh, we didn't vote.
We did both at the same time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we approved them as written, both of them. Okay. Now we are about to head into an executive session on employee-related matters.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we, the board and Cindy, thank you, executive session.
Michelle, I
And
would-
Michelle, on appointment or evaluation of public officer employees. Title I, VSA 3133A3.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into an executive session on an employee-related issue. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? We are in executive session.
You did number 2?
All right. We went into executive session at 6:55 PM. Out at 7:01, no action was taken. Travel and reimbursement policy.
I underlined everything that's different from the one that was added, from the one that we have other stuff. It was in red, but you couldn't really see the color.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the travel reimbursement policy as amended.
May I add one more thing before we do that? Through talking with the VLCT, there's no record of whether we go to the trainings or whether we don't, and that was questioned. So I believe my addition to this would be that if we go to these trainings, that the literature that is available to us should be brought back, made accessible for everybody on this board, and I feel that we should at that time be able to explain during this meeting what the training was for, how it's going to benefit the town, and this is the literature that is accessible. So if everybody is okay with that, I would like to have that added here.
I'm definitely okay with that. Yes. I think that's great.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, Vernon is investing in education that shouldn't be limited just to the participants.
Correct. I also did find in the ordinance book that we have that there is, and I don't know the last time that it was actually used, but there is a reimbursement agreement for training. And I don't recall that that's ever been in there, but or that it's ever been used, but it is still in there, and it clearly states that if we pay for you to go to a training and then you up and leave the board, you owe us that money back. And I don't know the board's wishes on that, but it's in that book, it's not being used, so we either have to get rid of it or start using it.
It's not just for the board, it's for anybody.
Any employee that goes to anything paid for by the town.
I think probably the reason you haven't seen much of it is because when they tried to enforce it, it didn't get enforced.
Which, understandable, but it is, so I don't know what the board's pleasure is with that, on whether that needs to stay or whether we need to amend that, look at that again, or what, but that is something that's in the book.
Do you want to look at that again?
Yeah.
Because I did see that when I was pulling this out.
Mhm.
But I think that would be something you would probably sign with your personnel policy, like when you get it. Like
It's specific on there, which training you're going, what the date is and all, so it is.
So you sign it
is
after,
per
before
each
everything?
training, yep. And it looks like you sign that at the same time that you're requesting approval to go to that training.
So should we add that into here?
I don't,
before
I'm
you
open
approve
for discussion
this,
on that one,
maybe?
because I didn't realize that until I found it the other
I
day.
think we should keep that separate. You were on the board when that happened, weren't you, Georgia? And it was like, yeah. I'll keep it separate.
Okay. Keep it separate from the policy? Yeah. Okay.
Because it is different. You're not just going to a meeting, you may be going to a, training how to be a whatever.
So I think what needs to be added, it indicates mileage reimbursement, but there's no specific language addressing where somebody would get that from. I mean, I realize, use the federal one, but I think it needs to be stated in here.
Yeah, every year, we as a board reset that.
So you're saying add the
Well, just
federal mileage reimbursement on C? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you guys think that addresses, the specific figure to use, yeah. You can't put in a specific figure because it's gonna go up with inflation anyways.
And federal is what we use for all town employees.
Yeah, I think that those words ought to be in there.
So just add something like next to mileage reimbursement at federal rate, or?
At current federal rate.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yeah, once we get through, yep. It should have been done at the beginning of the meeting when you had the opportunity to speak regarding agenda items, but I know people are here to talk about it, so let's talk about it.
One other question I had was approved for training more than 2 hours, or overnight would be approved more than 2 hours. I was curious as to how long it takes to get to Montpelier, which according to my app, is 2 hours and 11 minutes on average.
Oh, I must drive like a jerk then.
You do.
Oh. Well then, we didn't even beat around that one at all, Sandy.
You said it before.
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's totally feasible to get to Montpelier in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess it
I'm just
depends
saying it's on
on,
the borderline, but,
it depends on how nitpicky you wanna get. Do you wanna choose an app that we, no, I swear to God, I mean, we're going to this length, so let's,
Well, another thing is
it'll change, but.
Montpelier can have really bad weather when you get up there.
And that's why I asked to make sure that there was things in there that stated the weather. If there was a conference in Burlington that got out at 4 o'clock, I wouldn't, I mean, if you don't want to drive home, then that's a different circumstance that we could address, especially this time of year where it's dark at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or we had the storm that came in, we knew it was coming, and if there was a conference to go up last night, even if it is within that 2 hours, just based on safety, I think that there is some circumstances where we can certainly look outside of that.
so how do you want, E to read? Your literature and getting training from the trainer, so to speak, section.
I mean, it's really the literature that I think needs to come back, and I don't know, somebody help me with the wording on this, but just, I think that it would be beneficial that we take the 5 minutes so that we know what happened and.
Do we include it in the following select board meeting packets?
I think so.
The literature?
I think, or, yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Some of it can be pretty I mean, that's a lot of paper, just warning you. Usually you get like the entire PowerPoint presentation, I mean,
You can always download those from, look them up at VOCT's website too.
Sure, I mean, and it doesn't have to be included in the packet, but
well, that's what,
I think that there needs to be something that comes back that says, yeah, I was at this training that the town is paying for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe made available to the board members?
sure. And I think that speaking about that for a couple of minutes, just to, hey, this is what it was great, this is how it's going to help the residents of Vernon.
Right.
I think that they're deserving of that since ultimately it's their money.
did you want that as number E, or can I just put that where it
Number
makes
8.
sense? I was thinking.
I wasn't gonna say it, Sandy, but. Well, you're on a roll tonight.
Funny. I said number 8. Because I think he already said it.
The only thing that I question on this is C. As much as I like both of you, I really don't want to share a hotel room with you, so if either of you want to attend with me, I'm going to pay for my own damn room.
That's fine. Go right ahead.
We won't fight.
Well, we probably don't really want to room with you either.
No, that's what I'm kind of getting at, is we don't want to stay together, so.
So then on that, should there be something in there that if you're choosing to not stay in that room, that falls solely on, I mean, at this point now, we've got to.
Well, I mean, it is. That if this is passed as it is, employees or officials of the same sex attending the same conference shall share lodging, blah, blah, blah.
But it should probably be.
That's part of the policy.
If choosing to.
Or pay for their own lodging.
Oh, yes, there needs to be
There you
something,
go.
yeah.
Or pay for their own lodging. And you flip a coin of who does what.
I do need, before you approve this, can I get this approved by the attorney, because this may, that actual, since you are delineating between sex and, I think I feel better HR wise if that was looked at.
What do you mean?
Because
That
if
you
I
are
get
writing a policy to force somebody to share a room with somebody else. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female, or, I just want to make sure that HR-wise, we're not crossing a line.
If I identify as a female that night,
Right.
or
That's my only concern with that.
Okay.
Sandy identifies as a male,
And there may be another way to word it, so I don't see a problem with the current employees.
You could stipulate, depends on if you have a 2X chromosome, then that's the line. Yeah, probably is politically incorrect.
yeah, that one might get us in trouble eventually. Okay. Do we have any other changes or additions to this policy? So we will have it
Well,
vetted.
going back to the question about, the GPS mapping program. I don't know, maybe that's not the worst idea in the world. I mean, apps are gonna come and go, but just say, a popular mapping.
I mean, you
Or
could,
put your mileage.
Miles away,
What are you talking about?
instead of hours, miles?
Well, he was, mileage reimbursement, is that what you're talking about?
No.
Oh,
the 2-hour
The 2 hour.
limitation.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, how do you, in other words, like, if my Google Maps says 2 hours and 11 minutes to Montpelier from here, Apple mapping might say.
1 hour and 59 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh,
It doesn't need to be more complicated than, but, some specificities.
So if you go to miles, you could do 120 miles, because at 60 miles an hour, that's 2 hours.
This is Vermont. I was gonna say, depending on where you're going.
Vermont.
Well, I understand that, but
I would say that time, because that affects a conference starting in the morning, and,
yeah,
mileage may not be that great, but if it takes you 3 hours to get there,
sure.
I think the time factor is still
But again,
appropriate.
I guess it's the which one do you use to determine the time? I mean, how, because if I'm using Google Maps and Jeff is using, MapQuest, and you're using Waze, and you think you're okay based on your Waze, and Jeff and I look at our two apps and we're like, that was 1 hour and 45 minutes, and yours says 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then we have a conflict.
so print it off and add it to your request.
I like it.
Or you just keep searching for an app that's gonna tell you less than 2 hours.
That's your job.
Okay, so we're happy with the 2 hours, and when the request is made, we all use our heads about what 2 hours is. Yes?
Do you want to put the documentation from the travel app in the hours? I'm sorry, is that a joke, or am I adding that?
You suggested printing something off.
Yeah.
I guess if there's some,
Although if you drive it all the time, you're not gonna use the app, But if there's, so I would leave it the way it is, and then if the question comes up that, I said it took longer, you can say why, and I said, well, this is what Rand McNally told me, and I can go back and, you can always reprint.
Okay.
You don't have to
Rand
print.
McNally.
All right, so it's old school. Okay? Thank you, Greg. Yeah.
Side of the table.
I carry one in my car.
I was
I
the
used
boss
to,
on MapQuest.
not anymore.
Yeah, that's if you want us to go back and find it.
All right. Anything else on this one? On this policy? So we will get those couple things rewritten, throw it up to Larry, get his nod, and approve it next time around. Sound good? Okay.
Didn't I take 4 questions?
Sure. Questions?
Two questions. Why do you go with the federal mileage reimbursement instead of state mileage reimbursement?
Cindy always recommends.
That's what Cindy recommends? Yep.
That's what the board voted on.
Okay, thank you.
Years ago.
Okay.
It wasn't me that made that decision, it was the board.
Just asking. And why don't we look into renting a car instead of doing mileage reimbursement? It saves the state of Vermont a lot of money by renting a car as opposed to paying you back reimbursement for mileage.
Yeah, I can see that, because if you're running up to Burlington, it's 300 miles at, what is it current, 58 cents?
Yeah.
Times 58.
car around here.
That's $174.
Go to rent it.
You can rent a car for about $60.
Round trip.
From where?
Enterprise.
Where's that?
It's up on Putney Road.
Oh.
There's probably another one down. We use Enterprise. That's what I use when I go to Waterbury, Burlington, Berry. Yeah. Because they only allow us to use our own vehicles if there's no rent-a-car or no fleet car available. And if we have to use our own vehicle, we get half the mileage reimbursement. So it makes sense to rent a car for $60.
So what's the case, you're speaking of, that if there are multiple attendees?
We carpool.
Yeah, yeah, it's
One-
expected.
One
right?
rental car, four employees go.
We can look into it.
And again, if you don't wanna ride in the rental car, you drive yourself. and you-
I don't think any of us charge mile reimbursement anyway. I mean, at this table.
I haven't.
So I've never charged for mile reimbursement or meals. So.
But, yeah, that's good, but we do need to
Well, yeah, for
not
future,
expect it.
for future use, yeah. So, yeah, that's something we can look into.
Yeah.
The only additional expense to that would be obviously filling up the car, but that's part of your rental. Do you guys do the automatic fill up?
We do the automatic fill-up.
So it's an extra $30 on top of your rental or whatever.
Depends on how heavy a brake foot you have.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it varies from.
We all know Chris has a very heavy right foot based on safety.
But they fill it up for you.
Right, they fill it up, but it's part of your package.
Yeah.
Just pick it up, go do your thing.
That's a great idea. Save your
Yeah, I
car.
mean, I like the idea that if only it saves wear and tear on your personal vehicle, particularly in the winter.
It's true.
And you're getting a fairly new car and everything's ready to go.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Ordinance enforcement, appointment of custodial officials and appointment of enforcement officials. So this is gonna be a long one for us.
So speaking of bringing back from a training, what we learned at the training to help the town, this was the last one that I was up in Montpelier doing. So in order to start enforcing, and I gave you kind of a copy of what I wrote as far as a warning ticket, if people want to use it. And that just kind of gives you an idea of what we have on the books that we have fines set for. Again, we've got to get rid of the bicycle ordinance, but I'll get that on the list to get rid of that. But these are all the things that we actually have fines for. We have to take the parking out of there because our enforcement officials will not be able to do anything motorized vehicle related. So they can't do anything with ATVs, snowmobiles, or cars. That's all has to be done by a law enforcement officer. But I tried to think of everybody that might possibly want to, or that you might want to empower to issue tickets and fines. So this is kind of the list I came up with. We can start scratching off before I start calling everybody to get birthdays.
Why is it necessary to have a birthday?
The Judicial Bureau requires it has to be a name. It cannot just be a title. It's got to be a name and a birthday of the person. And I would also have a training session for everybody who decides that yes, they're going to write tickets, because there's a lot of important stuff to know before you actually pick up that ticket book and start writing stuff out. It's a responsibility that needs to be taken seriously. And we, there may be people on this list that you want that may say, no, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, you can take my name off from there. I don't want anything to do with this.
See, that's what I need to know.
Yeah. Writing tickets to the
Oh, really?
taxpayer.
We can get,
I put,
you can get taken off.
you can absolutely get taken off. I just
Discharge.
guessed.
Yeah, and if you read how
And,
that's
you know,
written
some
in
towns
there,
had the whole
it's not even
select board
written
on and some
properly
didn't.
in the ordinance
Because,
what they're
I know that like for
classified.
noise
So
issues
they
and stuff, you
actually
guys
have
get.
semi-automatic into that.
I just put it
automatic.
on here.
So is everybody in agreement on this table that we don't want to be in this loop?
You did that.
No select board members
No
want
select
to be
board
on this
members?
list?
I don't want anything to do with
Okay,
that.
I don't need to.
so no select board members.
Okay.
Question for you.
Sure.
What tickets are you using? Are you using the Vermont State VCVCs? Or are you creating your own ticket, or?
The tickets are issued through the judicial bureau, so we don't actually have them yet because we don't have any enforcement officials or, what's the other thing?
This is the beginning of the process
we
to be
don't-
able to do all of that.
Right.
Okay, because when I read the ordinance, I can't remember which one it was, but when I read one of the ordinances, at the very bottom of it, should you be, I don't remember the exact wording, but should you be issued a ticket, check made payable to the town of Vernon. If you read the back of the VCVC through the state of Vermont, there are 3 boxes which you check off when you get a ticket. And one of them is you deny the allegation, one of them is you plead no contest, the other is you plead not guilty and request a hearing. In the ordinance, all you have is that, you pay the fine and that's it. So there's no ability for somebody to say, yeah, I want to check off the thing and I want to have a hearing. It was just an automatic, you've got to, cut a check to the town. And so that needs to
We
be
will make sure
changed.
our ordinances follow the tickets. I haven't seen the tickets, actually, and no checks would come to the state, to Vernon. They all go to the judicial bureau and then they send us a check.
Yeah,
So
I
there are
realize that.
some logistics that need to be taken care of, but we need to get those
Like I
taken
said,
care
we are in the very beginning
This is-
process of this and don't have that knowledge that you have
Right.
being a previous police officer.
Still there.
But this is the first, this is the first step, is to assign some people, get our tickets in order, get our ordinances in order, and then go.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because you can't send it off to the judicial bureau and request a hearing without somebody that's gonna, you can't plead not guilty to something according to the ordinance.
I think it should just be the constables, the fire chief, the assistant chief, and the health officer.
Not animal control.
Oh, the assistant fire chief?
He's the second constable.
Oh,
so-
okay, yeah.
But yeah, I guess it should say animal control in case we have another second constable that decides they don't want to do that because they're an elected official and they have that right.
They don't even need the
they don't-
titles, I just put
I
them on.
question the same thing as why wouldn't we put second constable next to Jesse? And I guess we don't need the title, we just need the name and the date of birth.
Yeah,
And whatever
So
official
after
capacity
every
they sit
election,
in.
we have to change this? It can't be,
No, it's.
Yes.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
You cannot put just the title, it's gotta be the person and the birthday.
But if the person doesn't get,
Then I just write another letter,
okay.
like the one that I'm writing, and give them the name and the birthday. and-
so what happens if somebody says, I'm not paying this?
Then they go to court, just like a speeding ticket, they will go to court.
What are these tickets you're talking about?
Well, right now, we have fines for mostly animal control is a big one, that our animal control officer has no meat in his, when he's trying to enforce the animal control laws. We also have fines for use of alcohol in public places, discharge of an automatic firearm, bicycles that are not registered, which we'll take care of that.
You mean the bicycles the little kids ride?
Yes, it's just an old ordinance that really
Many,
needs to be
many,
taken out
many
of the
years ago,
books.
you had to
Yeah, my
register your
boys had to
bike
do
and
it, yeah.
and it's still, the ordinance still
It's
exists,
still there.
we gotta get rid of it. It's kinda like in Michigan, if you swear in front of a woman or child, you can get a fine.
We also have a noise ordinance and plowing and snow blowing. So like if somebody's blowing snow into the road. So those are things that we actually have fines for, but we have no medium to enforce them.
Isn't that still a health officer?
She is. She's an assistant health officer.
Even though she doesn't live in Vernon?
There's no requirement that she
Okay.
needs to. But do you want me to take the assistant health officers off?
I'm not sure about that because if Mark's not in town, they're
Right, I leave them on.
they're the people that we call.
I truthfully don't like anything to do with this, so I don't care what you guys put on there and take off. I think that this is insane and that we're only going to upset people and people are still not going to pay it. Because what's the penalty after you go to court? It's the same, are they gonna suspend your driving license, like if you don't pay a fine in the state of Vermont? What is the ultimate
I think that
penalty?
they could, yeah, actually.
But does this tie into the emergency service? Well, some of it does, obviously, because if you're, I don't really understand it.
I mean, the whole thing is that we have ordinances in town that say if you let your dog run on somebody else's yard over and over and over again, you can expect to pay a ticket for it. And right now, we have no way of doing that. So if there's not going to be any enforcement, then we need to rethink the ordinances that we have, because we've got it on there and it just doesn't mean anything unless we do this. And people like the animal control officer have specifically asked to have some sort of medium to do it, and that's why I did this.
I think that we are opening every person that we name on that list up to either getting yelled at, spit on, or, and these aren't law enforcement officers that we're asking to do this. And we are opening them up to just some type of unnecessary, it doesn't make sense to me.
And you don't have to do any of this.
I was just gonna say, you're gonna
You don't have to write a ticket if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I want them if I get
and they don't have to write tickets.
Right.
There's nothing's forcing them, but if they are in a situation where they feel it's warranted, do you want these people to have the power to do that? That's basically the question. Or do you not wanna do it at all?
But just what you said right there, though, they can pick and choose, then that goes against the ordinance that we have in place anyway. If the person that is put on this piece of paper says you can write this ticket, and they say, I don't wanna do that, then that ordinance is still useless.
So if Jeff's dog bites one of my grandkids.
I only have cats.
I know.
If your cat scratches.
Yeah, well, the cat doesn't work, but we have a dog or animal ordinance. So I'm going to sue the town because you didn't do your job.
But something like that, law enforcement would be involved in.
Yeah.
And then that takes the burden off from our,
So why do we have a dog, why do we have the ordinance then?
Well, it's the ones that are running wild too, and,
Yeah, I know, I get calls all the time.
you know,
Another question
harassing
for you?
people.
We'll hold off until we finish with the select board, and then we'll get you guys in the audience. Thank you.
I mean, this is something you have to do.
No, it comes up all the
It's
time.
just
It's like-
requested.
But if you have an ordinance, you should either enforce it or get rid of it.
and I agree with you, but if the person that is listed here has the ability to say, I'm not writing a ticket for that, even though it was a violation of the ordinance, then there's no point in any of it.
Right.
Well, law enforcement officials do that all the time. They have the discretion to, if they pull you over for speeding, they have the discretion to just give you a warning or,
Or not pull you over.
yeah.
period.
So it's the same kind of thing.
Except that they're law enforcement with training and they're willingly put into that situation. These are our residents that we're asking them to do so, I don't know.
Well, can't
I
they-
just don't agree with it.
Can't they refuse to do it?
They can, but then what's the
Absolutely.
point in the ordinance,
Well,
is what
there
I'm.
might be one or two on here that say we will do it.
Some of them have requested this. Some of them on this list have requested tickets. To have something because they're out there with nothing. And they are trying to do their job, so that's how this started, was
Is
they
there
asked.
a different way that it could be, we have a violation of the ordinance, can it just be billed from the town without doing this? Couldn't we send
I
them a bill?
don't believe so.
Okay.
Cindy's shaking her head no too, so.
No? Okay.
So between the two no's, that's a pretty solid no.
So I guess, do we want to give those folks that want the opportunity to enforce the ordinances that they're in charge of the ability to do so or not? That's the question.
I think so. I mean, if people on this list already expressed an interest in doing so.
They didn't all, I honestly
No,
just guessed at anybody that might. You know, I figured, I put Dave on here because he's out plowing all the time, and if he goes over and he has to plow over somebody's snow blowing, their stuff, I just guessed who might want to
But
have the
yeah,
opportunity.
no, I mean, I agree, like, if they're not gonna be enforced at all, there's no reason to have any ordinances. And I think some of these are worthwhile in retaining.
Mm-hmm.
And then every March, we have to send the state of Vermont a updated list of who
Individuals.
has permission to write these out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But every March, we send lists everywhere.
I'm making sure I'm on the same page
Yep.
here, that's all.
Yep.
And then out of these, I mean, if we had somebody discharging a automatic firearm, then I'm pretty sure state police are going to be somewhere involved in that.
Yeah, cause I mean, that automatic is not semi-automatic.
Yeah, and the way that that's written in that book needs to be addressed if we're going to do this as well, because that makes it sound like any semi-automatic weapon is also included in this.
Wait, what book? The
In
policy book?
The ordinances, yes, where it defines automatic weapon. The way that I read it, it sounds like it includes a semi-automatic.
Because didn't we just do that? Didn't we just update that ordinance?
I thought we did away with it a long time ago.
It's still in that book.
Is it? Okay. Maybe it's something else, firearm related.
Well, we spent a
did
lot
the
on
noise
the
ordinance.
noise, yeah, which related, or came about because of
that.
firearms.
So are we happy, I guess the custodial, let's start at the beginning. If we wanna go forward with this, which it sounds like the majority of us wanna go forward with this, so those folks that want to enforce their ordinances can, we need to appoint a custodial official.
I thought we already did that.
No, we didn't. And then we need to appoint the enforcement officials that are on this list after that. So I would suggest that because Michelle sits in the office, that she is the custodial official, meaning, you know, the person that sends this list every year and that
Yeah,
kind of
that's what it
thing.
is.
The administrative.
Yes.
I agree.
That person does not have ticket writing.
So I make a motion that we appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement.
Second.
So moved and seconded to appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. So, now let's get back to this enforcement list. We've already exonerated ourselves from this list. So, my suggestion for this list is to leave everybody as it is and address those folks that haven't said that they want to, you know, be a part of it. So ask Dave, and if Dave says, yes, I want to be able to say, stop putting your snow in the road because it's, you know, interfering with our plowing, that he has the ability to do that. I don't feel personally comfortable just appointing these people without having those conversations with those people. To Chris's point, if somebody doesn't want to do it, then we don't want to appoint them. So.
Agree.
Right?
And then if Jesse is out as the animal control officer and writes a ticket and somebody is upset and beats the crap out of him, who covers that?
We have insurance for that.
But, okay, all right.
But I mean, that could happen in his animal control officer
Right,
function
that's
now.
right,
He
yeah.
can go pick up a dog in the middle of the field and bring it home and, why'd you touch my dog? I mean, it can happen regardless. Obviously, giving somebody tickets a little more tense situation than bringing your dog back, but,
And there's a warning first.
yeah.
Question? Is there any cost to having people who write the tickets? Do they have to be bonded or any kind of extra insurance for them to be able to do that? No? Just anybody can write a ticket?
Yes.
If their laws are on that list?
Yeah, but they can't write a ticket for just anything. So that's why they need to sit down and have some training about what they can and cannot write tickets for.
Right, but there's no cost to the town, no added insurance because they're gonna be writing tickets?
No.
There's benefit if somebody pays their fee and we get a portion of it back. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of things. One of the things that Chris brought up, somebody gets a ticket and says, hey, I'm not gonna pay it, do whatever you need to do. Is your benefit off the tickets gonna cover either the town attorney or whoever writes the tickets for going to court to testify and do all that good stuff? Research, testify, get the papers in order and all that good stuff. Time involved in that, you gotta make sure that, the benefit is gonna outweigh.
And who's paying for that person's time to go to court?
The person who goes to court is the person who wrote the ticket.
And who's paying them for their missed time at work?
They're all these people are on stipend, unless you wanna take Dave off, he's the only one that's salaried. Everybody else.
So we're
on this
asking
list-
these people to take time away from their paying full-time job.
Yes.
To go to court for a town ordinance and we're not going to pay them?
Yes.
We're not asking them anything.
Well,
We're seeing if they wanna, that's why we're not appointing anybody tonight. We're asking them if they wanna be involved in this.
But even if they say, yes, I would love to write tickets, and then that person decides to take them to court, we're asking somebody that is a public servant, pretty much a volunteer, to give up more of their time to go to court over a $50 ticket? I don't know. I think this is ridiculous.
That would, whoever wrote the ticket, and if it is going to court, they don't show up.
Yeah, they
Then-
could,
then
and they own the
charges
ticket,
get
they could
dropped.
also just say, I forgive the ticket, it's up to them. Whoever
So
writes that
still,
ticket-
this whole thing is pointless because they can just not go to court because they're going to lose money. They can say, I don't want to write the ticket. I mean, it just,
I think it's important to have an enforcement vehicle if you're doing it.
Or-
If you don't wanna do this, I would just say to take all of your fines off the books then.
Or
That
another
would be
thing
my
to
suggestion,
throw in
that's
there
all.
is, if somebody says, somebody goes to court and says, yep, I was found guilty, well, hey, I wanna take this to the next level. And, I've had people, want jury trials on speeding tickets. Is that gonna involve the town attorney? What's that gonna cost? And then the other thing about the tickets is, Chris, you're right, if you're gonna have an ordinance, it should be enforced, but tickets are discretionary. Are you also gonna have warnings, written warnings? Somebody's dog is continuously running at large, write a couple of warnings, after a second warning, okay, the next time, it's gonna be a ticket, you write them a ticket, looks a lot better in court. So you have the discretion there. And then, if you wanna be the hardcore, we've got the ordinance, we need to enforce it, somebody's dog breaks their leash and goes taking off down 142, dog at large, technically, are you gonna write a ticket for that? I've seen some pretty big leashes busted by some pretty strong dogs. Are you gonna write a ticket for a dog that broke a leash? It's discretionary, so you can't sit there and say, yeah, because we've got this ordinance, we're gonna write a ticket.
But if we don't enforce our ordinances and some dog bites somebody,
That's true.
we're at fault.
So here's kind of my take on this, and take it with a grain of salt, is we're empowering these people to do what they do or do not want to do. We are not asking them as the town to go out and write 5 tickets a day and bring in X amount of revenue. We're not asking them to do anything. They are signing up saying, yes, I want to be able to enforce my ordinance in this manner. That's their choice, with the understanding that it's a possibility that they have to go to court, and it's their choice whether they go to court or not, just like it is of police officers, there's times that you can't show up to court because you're doing something else. So you miss a traffic court date. So we're not asking these people to do anything more than what they want to do. We're empowering them to have the ability to enforce the ordinance that they're in charge of if they so choose.
The one big difference with what you just said is, if I'm scheduled on something else, I'm up at training, I'm incapacitated, and I can't go to court, they postpone the ticket hearings and they postpone it until a later date. But as a law enforcement officer, we just can't sit there and write tickets and then tell the sheriff or tell whoever our boss is, I don't feel like going to court. I'm gonna write all these tickets, but I'm not gonna go to court.
I understand that. It's just I'm not showing up because I don't want to show up.
Yeah.
Kind of thing with a police officer. I was just trying to use that as an example.
Right, but if we're empowering these people to enforce the ordinances, which yes, they should be enforced, but there is nothing here that one protects these people, that whether they can voluntarily say yes or no, we're still giving them that authority. And we're giving them no protection on top of that, and we're offering them absolutely no financial reason to go to court to try and get the town the $50 to enforce this ordinance. We're asking them to lose money
The
to
animal
make
control
us
officer
money.
gets paid. I'm sorry, I should correct that. He does get paid, like $15 an hour. So he would get paid. Other than that.
He would get paid to go to court?
I would assume that if he's in court for his animal control duties.
But that's not the way that that's written down, so why would,
Do you have a contract with Jesse?
that says,
He gets paid.
He gets
Out of
paid.
the dog fund.
but how is that
So far,
worded?
he's submitted 2 months' worth.
But does that, would that, and I haven't seen the contract,
What
would
he
that
does-
cover him if he went to court?
He would put down on his timesheet, if you want to call it that, the date, the time that he was at court, and then he'd submit it, and we pay it because we have a contract with him. But he's the only one we have a contract with. And it's paid out of the dog fund.
So I guess, again, the question comes back is, do we want to allow these people to enforce their ordinances, or do we not want to allow them to enforce the ordinances? That's it. That's all this is about.
I move that we ask these people to be fit enforcement officials.
Second.
So moved and seconded to offer these people the opportunity to enforce their ordinances. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
So we will table the appointment of the enforcement officers until we hear back from everybody.
Okay.
Accept Recreation Board resignation from myself and appoint Amy Emery.
I move that we accept Josh Hunter's resignation from the Recreation Board, and furthermore, that we appoint Amy Emery to that board.
Second. Ooh, I beat ya.
Moved and seconded to accept the resignation of Josh Hunter and appoint Amy Emery to the Recreation Board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Policy to bill for emergency services.
So I apologize, Chris, I could not get all the information together quick enough to actually write a draft policy. And I figured before I jumped into that maybe if the board could discuss this long list of billable items, then I will jump into whatever you decide you want me to write a policy for. I hope that's okay.
Have you checked with other towns to see how theirs are written?
It's hard to find written ones. I did give you a copy of Milton's, I think it is. And different towns have different policies. So Guilford charges for some things. Chris was telling me that Putney charges for other things. Some towns don't charge for anything. It was a little tough digging, but I spoke to a couple of different towns and did find, like, it's like night and day. I mean, the towns are so different in what they've decided to do, so I'm sure that we could find a policy that we could work with.
Did the LCT have a sample policy?
Ultimately, the thought process behind this, and I started talking to Todd about it 2 years ago, that I don't care if we recoup $20 or if we get enough to fill the tank back up with diesel. I think anything is beneficial here, especially since it's going to the insurance companies. We're not asking the residents to pay for it. I believe, with the exception of a non-permitted burn, and was there one other one that was discussed or no? But anyway, otherwise it would all be charged to the insurance company. So I don't see a reason not to take their money.
I'm with you.
That's why you pay for insurance.
Exactly.
And they have to be there anyway,
Mm-hmm.
you know. I think I should also, do our guys go to 91?
If they did, it would have to be mutual aid, because
Okay.
Guilford covers our small section of that, to the best of my knowledge, because they have the emergency entrance over there.
Okay.
I do not think that we should bill for mutual aid. I think that that's a bad practice to get into. We see a lot of bigger towns like Brattleboro starting to bill to come here, or to other small towns, and they bill simply because they know that they're coming here and our guys aren't going to be here, or Guilford isn't going to. There's a reason that they've been called, and to start billing them when we're going to ask them for help at some point, I think is bad practice.
So you would keep that as an exemption?
Yes. I also don't like the allow chief, town administrator, or select board to not bill for services. I think that that sets a bad precedent and some favoritism. I say we bill them all, and then we could address that as a board should they decide to appeal it.
I agree.
I agree.
The person responsible for the billing, coding, follow-up, I think that that needs to be our treasurer's office. But I think that there needs to be something clearly spelled out in there that if it's John or JJ responding for EMS, or Todd or Keith, I think that their paperwork needs to be done in a timely fashion so that we can bill. But I think that the billing process should actually be done through the treasurer.
What's the equipment usage charge? What would that cover? Because I don't know.
So some towns, and I believe you included one in here.
Yeah, like.
They charge differently for how long they were on scene.
Okay.
Each separate piece of apparatus would be worth something different
apparatus.
depending on size and how long and things like that. I believe some, and I'm sorry, Michelle, I didn't look through this,
No,
but I
it's right on
believe
the
some
front
of
page
them
this
bill
policy
for
that had the equipment, like the light truck.
individual man hours, depending on how many people we have on scene.
That's per call. That's like per hour use.
That's a good idea.
And I don't know if there is a way, Michelle, to write the non-permitted burn. I don't know if there's a way to put something in there. Where was it the other day? They just had the large tannerite explosion that was felt all over. That was up in Cavendish. Fireworks. I don't know if there's a way to write it so that if you're doing something stupid that creates a fire, that you're also billed for that.
Would that fall under the hazardous materials incident?
I don't know. Fireworks, I'm just thinking somebody setting them off and catching somebody's
There
field
is-
on fire.
So in addition to non-permanent burn, I mean, there is the whole nuisance charge. You know, like if you have faulty wiring in your house and you don't fix it and.
That's
you're
fine.
out there all
Yeah,
the
I could see
time,
it
and
added
that's
to that,
said.
that if you're doing
doing something stupid?
Yeah, just put that right in there.
I want to put your name next to it.
Yeah, please.
As an example?
I think I did see a policy that had something that alluded to that. So I couldn't find that.
And
But
as
see,
for
now,
what that money gets
a
off,
bill like that would go to
the homeowner.
the homeowner,
Correct.
okay? There's also,
Which I think that nuisance charge needs to go to the homeowner as well. I don't think that that should be an insurance.
okay, and, there was also, let's see, homeowner, there's also, reference, it's like, if it's a DUI or another violation, and that's why you're getting your vehicle towed. I forgot where I was reading it, but those bills would go to the homeowner instead of the.
And hazardous materials, I think that that could be two separate things. There can be an accidental one, but then if somebody is dumping used motor oil over their embankment, then
So
that
that
would
should
be
go homeowner, I think?
I think that that needs to be two separate things.
So how
One that's almost malicious and one that is accidental and it's just what it is.
Why would the fire department be called for someone dumping?
I don't.
Okay.
If somebody dumped 10 gallons of gas on their bonfire and
Yeah,
decided
I
to
can
touch
see that.
that off, now we have that incident plus the fire. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure that we're not billing an insurance company for something that they're gonna be like, what?
And I think, doesn't it turn into a hazardous material if oil starts spilling on the highway, on the road?
Yeah.
They have to start picking that up.
Yeah.
Oil, fuel.
And we just dealt with it on this pond up here, whose pond that the car rolled into a couple of years ago, that I don't believe they can still use that pond because of the hazardous.
Skibbs.
Yeah.
And the insurance company doesn't cover that? Or will
I believe
cover
they
it?
would have.
They would have if there was.
Yeah.
She's still working on it. So those, like, the vehicle recovery really needs, like, in Guilford, it goes through the tow companies. So we'd have to set up a meeting with all the tow companies, and, the town of Hartford would submit their bill to the tow company, whoever towed the car, and then they submit it to the insurance company with their bill.
Right.
Along with their bill.
And I think every tow company around here is being used by the same fire departments, so it's
Yeah, I
pretty
think they
common
have a
practice to
list.
them, yeah, so.
And then for the EMS, when you start billing for that, then you're looking at medical coding that needs to be done. So, this is something that's not gonna get done in the next 2 weeks, but, I'll look at what we need to know to get that done, especially for Medicaid and Medicare.
And I think that Rescue Inc. would be extremely helpful in getting squared away with that as well.
So true. Another town only billed for non-residents for vehicle recovery. Do you wanna do that, or do you wanna bill for everybody? I'm just trying to get a basis of what I'm writing, that's all.
Go ahead.
I think that would be for everybody.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
If not, it should say something to the effect of criminal activity, DUIs or things like that.
Okay.
But I agree with Jeff that it should be everybody.
And do you wanna, exempt payment if insurance doesn't cover the cost? You wanna keep that? kind of
Unless it is
wording in there?
unless it's one that's billed directly to the homeowner.
I agree.
And I know that that's what some of the fire chief was a little reluctant to do this. He was afraid that we were trying to get more money out of taxpayers, or that this was kind of a punishment to them if they had an accident. But as long as we're keeping it with the insurance company, that's what it's there for. And we can recoup some of our costs.
Okay, and so I'll ask you, did you get a chance to see the prices that Milton had? Is everybody okay with that? I mean, I would be totally guessing, I have no idea where to start with how much it costs to run that truck out.
It's big, it's big.
It's a big
I would go, where's Putney? Do you have Putney's?
No, we do not have Putney's. I'm actually, waiting for them going back.
Yeah.
He hasn't called you back. I'll go up and see him at some point.
I think the rates make sense because regardless of the size of the town, depending on and correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never been on the fire department, depending on the size of the incident is how many trucks you roll and that kind of thing.
Correct, yeah, I'm just wondering if is there anything in this that talks about man hours? Because I believe that we can bill for that too.
This one has, yeah, that one, it just says hazardous material fires, $100 per truck plus $30 per hour per fire. Suggestions, they're just suggestions.
So this one says $1 per every $1,000 of estimated value of the vehicle.
I mean, if nothing else, I think that we should be able to bill for whatever the state's minimum wage is per person that is responding to that call. Because we're offering them missed wages, so we should be able to recoup that somewhere.
I'll check to see if we can do that, just to make sure, because on the University of Vermont thing, it doesn't say time, it just says standby and fire guard fees. But it doesn't say, but I'll find out as we go through this to make sure that, so.
I think Milton has a paid fire department, but maybe if I would.
They must up there, they're.
Yeah.
It's similar size to Broward population-wise.
Yeah.
I know that because my in-laws are from there.
Would you say to guess $15 an hour for the firefighter?
I said at a minimum wage, until we find out what we can do, but yes, I would.
Because it's gonna be 15 in a year anyways.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and then the other part of this whole thing is, well, if we make this money, what do you wanna do with money? Do you wanna allocate it back to the fire department? Should that be part of the policy? Should it not be part of the policy and just go into the general fund? Should it go specifically to the capital plan toward purchase of fire trucks? I mean, it's up to you.
Where does the money go that we get sent back from tickets that are written from the sheriff's department? Where does that money go?
I have no idea.
That's, isn't that an income line on that? Safety, contracted safety? I thought he
not
had
sure.
that in the budget.
I
just don't know where it
it is, but I don't know
disperses.
where,
You know
so
what
it
I
just
mean?
goes to the general fund then, if it's
Yeah.
going on a line item there.
Yeah, I think it should go to general fund because we're asking the treasurer to do a lot of the bookwork. And so, to the fire department budget, you know, that doesn't go, I think it should go to the general fund. Because there's more than just the fire department involved here.
I'm fine with, yeah, I just want the money to come to the town one way or the
Yeah.
other.
General fund, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And depending on what that is, we can allocate that much more to the fire department, a percentage of it.
Oh, so if it showed as income for the fire department, it would end up in the general fund anyways.
It would.
So they can show it as income.
But if you wanted to put it toward like fire trucks, then we could, you know, if you would write a policy, it could be part of the capital plan and be put every year to defray that, but that's totally up to you. Just if you're gonna bring money, and this could, you know, if we're charging for everything, it could end up being a significant chunk
I
of
think the
money.
EMS one is the one that would be the most money brought in. And that's also the most calls that they run, so.
Okay, so that gives me something. Anything else that anybody wants me to make sure to look into as I'm crafting this? Oh, okay. And I'll talk to Cindy about that too, so that she knows, so she doesn't get surprised by having that put in her office.
I would imagine that there would be, we would have to find some kind of training for that medical billing to get her into.
I'm guessing,
Okay.
yeah, and hopefully in the research that I do, I'll be able to find something that.
Okay. We're skipping the salvage yard permit, public participation on non-agenda items.
I have a non-agenda item, actually, it's about the agenda,
I know that Melissa Allen had requested to be on the agenda.
Mhm.
She's not, she wasn't called down for any of the items that are on the agenda. Where would she fit into this agenda? She specifically asked to be on the agenda, you said she would be. But
I
she
told
was
her that
not called down.
She could speak in public comments regarding agenda items or non-agenda items.
Okay, so is this my opportunity?
Sure.
Okay. I have a little presentation.
Okay.
Should I come up to the table?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. So my name is Melissa Allen. I live on Tyler Hill Road. I've been in town for a few years now and I grew up here. I started noticing a few discrepancies in some of the select board spending, and so I've kind of put together a few things that I wanted to share with you. Because I know that taxpayers have entrusted you with their tax money, and I would just like to point out some things and see if we can all work together to be a little bit better about it. Give you this.
Needs today.
Yeah. Quite expensive today. So I can just, so I'm just gonna start out and I'll just go on my spreadsheet here. You'll see that it's cut quite small. I wanted to get it all on one page, but I have everything in chronological order so you can follow along as I kind of tell you and kind of break down the last year and a half-ish of some things that I noticed. The first item that I want to point out is Michelle's timesheet, and this was dated the week ending 2/24/18, specifically noting 2/21 was a full day of work for Michelle.
So if we're gonna be talking about
Yep.
somebody's personnel,
Yep.
we need to do this in executive session.
Okay, gotcha. There are some personal items, but I don't know exactly what that would qualify for.
Well, if you're talking about people's timesheets, their pay, their vacation time, any of that is
Because I
a
took
personnel
all of
item.
these from public records.
Mhm.
So there's nothing that the public can't get
Correct,
that
but
I
if
have.
you're discussing changes or those things that needs to be done in executive session, it'd be because it's a personnel issue.
Okay,
It's the
there's-
same thing that we just did with Cindy.
Gotcha. So there's nothing in here that I'm recommending for a change. That would be up to you. I'm just pointing out some discrepancies that I found. So if that needs to be executive, I guess it can be executive.
It probably should be, I think.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion that you go
Okay.
to executive session.
Sure.
I'd like to go in executive session with Michelle.
Melissa Allen.
Why do I call you Michelle? With Michelle and Melissa.
Yeah.
I've only known Missy since she was little.
Sure.
To evaluation, let's see. Discussion or consideration of records or documents accepted from the access to public records, no. Hold on. All right. I'd like to go into executive session to discuss grievances other than tax grievances. Premature general public knowledge and its personnel.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session.
And then I move we go into executive session.
Oh, sorry, based on personnel.
Okay, then I move we enter executive session to discuss this personnel.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed? We are in executive session at 8:05. Executive session 8:05, out at 8:34. No action was taken. Correspondence and town admin report, please.
You have all of the correspondence in your packets, and, yesterday, speaking of travel, ran up to Montpelier for a photo op and a press, opportunity with the governor for our big check of $5,000 for the rec center, so.
Thank you very
That was
much.
pretty awesome.
Yes.
And that's it.
It's the first rec one we've got, isn't it?
What's that?
It's the first rec one we've got, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Anything else?
It's a small one.
Did you get to talk to the governor?
I did.
All right.
Said hi, Suzanne.
Does he know where?
Got my picture taken with him. Got it emailed to me today. And actually got to meet face to face to the woman that I deal with a lot at the state, who, and I see her on email all the time, so it was nice to finally be able to put a face to her name and be able to shake her hand. And that was cool.
Great.
All right, and that's all you got?
That's all I got.
Next meeting is tomorrow at 6:30, same bad time, same bad channel. We are adjourned.
Good morning. I want to start by thanking this group for being here with me this morning, including General Knight and members of the Vermont National Guard, Dr. Rush and his team from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, and Mental Health Commissioner Sarah Squirrel, representatives from our hardworking congressional delegation, including John Tracy on behalf of Senator Leahy, Catherine Van Haste on behalf of Senator Sanders, and Ryan McLaren on behalf of Congressman Welch. We're all here today to bring attention to the serious issue of suicide and to share details on what's available for help to those who need it. Because suicide is preventable, and we all have a role in preventing it. Suicide is a public health issue that does not discriminate. It touches people from all walks of life in every community, and unfortunately, that includes too many of our veterans. This is why General Knight, Dr. Rush, and I have joined together to reach out to Vermont's veterans, service members, and families to ensure they know the resources available to them and their loved ones if they're having thoughts of ending their life. We'll be signing a letter today which provides that information. The message we want to send is that there is hope and there is help. Those who step forward to serve our country are the best amongst us. They often put their lives on hold, get sent thousands of miles away in order for us here at home to be safe and enjoy the freedoms we have. We owe our veterans so much, and that includes providing the support when they return from battle and care need when they come back home as well. Because we're all in this together, and no one should feel alone in times of crisis. This group will be sharing more details, and a list of contacts and resources will be sent with our letter today. And I just want to encourage anyone who is having thoughts of taking their life, or those who know someone in crisis, to use these services. And know we're here for you. I'll now invite General Knight to share more about the Guard's work in preventing this from happening to one of our own. General Knight.
Thanks, Governor. Governor, thank you for hosting us here today. And thanks to everybody who made the trek. I know the roads can be a little bit of a challenge this time of year. Suicide is a sobering topic, and it's not one that you take lightly. I wish I could say that I've never known someone that committed suicide, but I can't. I've lost soldiers, friends, and colleagues to suicide, and countless others of our brothers and sisters in the Vermont National Guard share similar experiences. Understand this problem is not unique to Vermont, and it's a concern that reaches across all military branches and components. It's important to note, in 2018, the National Guard had a higher suicide rate than any other military component within the Department of Defense. It's unacceptable. One death by suicide is one too many, and we're working to prevent it from happening. Not minimize it, prevent it. We must do better, and we will. We consistently work to communicate available resources to service members, veterans, and their families. As leaders, we must be ready to recognize when someone is in need of help and know how to react. We must see that need and understand it, even when someone may not want to reach out for that help. Excuse me. First line supervisors, soldiers, and airmen have and will continue to receive the training necessary to look out for their colleagues. Every soldier is also required to receive resiliency training. This training provides tools to help soldiers cope with difficult situations. It identifies their strengths and weaknesses and helps them to improve their overall mental strength. We do, however, need to improve the availability of resources for those facing challenges. There's much work to do, as Vermont simply does not have a robust network of specialists that focus on post-traumatic stress or adjustment disorder. No one comes back from deployment the same, and those changes impact everybody differently. Our vet centers are a great resource, with one in White River and one in South Burlington. When I returned from Ramadi, Iraq in 2006, that was where I went to work through some of my life-changing experiences. I, the Adjutant General of Vermont, have personally sought help to cope with the stress that comes from military service. Seeking help does not make someone weak, and I don't believe it had any bearing on my military career. We need to work hard to eliminate that stigma and recognize that there is no shame in seeking help. I'm here with Lieutenant Trevor Pittock, who's the Vermont National Guard Resilience, Risk Reduction, and Suicide Prevention Coordinator. His team provides multiple resources for those in need, and they're included in the letter that we've drafted for today. Additionally, the National Guard offers a National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-8255. This is not a problem we can fix overnight, and we can't fight this alone. I'm thankful to have such great resources and people, in addition to our own, to help solve this horrible epidemic. For those struggling, I encourage you to reach out for assistance. You have options. Tomorrow won't be the same without you. Now, my pleasure to introduce Dr. Bratt from our White River Junction VA, and I'd like to take the opportunity, sir, to thank you very much for what you do for us.
First, I just wanted to say thank you to Governor Scott and General Knight for joining me on the stage here today and giving us this opportunity to speak together as a unified voice. As a psychiatrist, have spent my life working in the realm of suicide and mental illness. It is hard to overstate how unique and special this is to have the VA and the state of Vermont and the Guard and the all standing together in unison with a single voice, bringing a message like this together. Suicide is a national public health issue, and as General Knight just told us, Vermont has more than its fair share of this struggle. The tragedy of suicide is not limited to the person that dies. It affects our families, it affects our towns, it affects our communities. And so this really is something that affects all of us. I believe that Vermont is actually really well equipped to take this issue head on because of the way our communities are constructed. Our communities are tight-knit. We have relationships that are the foundations of these communities. And it is on that foundation that our efforts to eliminate suicide will succeed. We're here together to show you that we care, that treatment is available, and that it works. Over 45,000 Americans died by suicide in 2017, and of that, 6,000 of them were veterans. These are preventable deaths. Suicide prevention is the VA's highest priority. We've made great strides, especially in crisis intervention. However, We need to go beyond engaging mental health providers in the community to move forward on this. We need to engage everybody to join together in this mission. We want to reach veterans where they live, where they work, and where they thrive. As a national leader in suicide prevention and as the nation's largest integrated healthcare system, the VA cannot do this alone. We encourage veterans to seek and use our services and our benefits. However, the reality is maybe 50% of veterans are getting services through the VA. If we want to reach every veteran, we need your help. We need to work together. To serve all veterans, we have to build effective networks of support, communication, and care across the communities in Vermont where veterans live and where they work. And again, this is where I believe that Vermont is uniquely well equipped because of how our communities are built to succeed in this mission. No one organization can tackle veteran suicide alone. To save lives, multiple systems must work in a coordinated way to reach veterans. The VA is broadening its efforts, and we need partners from like-minded groups from all sectors, not just healthcare, but also faith-based organizations, community organizations, state and local government to work with us in reaching all veterans wherever they may be. Coordinated resources across our state will help to prevent these tragic deaths. As the 86th Infantry Brigade combat team begins ramping up for their likely 2021 deployment, please know that we are here as an additional resource to support soldiers and their families. Before our next speaker, Megan Snicken, a suicide prevention coordinator from White River Junction, takes the podium, I want to leave you with one final remark. We are here today, united for you, the state of Vermont. Together, we will be an example of how a community prevents suicide.
Thank you, Governor Scott, General Knight, and Dr. Rush. I'm honored to be here today to talk about suicide prevention and the VA and its resources. As the previous speakers have said, suicide prevention is a public health issue that we're dealing with across the state and in our own communities, and it's affecting veterans in our own states. As Dr. Rush mentioned, suicide prevention is a top priority for the VA, and on average, across our country, we lose about 6,000 veterans a year to suicide. So here in Vermont, I want you to know that the VA is here as a resource and as a community partner in this effort to prevent suicide. So I want to mention a few things about the VA. As Dr. Rush said, it's an integrated healthcare system. I like to think about it as a holistic healthcare system. We don't just serve your medical needs and your mental health needs, but we have a social mission. We work on things such as housing and transportation, financial resources, employment, peer support services. These are all very important to us and very important to serve the whole person so that they can have positive coping skills and move forward in their life. Additionally, we have an entire suicide prevention team, and as Dr. Rush said, I'm the suicide prevention coordinator for the VA. I coordinate services, I provide education, I work with you all in the community. We have a dedicated team of case managers at the VA who are there to provide ongoing support and resources to you, to our veterans, to their families. They reach out to families, they reach out to veterans to keep in touch, to keep them connected. They help coordinate their care, all the services they need to live a healthy and productive life. Additionally, the VA has 7 outpatient clinics, 5 of which are spread across the state of Vermont. They're in your communities, close to where you are. They provide many of the services that I mentioned earlier, in addition to walk-in mental health services. So that's one of the things that I want to say is that we have easy access to care. You do not need an appointment to get mental health services. And I'm going to give you a number that you can walk in, but the best way and the easiest way to get connected is to call 802-295-9363, extension 6961. We screen for suicide at all access points in the VA. So if a veteran were to come in and end up in our emergency department or on one of our inpatient units, we screen for suicide. We think that's extremely important so that the veterans can get connected to the care and resources that they need. Additionally, we've been expanding access to care to a program called VA Video Connect, which is essentially a program where veterans can be in the comfort of their own home or in their car or on vacation, and they can connect with their providers through their smart device or through their computer. And I also want to share that, and I believe that General Knight mentioned this, but the VA has a 24/7, 365 days a year Veterans and Military Crisis Line and Text Line. This is a wonderful resource for veterans who are struggling, family members who are concerned, community members who need support and consultation and resources. That number is 1-800-273-8255. And you would press 1 to reach the Veterans and Military Crisis Line. They also have a text option, and that number is 838-255. And I'll share that the Veterans and Military Crisis Line has a very strong connection with the VA medical centers and outpatient clinics. And if somebody's calling that crisis line and they feel like they need to get connected to care or they need follow-up, even if they're not connected to the VA, we get a message at our VA, and me and my team follow up with those veterans or family members directly. And lastly, this was mentioned earlier, but I just really want to share that partnerships is a critical piece of this approach to care. As partners, we're able to expand our reach and deliver care and support to veterans where they live, work, and thrive. Why is this important? Because we have 20 million veterans nationwide, and only about 30% of those veterans are accessing VA health care. This makes it extremely challenging for the VA to identify veterans who may be at risk for suicide and to connect them with mental health care, peer networks, employment, and other resources to help with coping and restore a sense of purpose. So we know that reaching beyond the VA system of care and into the communities is one of the key ways that we can support all at-risk veterans, families, and caregivers across the state. So we need to partner with you, with veterans, with caregivers, with family members, with community organizations, state and local government, as we're doing here today, to reach all the veterans across the state of Vermont. We need all of your support and collaboration so together we can and we will save veterans' lives. Thank you. It's now my honor to introduce Vietnam veteran John Tracy from Senator Leahy's office, who will now say a few words on behalf of the Senator.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Senator Leahy in appreciation of the combined effort and that we're taking on suicide prevention as a public health issue. When you enter the military, your life changes. When you go to basic training, you're already in the subsection of society that the general population really has no idea. When you're deployed, you experience things that you just don't experience as part of the general population. When you're deployed to a combat zone, it's a different lens. Depending on what you do when you're in that combat zone, it's a different lens. And the transition back is hard for people. Your lens and how you view the world is a perspective that the general population doesn't have. The additional challenge we have in the National Guard in particular is while we don't have a major military installation in Vermont, where other states do, I remember seeing when they came back from Afghanistan after the families, the troops gathered, they departed, they got into their individual cars and literally drove off into the midst. They didn't have a compound they were going to. Now, the delegation has worked very hard with the Guard and the military to work on how to reintegrate troops when we get back from deployment, spend time trying to find out, do an evaluation, see what's going on. But when you go home to the private life in your community with your family, it's a different world. And so the fact that there's a focus on the prevention is significant. Senator Leahy has worked with direct funding to the National Center for Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, which is located at the VA Medical Center campus down White River Junction, where they're working on evidence-based practices to help treat people with PTSD, including funding for a brain bank. As often is the case, there are medical advancements made on the battlefield that have benefits to the civilian population down the road. This will be another example of the fact that we're identifying veterans, but for the broader population. And so, on behalf of Senator Leahy, thank you very much for this combined effort, putting a face on it. And we all have what work we can do. It's how we treat each other as young kids, as young adults, as seniors. A lot of this interaction from Vermont's a small state. There are only 2 or 3 degrees of separation on a good day. That's a benefit for us, but thank you for this combined effort. We appreciate it. And I'd like to introduce Catherine Becker Van
Thank you, John. Thank you, Governor, and everyone else who's here today. On behalf of Senator Sanders, I just want to highlight the importance of this conversation that we're having here today. Back in 2007, Senator Sanders saw this need that John was just describing about our Vermont Guard members coming home and dispersing to every corner of the state. And working with the TAG at the time, created the Vermont Veterans Outreach Program. We have a couple members of that team here today. They are a phenomenal resource that I just want to mention. They are folks who can go into the homes of our veterans, our Guard members, and talk to them where they're at. I know from their stories, they have literally stopped potential suicides with a gun on the table. And their work is so critical, which is why Bernie has always fought to continue that funding year after year in Congress, and we look forward to continuing to do so for years to come and making sure that more states have this same resource. I would also say that we know how important it is to have the data from the VA on suicide. One of the best ways that we can do prevention is to know what we've seen in the past. And one of the things that the most recent national report on suicide shows is that one of the groups at the highest risk for suicide are members of the National Guard who have never deployed. Think about that. Members of the National Guard who have never deployed. That means because of Congress's rules, they are not eligible to receive care from the VA. In Vermont, we're working hard to find ways to bridge those gaps for those folks and get them to care, and it's one of the things that Bernie is working on in Congress with both DOD and VA to make sure our Guard members who go through training shoulder to shoulder with their colleagues who have deployed have the same resources available to them. As we prepare for deployment, it's also absolutely critical that our community mental health providers are able to sign up for TRICARE so that those mental health providers can see our Guard members as they get ready to deploy. Having those resources in the community, in addition to the resources at the VA, will make sure that access is available when it's needed. I want to commend the VA for their tremendous mental health access. It is some of the best in the country, not just in the VA, but in any healthcare system in this country. It is absolutely phenomenal that you can walk in and get the care you need. And in Congress, Bernie is working hard to make sure that the VA has all the resources it needs to meet the promises that we've made to the members of our military and to our veteran community, including the families. I just want to close with one request because we have so many members of the press here today. There are guidelines put out by the VA and by the CDC in terms of how to talk about suicide. This is all evidence-based research that's very important in helping make sure that we talk about suicide and deaths by suicide in the right way. This is evidence-based, scientific, federally funded research. Please use it to make sure that your reporting is done in an accurate, factual way that makes sure that we help prevent suicides. So on behalf of Senator Sanders, thank you to everyone for being here today. Thank you, Governor, Adjutant General, Dr. Rush, Megan, my colleagues in the delegation. This is really an impressive effort that we're all here together on behalf of such an important issue. It's my now pleasure to turn it over to Ryan McLaren from Congressman Peter Welch's office.
Thank you, Katie. I'm really happy to be here, and I think Governor Scott mentioned 2 reasons why we're here today. And the first is help. And it's actually fairly serendipitous that I'm here today, because in just a few hours, the House Committee on Veterans Affairs will be taking up the Improved Well-Being for Veterans Act, which is aimed at utilizing a public health approach to help connect veterans with existing community resources in an effort to provide key services before a veteran reaches a point of crisis. So this bill is really written to address a lot of what Dr. Rush is talking about. Connecting veterans with resources already available in the community, and strengthen coordination and capacity of community-based organizations that veterans serve. So we'll be doing outreach to community members to get feedback on this bill. But this is exactly the sort of community-based and public health-based approach that Peter has supported throughout his career and is critical to rural communities in Vermont and across the country. So we really need to be we need to be all in, reaching out to veterans and addressing their needs at any opportunity. So with the VA's leadership and with partners across the state, many of which are in this room, we hope to reach veterans where they are and prevent tragedies of hopelessness and isolation that befall way too many veterans. But the second reason we're here that Governor Scott mentioned, and I think the most important reason, is hope. It's to honor the service and sacrifice of our veterans. I really feel like it's our duty as civilians to bear witness to their experiences and make sure they know how much we value their commitment to us and that that commitment will be reciprocated in kind. So what I want to say from Peter is that you're not alone. And I want to say thank you to Governor Scott, to Adjutant General Knight, and to everyone else here for spreading that message today and every day. Thank you.
I'm going to sign the letter at this point. So at this point in time, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. If we could stick to on topic first, and then other questions you might want to ask. If we could do those first, I'd appreciate it. Yes.
Dr. Rush, you mentioned faith-based organizations. As we head into the holidays, stressful times for families, and also perhaps more connection with churches, what can faith-based organizations do to help you help veterans?
So specifically as it relates to what we're talking about today, which is the risk of suicide in that tragedy, the driving factor in suicide in many cases, if not most cases, is loneliness and isolation. Faith-based communities are perfectly suited to help veterans see the extent to which they are not alone and that they are part of a community. And those are powerful communities that carry a tremendous amount of meaning in people's lives, and to see one's connection and that you are not isolated through the caring of a faith-based organization is a tremendously powerful response to that feeling.
Other questions?
It seems like way back when all, a decade or more ago, when all the soldiers were coming back from when the deployments were at the top of our mind, I know there were so many programs like this that I remember being talked about. Too many to even be specific, but did those work? And are they still in practice? Are they still being used?
That I don't know.
Speak to a little bit of, I can speak to my personal experience. When we got back, it was very difficult to get soldiers who just returned to speak about their experiences. So the guidance that we received from Colonel Coffin, who was our state psychiatrist at the time, who was very gracious in sitting us down, knowing what we've been through. It wasn't a formal program, but he encouraged us to keep an eye on each other, keep an eye on ourselves, and know that it manifests differently in everybody. And you wouldn't see things for 5 or 6 months down the road. I think what we've done since then, and of course my experience is dated at this juncture, I think we've just made exponential leaps forward with communicating all the resources, our outreach specialists within family programs, the VA, our vet centers, and we're going to continue that. I think it comes down to communication, ensuring people know there is hope and they have an avenue for assistance.
General, on that issue, as a veteran, and there are several of them, we always talk, the guys who aren't talking are the guys that saw the most action or saw the really bad stuff. And it's the same with the guys that have come back that I know. And they're pretty stubborn. How do you crack that nut?
I think we need more people to be the example. And if I can be that example, I will. I would share my experiences. As I said before, there's no shame in it. We've got to get rid of that stigma and ensure, at least within our own organization, that when somebody seeks help, it doesn't have an impact, a negative impact on their career. And we give them the options they need to seek the help that they require. That's our responsibility. We've asked a lot of folks. And I would go back to what Katie said about the number of suicides that happen in veterans, National Guard veterans particularly, that haven't deployed. We've got to get after that as well, because being in the Guard is different. And we ask a lot of folks, and they have pressures outside the Guard. And being in the Guard is at times stressful. We ask a lot of folks, so we need to give them all the assistance and resources they need and make sure they know how to communicate.
Any other on topic? With that, you may want to move off to the side.
Late yesterday, your Secretary of Human Services said that you had instructed him to thoroughly investigate allegations that 7 Days published about Chittenden Regional Correctional Facility. I'm wondering if you could describe in more detail what precisely it is you are hoping the Secretary will do. What is the nature of this investigation? How long do you hope it will take? What specific things are you hoping you will look at?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you for investigating and writing the article. I read the article, was alarming and eye-opening, and I felt that there was enough evidence there that we needed to move forward and do something. So having a new secretary on board with his background in turnaround operations and so forth, I thought he was the right person to take a look and gather facts and see where we go from here. I'm hoping that this won't take long. When I say not long, I would hope within the next couple of weeks we come to some conclusion as to where we go next. The Attorney General reached out this morning as well, offered his assistance, and working together on this. Inevitably, I believe that there's going to be enough evidence here that we're going to have to move forward with something. So his assistance is greatly appreciated, and I'm sure we'll be working together, as well as with the legislature when we come back in January, if there's anything that we need to do in that regard. But whether it's personnel, whether it's procedure, there are things that I believe that we'll have to change in the future based on what I read.
Such as what?
Well, I don't know yet. We have to gather the facts, make sure that we know where we're going, and then take the actions needed. There's all kinds of things that the article brought up, and I thought it was again interesting, and we're taking this very seriously. And I guarantee we'll get to the bottom of it because it's unacceptable.
You received weekly reports from your cabinet members, pretty detailed ones. Have you ever heard any of these allegations? Any of these things been reported to you in your time as governor?
I have not, and that's concerning as well. And so that's one of the areas we want to make sure that we get get to the root, at the bottom of this, so that we can take action to make sure that I'm getting the information that I need in order to make the changes that I think will be necessary.
I want to read you, if I could, I apologize for springing this on you, but I just received it about an hour ago. This is a copy of a formal complaint that was filed by a corrections officer directly to Mike Touchette, who at the time was deputy commissioner, in June 2017. And it's a lengthy report. I certainly won't read the whole thing. I'll forward it to your staff afterward. In this report, the corrections officer alleges to the deputy commissioner multiple instances of suspected retaliation against guards for reporting various things at the facility. And I'm going to just read one specific thing because it relates to a focus of the story, the alleged actions of Daniel Zorzi, the second shift supervisor who guards and inmates say was using drugs on duty for years. This corrections officer reported again to Mike Touchette in June 2017. Several second shift staff have noticed a huge increase in corrective action being taken against them that correspond with making allegations of the second shift supervisor using cocaine and Ritalin while running shift. Staff have reported seeing white powder around the brim of his nose and behavior consistent with the use of stimulants. When officers initially approached myself and the other stewards about the observations, we reported to management on their behalf. And management, the superintendent, the assistant superintendent at the time, advised us to have the staff report the incident personally so they were not in violation of mandatory reporting policy. It goes on a bit longer, but essentially it alleges the people who reported that behavior, that suspected behavior, were retaliated against for reporting it. What do you make of that, given that the person who received this report is now your corrections commissioner?
Yeah, well, again, concerning. We want to investigate this, get to the facts, and find out if what action was taken as a result of situations such as that. But I can assure you, I had not received any weekly report with any of that information.
Do you still have confidence in the commissioner?
Well, again, we'll go through and gather the facts. We'll learn a lot over the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we'll make determinations at that point.
Some prosecutions against former corrections officers at that facility have fallen apart for multiple reasons. We don't always know why. It seems that it may have to do with whether the alleged victim was able to testify. In one case recently, just last week, prosecution was dropped because the alleged victim died of an overdose. Do you believe that any action should be taken in the law enforcement realm against these officers who have not been fully prosecuted?
That's something that I'll be talking with the Attorney General about, but personally, I believe that we should continue to make the case so that the general public is protected and action is taken. But again, I don't know about that particular issue, but that's something that I would be talking to the Attorney General about.
The Chittenden County State's Attorney said yesterday that she plans to review the sentences of all the inmates serving that facility who her office has sent to the facility, and she may seek to reduce their sentences if she deems that appropriate. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly appropriate to go back and take a look at some of those cases, including, I think she had a couple of the correctional officers as well that were dismissed, taking a look at those as well as those females who were incarcerated to make sure that when they're under the supervision of the Department of Corrections, that there wasn't anything that would prevent them from coming forward or in terms of their rehabilitation affecting that in any way. So I think it's appropriate for them to take a look.
Do you believe that the employment requirements for corrections officers in Vermont are appropriate? For one thing, there are no drug tests required of COs.
Yeah, I thought that was, again, something that I learned from your article. I didn't know that previous to that. It's something that we'll take a look at. I'd like to see what other states do so that we make sure that we have the best there that are overseeing our offender population.
Does that mean you support drug tests?
I would like to see what other states do, but I was surprised to see that it wasn't there, and I'm not sure why. And that's part of why one of the areas that I'd like Mike to take a look at as well, to see how we stack up against other states and why we don't have some of those provisions. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's two separate issues from my standpoint. I still believe the facility's outdated. We need to move forward with something at some point. But we're looking at different models. We've looked at a model in Maine, a step-down kind of facility, as well as Connecticut, and we'll take a look and see where that goes. But they are two separate issues. I wouldn't want to use this as a reason to move forward with a new facility, because that's not the problem. I would say it's more of a personnel problem and maybe adjudication problem.
Final question from me, and I swear I'll let other people ask questions, but and this is actually more of a statement. A number of the people that I've spoken to about this situation, inmates and guards who are still working there, are quite fearful of being retaliated against for speaking to the press about these matters. What can you do to ensure that there is no further retaliation or retribution against both employees and inmates?
Yeah, I think it's important as we move forward to set up some sort of a way for people to voice their opinions anonymously in some way, because when they're reporting to their superiors, that doesn't always get to the conclusion that I think is appropriate. So we have this. We're going to make sure that nobody is retaliated against. We're going to pay attention to this, and we'll get to the bottom of it.
You will personally ensure that nobody is.
I will personally ensure that anyone comes forward with factual information on this is there's no retribution.
What's happening today with the Agency of Human Resources, Agency of Human Services, to ensure that none of the current inmates that are living in prison are being subjected to abuses?
Well, again, we're in this first 24 hours here.
That's the first 24 hours. Right. What's happening right now?
Yeah, Commissioner Secretary Smith is probably, I'm hoping, will take action on this. He has his plate full, but we want to make sure that, again, that this doesn't continue. And then we do, again, research as to how we got to the position we're in today. So I'm sure he's taking appropriate action to be sure that this isn't happening as we speak.
It's happening under the watch of the Agency of Human Services, under the watch of your governorship, previous governorships. Why shouldn't we have confidence in an internal probe that's being taken by the same people who are in control when all is happening?
Yeah, and I understand that. And this is just the first step. Maybe this may lead us to another, like a blue ribbon commission of some sort. I don't know. But I understand. We have to first understand what's happening and then determine what steps we take next, which may include some sort of a neutral body that would take a look at this to give everyone the sense of trust in their government, so to speak. But first of all, we need to figure this out and make sure that it's not continuing to happen.
What's your specific directions to Mike Smith?
Get to the bottom of this. This is unacceptable.
If your investigation verifies the allegations in this reporting, are you going to still have any confidence in the current leaders of DOC and of prison in particular?
We should step back. And I read a couple of the comments on the article, and there was one person who was incarcerated and talked about, or previously incarcerated, and talked about the fact that there are some good COs, correctional officers, and some bad. But we don't want to throw everyone out with this. We have good people there, and we have some bad ones as well, apparently. And that's what we want to find out, who the bad ones are, and make sure that we prevent them from continuing in that position. So it's on us to reinstill the faith and trust people should have in any government agency. And this one in particular is something that we're paying attention to as we speak.
This is going on under the leadership of people at the top who would have.
Well, again, we'll see when we take a look at this as to how far this went, and we'll go from there.
Another topic. Do you think the president should be impeached?
I've said before that I think there should be a process, and they have opened this process up. I thought it should be transparent, and they're doing that at this point in time. It appears the House will take a vote on impeachment. I would imagine that this will happen in the next few weeks, but we have a long ways to go. I look forward to the Senate, their hearings, and how that will go from there, and determine, from my standpoint, I think the president took some steps that were inappropriate, and I think it's up to the Senate after the House takes the action that I think they will. To investigate further and convince us, the general public, as to what should happen from there.
But do you think we should be impeached?
After the Senate hearings, I'll continue to watch.
But the House impeached?
Well, they bring the allegations and they cite the president in some respects, and then it goes on to a trial after that. So I don't want to get ahead of the trial.
You appointed a new Supreme Court justice today. You, in the past, have criticized the Judicial Nominating Board for failing to send enough female candidates for the judiciary. I'm struck by the fact that in appointing a male, you've returned the court to a male-dominated body. Can you address that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to give great credit to the Judicial Nominating Board. They've turned the corner in a lot of respects. We're seeing a very diverse group of candidates at this point in time. It should be noted, just last month I appointed 2 Superior Court judges who are female, and we had some great candidates in this round for Supreme Court justice. It wasn't easy. A lot of good, qualified candidates came forward. But I had to, at the end of the day, I had to pick the person that I thought had the background, the temperament, and was connected enough to Vermont to do this in this position at this point in time. And I thought Judge Cohen was the appropriate person.
What is it about Cohen's philosophy, judicial philosophy?
He's just a common type of person. He explains things well, so the average Vermonter can understand it. And I think that his upbringing in the Rutland area and his humbleness, I think will suit him well in this role as Supreme Court Justice. He doesn't take himself as being any better than anyone else, and I think that's important for anyone in a position of power.
It's interesting. You just cited largely personal characteristics, nothing about his legal record. Is that
well, he's been a judge that's been well respected for over 20 years.
But I'm just in describing your process. Are personal attributes, the way people conduct themselves, where they're from, that's
part of it. You probably heard my 4 C's, right?
I've heard your 4 C's.
All right. So I mean, that's what I use when I try and hire anyone and look to see if they have the talent and the capability needed, and they have to have that character integrity, they have to be competent, and they have to be committed to the process. It's difficult being a judge of any sort, and particularly a Supreme Court justice. But then they have to have the chemistry needed for the team that they're going to be a part of, and be independent enough, but yet at the same time see what the court needs, what the judicial system needs, because they oversee that. So I thought he had 20 years of experience in the Superior Court. And again, I thought he had all the legal background and all the attributes, and the other. I mean, he has a degree in environmental studies of some sort, and I thought that was good as well. I thought that was an attribute.
We heard this morning about the one type of preventable death. I want to ask you about another. Those in Vermont's elder care homes. Last week, 7 days, and BPR published findings from an investigation based primarily on state Senate records, and those records showed dozens of instances of harm, abuse, and neglect in these state-regulated facilities, as well as at least 5 preventable deaths in the last 5 years, and scores of homes that have failed to meet some basic regulations designed to protect residents, like conducting background checks before you hire an employee. Yet the state regulators only check in on these homes once every 2 years, even as they are an able to watch over some of the most frail people at the state, hundreds who would qualify for nursing homes. And even in the vast majority of even repeat violations are going unpunished, unfined, or otherwise unsanctioned in these homes. I'm wondering if any of this is surprising to you and what kind of thing you plan to do.
Well, I know we're struggling in the state on many different perspectives. Our demographics are shifting. We're getting older. There are more people in care than ever before. We're struggling to find the help needed to be a part of these facilities. I'm again disappointed, maybe not as surprised, but as well. I haven't circled around with our folks at AHS, determine what the steps are next in trying to make sure that we protect the most vulnerable, the seniors that have given so much to us.
Do you think the state can be doing better on this front?
Obviously, we can. I mean, we should, because we have an obligation to make sure that we protect those across the board, Vermonters of all walks of life, and our seniors are amongst the most vulnerable.
Do you think this is worthy of consideration of additional funding, whether so regulators can go out more frequently? Or?
We'll determine that. I'm sure that there'll be provisions that move forward with the legislature, work together in order to provide the oversight needed.
It sounds kind of passive, especially when you compare it to what you were just saying about the Department of Corrections. I mean, the reporting that DPR in 7 days did found that there were at least 5 preventable deaths in the period that they were looking at.
I would say it's a much different situation. We have people in power that are using their power to take advantage of someone in their confines. And I think it's a totally different situation than in some of our elder care facilities.
But are you going to take action?
Well, obviously we'll take action, but this the story that came out yesterday about the abuse of power in some of these facilities is concerning to me. I don't see the same abuse of power in some of our elder care facilities.
You said you were concerned but not surprised about the findings in elder care?
Only because we have so many people. Our demographics, again, are shifting. And as I stated before, we're having trouble hiring people in all different sectors of Vermont, that included. So now I know they're struggling in that respect. We need to do better. We're trying to do whatever we can to attract more people to the state, and we're trying to do whatever we can to make sure that we protect people. But I'm sure there'll be steps that will need to be taken in order to do so.
Are you willing to expand the Division of Licensing Protection's authority to issue sanctions or fines? I mean, we tallied 150 repeat problems in homes, and yet the state has only issued 6 fines for about $8,000 in the last 5 years. Is that something you're willing to take a look at, or do you think that
obviously we'll take a look at anything that will help rectify the situation?
I mean, I get a fine for getting the quarter in the meter on the street because homes who have let down these residents usually face no such penalty. Is that?
We are not fearful of penalizing people in the state with fines in all different areas. So I would be surprised to see that there isn't fines that are being issued.
Do you think the state?
I think Derek is just telling you that they're not.
I know.
So,
and I'm saying that I haven't looked into that enough to know whether we have or should or haven't followed through or what the issue is. But I haven't done that.
The state house leaders signaled they're going to send you a minimum wage, but you don't like, and a mandatory paid leave bill that you don't like. Earning property taxes and protecting the law quite a bit next year. What will your response be to those things?
Well, again, probably no different than before. I believe that supply and demand will work in terms of minimum wage. I think they already have an effect on wages. That we don't need to artificially raise the minimum wage. We're already one of the highest in the country at this point in time. We have a state right next door that has a minimum wage of $7.25, and their economy is doing quite well. In terms of the paid family leave, I think we all agree that this would be helpful. I have a different approach, and I believe a voluntary approach is the first step necessary. It could create the structure needed as we move forward. Whatever we do, even if it's in the future they determine it to be mandatory, I believe that this is the right approach. So I'm going to continue to work with them, trying to argue our point, convince them that this is a better step in the right direction without a payroll tax that could be anywhere from $20 to $50 million, or $20 to $80 million for paid family leave, when we are already seeing pressures in so many different areas, whether it's in education, another $80 to $100 million of new expenses in education as our student population continues to drop.
I mean, this sets the stage for what kind of session?
Well, probably no different than any others. We have our differences of opinion. We'll try and work through them as best we can. We'll disagree on many. I'll look for opportunities to work together on common goals.
So it sounds like they've settled, leadership settled on a minimum wage increase in the $12 to $13 range. Before we were talking about $15. Is any mandated increase in the minimum wage a non-starter?
Again, we'll take a look at whatever they pass. I haven't seen anything in writing at this point. I haven't seen either body that has agreed to that. So we'll take a look.
Your tax commission is forecasting a 6% increase in property tax rates next year. Will we see any proposals from you to reduce or eliminate that increase?
Yeah, based on projections as we see them today. That's what the letter is statutorily obligated to do. I vetoed 3 budgets over property taxes over the last 3 years. So suffice it to say, I'm sensitive to property tax rate increases. We've taken different approaches. In the first year, we tried to force through something that they weren't willing to do. In the second year, we had a whole list of different approaches that we would like them to consider, and that didn't work. So I need a willing partner. We're willing to have the conversation. I believe we're going in the wrong direction. We're spending over $1.7 billion now, or probably over $1.8 billion at this point for education for about 75,000 kids. So we have a structural problem on our hands that needs to be addressed. And we can't continue, even with everything that's been done in terms of finding different alternatives to the property tax increases, sales and use and so forth. And even with the grand list growing because of all the new building and improvements that we're doing across the state, I think that in itself, the grand list is growing by $50 million. So that should take care of the ongoing increased expense, but it's not. So that's why the property tax rate will increase if we do nothing. And I just think that we can do better. But I need them to work with me in order to do so.
So will we see a specific proposal?
I think there are going to be some of the same proposals we've seen before. Healthcare is one area that is concerning. I think that's driving some of the increase, not all of it. I think the inefficient system is really the culprit. But we have some ideas. But again, they have to be willing to work with us on that. I can't drive this. Obviously, I've tried that 3 times. So we'll do what we can to work with them to try and give some relief to Vermonters.
And back to Derek's line of questioning, on the other issue, I just want to be clear on that. Is there a plan of action right now in your administration to address some of the issues that were covered in that investigation?
I am not aware of what we're doing, but I'm confident that we're doing something. But I haven't addressed that personally myself at this point in time.
This week, there's 2 juveniles that are back in Woodside after the alleged home invasion. Do you still stand by your administration's proposal to shut down Woodside?
Yeah, well, again, it's a facility that is geared towards having a population of 30. So the problem still exists. So that's an area that I think that we'll be able to work with the legislature on. I think we're both at the point where we think the Woodside should close. Maybe not everyone, but many in positions of leadership have signaled that they think we have to do something. So we're willing to work with them on that. But we have to take some other approach. I mean, we do have need in the state.
Do you know? Have you spoken to Commissioner Touchette? And is he on
I have
the job?
not.
You've not?
I have not spoken to Commissioner Touchette. You mean in the last 24 hours?
Yes.
Yeah, I have not.
Does he remain on the job?
He does.
Vermont's Department of Motor Vehicles has been making a lot of money selling personal information. Do you support that practice?
Well, it's been going on for a long time. Some of it is in statute, actually, interestingly enough. I did take some action last week and told them to stop with private investigators accessing that information. So we put a hold on that for now. That seems to be the biggest sticking point. The rest is some from insurance companies and so forth in determining rates, and they have to make sure that those with licenses agree to that before they can access the information. So some of it's in statute. There's no choice. But I am a little concerned about privacy, and the private investigators is an area that I think we should take a step back and take a look at. So I told them to stop that practice.
Why does that concern you?
Well, it's just that, I'm not sure what they use the information for. And I just think it's an area that we should just, let's take a step back and take a look and make sure we know what we're doing with that, and talk with the legislature to see where we want to go from there.
Besides private investigators, there are other corporations that receive this information, purchase it, that are not insurance companies. Are you interested in reviewing this practice holistically?
I'm sure it will lead to that, but the private investigators was an area that I was most concerned with.
You've already started fundraising for 2020. Can we expect an announcement soon? Are you planning on announcing?
I'll be making that determination in the spring after the legislature is out of session. But I always want to be prepared. You never know. So we want to get started whenever we can.
People who are not running for election don't raise money.
Oh, I don't know that for sure, but I haven't seen any data on that.
Senator Baruch, he's going to be introducing legislation banning semi-automatic fire alarms in some public spots. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I think we've taken a lot of steps in this regard over the last 2 years, as you might recall, and I think there's an opportunity for us to take the laws that we passed, make them better, and make sure that we're putting them into practice and making sure that we're educating people on how to use particularly the red flag laws. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to do better with what we have right now rather than stepping out and passing new legislation.
So you're opposed to it, so?
Well, I'm not sure what the issue is they're trying to solve, but again, I'll listen to anything. We'll see where it goes in the legislature, but should be an interesting session.
Is it a solution to a problem that doesn't exist?
Don't know that. I mean, that's something that we'll take a look at, and I'm sure it'll be debated within the legislature themselves.
Secretary Moore yesterday said TCI might not be a carbon tax if the proceeds are allocated for economic development and affordability. Is that right?
I'm not sure. We'll see when the proposal comes out sometime in December, I believe. I'm not sure what it is at this point in time, but we have a seat at the table. We'll reflect on that. I've been consistent in my belief that a carbon tax isn't what Vermont needs, so I would not support it if it was a carbon tax. Okay. Thank you very much.
call the meeting to order. We two members short this evening, which is unfortunate, but we'll go along as best we can without them. Are there any additions that anyone would like to make to, or changes to the agenda? Has anyone any reason to believe we need an executive session at this point in time? Okay, minutes. The minutes of the budget meeting of November 25th, we will postpone approval until our next meeting, again for quorum reasons. Minutes of December 2nd regular meeting. You have a copy in front of you. Anyone wish to make a motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the December 2nd regular meeting minutes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Be all aye, thank you. And we'll vote to make it a done deal. December 9 budget meeting. Again, you have the minutes on that.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving December 9 budget meeting minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Road foreman, welcome.
Thank you. The date for the tree removal in Waynesville at the fire station has been moved. It's now January 2nd. Tomorrow was canceled due to the potential snow. I submitted the Better Back Roads grant last week for Parish Hill Road. I think it's March, but I won't swear to it. A couple of months anyways before we'll hear anything. The site plan for the sand salt shed was completed. It now goes through many reviews and permitting and so forth, so it'll be a while before we'll have anything to go on. At some point I'll bring the plans to show the board. That's part of the process is you warn it that they're going to be discussed and you show everybody what the plans are and so forth. The ice storm past weekend took a lot of sand and salt, and I hope the rain's not going to be a trend for the winter because that gets very expensive. And that's it.
So what's happening on Parish Hill where the Better Back Roads are?
Ditching, culverts, and so forth. Kind of like what we've been doing on all the other ones. That was the next one that they felt had high priority.
So how many more are there to do? All of them?
Hundreds.
Okay.
It's one of those things that goes around and around and around and around.
We've got to get a certain, the real bad ones have to be done by 2025. And I think there's 70 segments still in that section.
Wow.
Segment's 328 feet. So
328 feet of road, right?
Yep.
Typically, how many, or how much do you figure to get done under this grant?
We're planning on doing from the Green Iron Bridge to the farm at the top. And then there's a couple little spots further down that I think we can do. We not have enough grant money to cover them, but then at least the road will be completed. So.
Any questions for Jay? Could I have a motion for approval of the report?
Motion approved. Foreman report.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Administrative assistance report, blank paper, no.
Tonight you have the
the auditor's report that will appear in the town report this year, along with a letter of recommendation to the board. The U.S. Postal Rates Marketing Mail Permit number 3 fee renewal notice will be going up just before we send out the town reports. If we pay the fee by January 26th, we can avoid the small increase. I spoke with Mr. Van Loon today about scheduling additional budget meetings. The 23rd and the 30th are both free, and they might finish up what's needed. I plan on sending the first draft to the printers by the 17th of January. We received a letter today from Andrea Livermore, Director of Development and Community Outreach for the Brattleboro Area Hospice. The handwritten note asked me to extend their deep appreciation to the town for our support. It touched me that she took time to write a personal message after seeing form letters and requests from agencies and organizations asking for donations. Affecting us in the future could be the filing by the Southern Vermont Cable Company to sell Comcast. We'll need to keep an eye on this for our options, including the broadband meeting that's scheduled for the Newbrook Fire Department on June 16th at 6 p.m.
January 16th?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a public meeting.
Right. Any questions for Juanetta on her report? Any comments?
Should we, are we gonna put this on the next agenda as far as approving the fee renewal notice, and how much is it that we would have to pay?
Well, that's a gotta do
Yeah.
in the budget already.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't think,
It's an annual fee renewal.
yeah, it's,
But it's from the U.S. Postal Service.
But if you pay in advance, you're just asking to pay in advance? So
Yes.
would that would be a difference versus just a renewal?
yeah.
So do you know what the difference is? It's the savings, right?
Yeah, it's
So let's
savings
just
of-
make a motion to go ahead and prepay it so we can get the added discount. I make a motion. It's my motion.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to go ahead with setting up for our mailing fee for the town report, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Guess we're all on board. Very quick. The third bullet, and second line, you say 23rd and 30th are both free, and they might finish up?
They might finish it up.
Will finish up.
Let's push to finish it up.
We certainly hope to finish it.
So are we scheduling for those days?
I think we better put them in our pocket in case we need them.
Okay.
Be worrying about it, and it'd be nice if we don't.
And there's one other thing. So the letter that we got from Andrea Livermore, that was just because from last year?
No, she was thanking us. I assume that she had received a recent check that she had asked for.
For last year's appropriation? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need approval.
Make a motion to approve it, and to set the meetings up for the 23rd and the 30th.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Takes care of that. The Newfane Lister's office has some business with us this evening. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I think all of you received a copy of the memo with an explanation of the items. This is the errors and omissions of the 2019 year list. every year we have until December 30th, what is the 30th? 31st, to bring any errors and omissions to be approved by the board. And it happens every year, it's not always, we don't have errors and omissions, but this year we have 3. The first one is a property on Route 30. It's a new house. Remember when we had that snafu with the changing the
Systems?
No, it wasn't changing the systems. It happened in May when when they did the rollover from the assessment program to the taxing program, and that got wiped out, and we had to recreate all of the stuff that we had done previously.
Yeah.
And there were some things that got missed. 2 of them were on this list. So that was the first one on Route 30. The second one is on Sawmill Road, Scott Martin. He should have had an additional, he's in covenant restricted housing. And the law says that he should have, his house should be 60 to 70% of fair market value. So this indicates that the house was reduced in value by 30%. And the third one is Charles Bergman, and that's another one of the rollover snafus that didn't get taken care of.
Okay, the action to be taken by the board is approval for these entries on the grand list, right?
And what'll happen is they'll get new tax bills for this year. The one will be a happy one and the other 2 will not be. But the guy on Route 30, he's aware that he's only paying taxes on his land right now. And he's aware that the house needs to be, so that'll get taken care of. And the select board, there is the original, I think you have the original up there somewhere in the space for the select board to sign. The listers have signed it, and then it goes to the town clerk and gets filed with the 2019 grand list information.
There's actually a new house on Route 30?
Yes? No, I just made it up.
Is that the one down by the flea market on that?
Yes.
Just before Brooklyn Road?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just before you turn onto
Go to
Radway
Brooklyn,
Hill, that
right.
it sits back. It was a modular, 2-story
Yeah.
modular that came in, yeah. That's it.
And which one is he, the top one?
Right in front of you on the pink.
Yes,
He's the top one.
where it says 762 Route 30.
And the other one is where?
But just what it says on the sheet.
Oh, on Dover Road, Bergman?
Scott Martin's on
Christmas
Sawmill
tree.
Road,
No,
and
not,
Bud
tea
Bergman's
house
on Dover
places,
Street.
no. That's his, the little shed he's been working on.
Oh, the one just above the treehouse.
It's not, that he's gonna get added this next year.
Yeah.
The treehouse.
No, the
No.
treehouse
No,
is.
the land is above it. It's in between that and the old
Next-
schoolhouse, right?
Yeah.
The land that Bud Bergman owns and that this is associated with, he has like 94 acres total. And this particular one is the carriage house and the stable. He redid the stable for living quarters. Has it on the market,
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah, it sits way back in.
the stable and the carriage house. And he has it on the market to sell it with 2 acres. He has not done the subdivision yet.
Oh.
And I think it's on he has it advertised for $265,000. And I think there was some discussion with the people who own the treehouse about buying it, but I don't think they wanted to pay what he wanted, so anyway, that's how real estate goes. He's fixing up what's called the game house.
Is that part and parcel, is that all one parcel still?
That
His
94
land, he
acres,
owns one parcel at this point, right?
one parcel.
Okay, the action we need to take is to approve the report of on errors and omissions and to sign this document for forwarding to the town clerk for signature for final approval everywhere. May I have a,
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please indicate if you're in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Any abstentions?
Thank you very much.
You don't have 3 signatures yet.
The
16. A minor point, but the dates will have to be put on this after the list of signatures.
Well, they signed them on different dates, so.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
anything. Anything else for us? It's too easy.
Thank you for your work.
And I think you got something in there too from the solid waste district, their budget, but that's in your correspondence, I
Oh, correspondence.
think. I gave it to you. It's a letter to the select board from Bob Spencer. And the budget was passed, their budget was passed last Thursday night.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get to that. We were scheduled to have an update from the Williamsville Hall Committee. They have checked to say that they will not be here, so we'll move on to the Planning Commission. And welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
In particular, both of you.
Well, thank you. Okay, well, just for viewers of BCTV, my name is Ken Esty. I'm the new chair of the Planning Commission, so I just wanted to...
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bless you.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Godspeed.
Indeed, yeah, to be sure. But also just to thank the Select Board for, the work that you're doing and the chance to work with you on the implementation of the town plan, which is a key function of the work of the Planning Commission, is to draw that up. As you know, we renewed the town plan in 2018, and our job is to make sure that we're working closely with you, attending select board meetings as we can, to check in with each other about how the town plan is being implemented and the things that we can do and the things that we might ask of you to help that process along. So the other main issue that I should also address is Lynn Forrest, who is the other planning commissioner, along with Bob McCandless. And so right now we're a planning commission of 3, and it's been tradition or maybe by rule, I'm not exactly sure, but we're supposed to have 5 members, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I came in as the chair in July. Lynn stepped down from the chairpersonship, and we decided, with Bob staying on as secretary, we looked around the table and there I was. So gladly took on that position, and actually this is something we might discuss or it may come up. I'm not absolutely sure whether being chair is also a decision that the select board has a role in, or whether that's within the role, within the role of the planning commission. So then that means I am officially the chair. So as you know, the key task of the planning commission is looking at the future of the town, as well as talking about our shared purpose. And toward that end, meeting on the second and fourth Thursdays of the month, we've been busy at work this past year, and a particular note that I should make is on the natural burial grounds. On last Thursday, we had our public hearing, as we are required to do, on this proposed bylaw amendment, and we had about, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 15 people here at the, right in this very room, who are very, very interested in our proposed bylaw amendment. Effectively, what it does, and you have the documentation, but I can also distribute it right now too, is to add natural burial grounds as a conditional use in the town's resource districts. So that's the heart of it, is to add that as one of the conditional uses. At which point, if this were to be seen through all the way to final approval, anyone who had an interest in a natural burial ground in a resource district would then have to present her or his plans to the Development Review Board, and they would take it on from there. Now, I'm required, happily, statutorily, I need to present to the select board and to the town clerk simultaneously the paperwork for this proposed bylaw amendment. Now, you already have it, but you had it as part of the preparation for that hearing, and I now need to present it to you again. But I'm not exactly sure in which form. I'm in contact with VLCT, and they'll let me know exactly what I need to do in order to officially present it to you. Because as you know, you'll now have to have a hearing as well. The select board will have a hearing on the natural burial grounds. So as a, in the resource district.
Yeah, so where's the resource district?
Well, I honestly do not know precisely where they are, but it's as you know, we have zoning, and that's the areas that, and perhaps the select board can speak more accurately to that, but there are areas designated in town as being resource districts.
There's the village districts. Can't think of the right word right now for the
rural.
Basically, yeah, but and resources pretty well spread out throughout the town.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
Right.
It pretty much takes up all of the undeveloped land in town.
Right. So it's not, a particular place that.
Not so many acres or so many people's properties or anything like that. It's pretty broad.
But they're privately owned
Oh, yeah.
pieces.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Right. And so someone who has a property
Tract of land
within the resource district could decide, on a natural burial ground, either in any number of capacities. That's what we're doing, as you know, when you add it to, a bylaw addition with respect to, a conditional use in a natural resource district, then we just make that proposal and then send it on through, and then from there, it's a large picture, and then from there, whoever wishes to do such a thing, then would go through all the channels. But we make it possible for that entity, if there is to be an entity, to actually have the ability to approach the Development Review Board. They can't,
Okay, so we
you
go
can't
to-
approach the Development Review Board without such a permitted-
Condition or-
conditional,
yeah.
right, conditioned
Yeah.
use.
A point of information, approach the DRB through the zoning administrator.
Yes,
You know,
thank
Go
you.
for zoning permit first. He says, no, go.
Right, thank you.
Just
No,
picky.
no, that's, no, not at all. It's just a matter of, these procedures are important, and that's why we went through, you know, all the
It's pretty
steps.
broad, but it still has conditions and
That's-
approvals down the road.
That's right.
Okay.
So it's not like, go ahead and do it. It's,
Yeah.
no, you have to go through the channels. So that took a long time, and we brought it to a certain point of completion, but within the process on Thursday. And now our step as the Planning Commission is to bring it to you in the appropriate form. But if you'd like a copy tonight of what that looks like, or what we're proposing for it to look like in the bylaws, I have a copy.
I take a copy.
Okay, great. All right, I will definitely give that to you. On the understanding that doesn't constitute the official, but it's, I mean, this is what we indicate that we'll do. The second major project that we've been working on is the enhanced energy planning. So while the natural burial ground was part of a zoning bylaw amendment, the enhanced energy planning is actually a multi-page document, maybe upwards of 30 pages, that would be added to the town plan. Now, we do have some discussion of energy planning in the town plan, but an enhanced energy plan, which has been urged upon us gladly and happily, we took it on from the Wyndham Regional Commission, and we've been working closely with the WRC on this enhanced energy planning. And Bob McCandless has been at the forefront of doing this over the course of this year. And I'm happy to report what we also reached a certain point of completion with the enhanced energy planning, insofar as Marion Major, who works with the WRC, has indicated to us that they are satisfied right now with this draft plan. Now, once again, any kind of addition and/or modification to the town plan requires multiple steps, including hearing on our part, a hearing on your part. So you'll be hearing more about what we call the EEP, or the Enhanced Energy Plan, as we go into 2020. So that's been really significant. One major feature of the Enhanced Energy Plan is to have an energy committee, possibly a 5-member energy committee who would be responsible for working with the Planning Commission and with the Select Board on implementing the goals, actions, and policies. So that's a very big, initiative, and it's going to take a lot of people working together. Everything from thermostats to how we think about commuting to how we think about building and so on. It's very exciting, because what it means potentially, not only does it relate to 90% renewable energy use by 2050, that's sort of the big picture, but the smaller and hugely important picture is cost savings for the town, and also cost savings for people in the town, in their homes and in their use of energy, whether it's in their cars or whatever the case may be. So that's very exciting, and having an energy committee that's working closely with you, with us, and reaching out to the townspeople could be significant for a lot of people going forward. So that's the enhanced energy planning. That again has been a lot of the work that we've been doing over the past year. Now, a third initiative is, well, a little bit a lesser, it was brought to us, but we were very excited about it, was and you heard about it too, right? And this was the Green Mountain Conservancy, who has come into, through various means, a large tract of land themselves called the Deer Run Nature Preserve. And they came to our meeting on November 14th, Deborah Luskin and Roger Haydock. And that was great, because they had taken very careful note of our town plan and presented this initiative on the basis of our town plan, which is, also emphasizes the preservation of forest blocks, and so that wildlife can move freely through that area, as well as hiking and recreation. So that's what the Green Mountain Conservancy is up to, and we were very delighted to have them come to a planning commission meeting because of the inherent value of that work, but also the way they were thinking about the town plan as a factor in their own work. So that's something that occurred. The other thing I just wanted to emphasize by way of updates is that we're very much looking forward to being here at select board meetings, going forward. Now, if not every meeting, I myself really enjoyed coming to select board meetings well before I had the planning commission as part of my own work. I just like to come and visit and be with where the action is, So of late, though, I haven't been able to attend because of work schedule. So on Mondays, it just cannot be here. Although now the work schedule is abated for somewhat and I'm not commuting back and forth, so I can be here tonight. But we're hoping that the other commissioners, can make it part of their task as a commissioner to in fact be here and to provide more timely and much more, vigorous updating so that you have a better sense of what we're doing. So I should say that at this point in time, we are at 3 commissioners and we're looking for 2 more. And I have half of that solution as part of my presentation tonight. But I should say this, our budget request. I gave to Annetta tonight our budget request, which we would like to keep at last year's budget of $2,500. So we're not looking for an increase. We're not looking for a decrease, looking to hold it flat. And I would say that a key aspect of the budget request of $2,500, $1,500 of that is designated as training for new commissioners. And I would also add training for the older commissioners, such as myself, that is to say, even though I've been doing this now going on 3 years, the VLCT, Vermont League of Cities and Towns, has excellent trainings for planners and zoning administrators, and there are other leadership conferences and other types of activities. And that just requires time and mileage and sometimes, not always, especially with VLCT, but registration costs and so on. So that's going to be really, really important, not only for the older commissioners such as myself, but also for the new commissioners that we hope to bring on board. So I just wanted to highlight that aspect of our budget request. Very, very important to us. And so now I'd like to turn it over to you if you have any questions or comments about what we're doing.
I do. So I'm not quite sure, but how are you tasked with deciding what projects you would be doing within the town plan?
How are we tasked?
Yeah.
Right.
And how do you make that decision? Do you come to the board and ask us where our thoughts are? Or do you just in the committee decide where you're going to go?
Right. So as you'll see when you look at the town plan, in fact, I had to bring it with me. Here it is, the town plan. In every section of the town plan, there are action steps.
Mm-hmm.
And so at that point in time, this was approved by the Planning Commission and sent on to the Select Board. So now it's the document of the town. This is not really anymore, the Planning Commission. This is all of ours.
Right, yeah.
We have this one together.
But within that town plan, there's initiatives.
Many of them.
So how do you decide? Who
Right.
decides
Right.
to tackle it? Because one of my concerns is housing.
Yes.
And water, rural,
Yeah, please.
access, for water to economic development.
Exactly.
The other projects are okay, but they take time up.
They sure do. And they sure
And what's
do.
the priority? For housing and water, I think are main priorities.
Mhm.
So where does that all come into the town plan?
Yes, well, the town plan didn't explicitly say the order in which these things would be tackled.
Yeah, so who decides?
Right, so it's, at this point, it's the commissioners. As we sit and deliberate, okay, what can we take on next? Now, to be, perfectly clear, the priority of late has been the natural burial grounds. We've taken that one on because we were presented, for instance, with a petition from people here in town to take this off. So that took on precedent.
So I guess a petition by the town
A petition by the town.
would facilitate the movement into a certain area.
Well, and this, yes, and that, well, it was,
I know.
I know, this was a petition that we had to take on. In other words, that we were required by law that when we're faced with a petition on a bylaw amendment, we absolutely had to take that on at that time, regardless of anything else.
Right.
And so therefore we did. So that took up time.
Yes.
For instance, with the enhanced energy planning, that was part of the town plan, is to take on energy planning, and we were presented by the Wyndham Regional Commission with that initiative, say, will you take this on? And we said, yes, we will.
But
now,
when?
And we did.
What's the question? The other question would be, well, when do I have to take that on?
We decided to take it on at the beginning of the year. I wasn't the
Initiating.
Right, we were responding to that. I wasn't the chair of the commission at that point, so we took it on. Now, as far as going forward, what we do this coming year, that's really the stuff of the meeting that we're going to have on January 23rd. I believe that's the fourth Thursday in January, where we actively decide, okay, what will be the priorities?
Is that your regular board meeting? So you're saying you decide, your committee decides what you're going to tackle?
That's right.
And that's how it goes?
That's right. And which is not to say that if the select board were reading, if you were reading the town plan and you said to us, this is part of the town plan, would like you to look at this carefully.
Yeah.
Then
would it take a vote for the board to initiate that?
I don't think, that would be up to you how you would want to, if you wanted to direct us in that fashion, I suppose you could do that, but I don't think you have to do that. I mean, it would be up to you how you would like to.
So there's nothing written down or anything that you know of?
No, I mean, Lynn, in last year's Planning Commission annual report, outlined some of the priorities that we identified at the end of last year for the work of the Planning Commission.
But it truly comes from your committee then?
I would say so, but it doesn't mean that the select board can't take initiative. It doesn't mean that town people really, because this is the town's plan. So if the town feels, whether it's an individual member or whether it's you as a select board, feel that an area of our town plan is being neglected, that's you say, hey, look, here's the town plan. How come you're not working on this?
It doesn't sound like it's a formative process, a formal process.
No, and understand that there are 14 different sections
yes, I understand
of the town plan with like multiple steps in each of those sections. Totaling well over 100 different kinds of action steps. And this town plan is now in year one of an 8-year long, lifespan. And so thinking carefully about how we actually move forward, and so that this is not merely paper, but actually has
action.
Yes, that actually
again, as a committee, you guys will have to decide what the priorities are. And for me, I feel the priorities are housing and water.
Yeah, well then, duly noted. Duly noted. Yes.
I think a lot of people would be high on their list.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have resources, natural resources, trails, things, etc. But I think the priority should be looking down the road now for our population to be able to thrive here with water and housing.
Certainly, and as one of the authors of the housing section, you know, I too share that concern about affordable housing and economic development, because without affordable housing, you know, what does that mean for the people who live here and what their prospects are?
Right, and new families coming in and continuing the growth and the future of Newfane is really important.
That's correct.
Water sources, you've got to have good water in order to have economic development. And it doesn't mean that you're building commercial buildings left and right. It's housing options too.
That's
Senior
right.
citizens that might want to have a senior residence in town somewhere. They've got to have a public water source and septic system.
If I might,
Yes, please.
I would suggest your suggestion go to the planning commission.
Yeah, but it's a discussion in front of the public. I think that the public needs to have that kind of conversation.
Well, that's why the planning commission exists.
Yes.
They are there to listen and so. And one very quick minor explanation. All of this is in chapter 117 of Title 24. Relatively readable. So if you want to know why there's a planning commission, how there is, how many are in it, so forth, so that's there. Point number two, that again, picky. The Wyndham Regional doesn't say, hey, do this. Wyndham Regional says, hey, if you'd like to do this, we'll help you. And very often, you want to do this because there's pressure from the state. I don't want to
No, that's true.
let it go without pointing an accusing finger at the state of Vermont. Thank you.
Well, we're delighted to work with the Wyndham Regional Commission, to be sure, and they're, you know, John Bennett and his team, an excellent resource for us, you know, through all of our work. So the chance to do enhanced energy planning was definitely, you know, a great opportunity for us to jump at and to work together with them. And that's been something in the works for quite some time. I should also add, and I would be remiss to neglect, yet another aspect of our work by way of update. The issue of short-term rentals is a key issue that we'll be tackling going into 2020. You know, Merle and the Development Review Board were presented with, long story short, various, you know, in differing variety of different kinds of short-term rental situations here in town, and the question is, we don't have any provision in the bylaws right now about short-term rentals. Other towns do, and they're working with that in their own way. But for lack in our bylaws of any mention whatsoever of short-term rentals, we don't have the ability really to work with those who are engaged in short-term rentals in a consistent and in a consistent way. It's just not there. So
Which is different than bed and breakfast.
That's right.
Airbnb.
Bed and breakfast is a short-term rental.
Well, yeah, and this is and this is exactly what we have to work out. You know, is our definitions and how we understand those definitions and how we work with those definitions here in Newfane. We just don't have that yet. I would be very remiss. Maybe I left it out of my initial presentation because of the complexity of the task, you know, and the enormity of what we need to take on. And very much the Planning Commission absolutely needs the public to be involved in this. We cannot do this by ourselves on our own and spring it on the town. The town should be profoundly engaged with this question of short-term rentals, because that is all about questions about housing and fairness and equity.
And resources
And for resources, both for those who wish to have short-term rentals and for those who wish to offer them. Everybody has got to be profoundly involved in this, what I think would be a very vibrant and excellent discussion. And again, you know, when you ask about priorities, how do we decide on our priorities? Well, this one came by way of being invited to go to a Development Review Board meeting in which people who have short-term rentals were invited to talk about their rentals, their situation. But it was difficult to do that for lack of the language in our bylaws about short-term rentals. So we were alerted very much as a planning commission to the fact that we need to update our zoning bylaw to account for this.
So there's a difference between a bed and breakfast and a short-term rental.
Well, as Pete alluded to, for some, they are seen as one, and for others, they are not seen as the same thing. But I have to be extremely careful not to answer that question directly, because that's the question we need to deal with as a planning commission to try to figure that out. Because for some places they could be, in some towns, they could be the same thing, and other towns decide, well, they're not really the same thing.
Yeah.
And we have to decide whether they're the same or whether they are in fact different.
And put it in black and white.
That's right. So the Development Review Board so that Merle Tessier and the Development Review Board can deal with it, consistently, fairly, and adequately. Are there other questions or comments?
I'll throw my usual plea out into the open. Wyndham Regional, the town has 2 representatives to Wyndham Regional. It is allowed to. It has 1. That one begs that someone else come forward.
Who might that person be? That actually. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I won't ask again. So, if there are no other comments or questions, I'd like to then. It's your agenda, but maybe this is part of my report.
Okay. You have it.
Yes. So I'd like to introduce then my colleague Tim Shortell, who would like to join the Planning Commission, and so I'll turn it over to Tim to introduce himself and to have the discussion.
Sure, thank you. Well, as Ken said, I'm Tim Shortell. I live in Williamsville. I have lived there for the last couple of years. I've been attending Planning Commission meetings, I think, since the beginning of September, maybe end of August, to get a sense of the work that the Commission does. Had a chance to listen in on some of the conversations that Ken mentioned to you in his report. I feel like it would be a way for me to contribute to the town. I have a skill set that I think would be relevant to the work of the committee, and feels like be a good opportunity for me to be able to contribute to the town. I have a similar schedule with Ken, so I'm a professor in New York City, and so typically I'm in the city Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, and then home here the rest of the week, which is why it's been hard for me to make an appearance. I know that you were interested in meeting me before, but for work reasons, I haven't been able to get to a board meeting until now. And in fact, I started thinking about this at the last town meeting, because I remember you had mentioned about the Wyndham Regional Commission, and I was interested in that, and looked it up, trying to see when the committee and its working bodies were meeting, and unfortunately it happens to correspond with the time that I'm in New York, so we couldn't sign on, but it remains an interest of mine, and as my work schedule changes, it might be something that I would be able to pick up at some point, but be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I know you always look at me because I always have all the questions, but
I felt the vibrations.
Let's see, the question I had was, there was something I was going to ask you. I can't remember what it is. It was interrupted, my thought train.
So what's the term go for?
Oh, I know what it is.
Yes, that's the term. Right, that is also a question looking at the annual report. For instance, Bob McCandless is listed as 2019. I'm listed as 2020. and Lynn is listed as 2021. And it's not clear what, if Tim were to be approved by you as the select board, whether
That's
Tim
the
would
question.
slot into Marcia Highlands or Angela Sanborn's,
Oh, remaining term,
right, for instance.
yeah.
And actually, I have to confess, I'm unclear what 2019 means with respect to Bob McCandless, actually. Whether that term was up as of
On what date?
town meeting or, and so Bob has been,
No, it would be the date that he was appointed by the select board,
good point.
I think.
So maybe
Look at
letters
minutes.
exist in minutes or.
Yeah, and any appointment made in 2019 could be made such that it had to be revisited in 2020, so don't worry.
That was my question, was whether or not we have to appoint, we make the final decision?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Right, hence.
Yeah.
So, oh, good, thank you. Which is to say that we've been, while Tim has been in attendance, we are a planning commission of 3.
Yeah.
So he's a member of the public and acts in that capacity at our meetings, even as a regular attendee.
Yeah.
When we vote, of course, it's only the 3 members of the planning commission, which is, that's good that there are 3 of us, better that there are 4, and even excellent that there will be 5 soon, I hope.
Ken, do you have another meeting in 2019 scheduled?
We do not.
Okay. I would suggest at this particular point, we now have your recommendation, your nomination.
Yes.
I would suggest that we put it on an early 2020 agenda, and then that detail is taken care of.
That would be excellent
He
because.
could continue, if you were to pull a special meeting or something like that, certainly continue to go, and as can any citizen, go to a meeting at any time and speak up, make a suggestion, question, whatever.
Right, and just to say that we would be very eager to have Tim officially seated by the January 23rd meeting, given the schedule of the other commissioners who are in and out of town for the spring. And so our ability to have quorum.
Yeah.
Now, that's not why I'm interested in Tim joining the commission, just so we can have quorum.
Right.
I'm interested in his vital contributions. However, his vital contributions also come with our ability to have quorum then.
Sure.
So, right, and to conduct the business.
Good idea, needs backing.
Tim, how's your schedule going to be? Does he need to come to the board meeting for the appointment?
No.
No, I think like anything else, he would receive a letter if the board would appoint him. He would receive a letter, he would agree to accept the letters.
Yeah, what I am suggesting is that, and I think you've made a note to this effect, that one of our first January agenda will have appointment to the planning commission on it. Any member of this board can say, I move to approve the appointment of, and away we go.
I'm here in town through all of January, if needed.
You're on break.
Yeah.
J-term, we used to call it.
Yeah, break from one kind of work to do another kind of work.
I have a bit of grading to do, but yeah, I will be here.
Right. So, yeah, to thank the select board for the work that you do in partnership with the planning commission. I think the planning commission is a deep and abiding privilege to work on this because we're talking about the town and our townspeople and this place that we all deeply love and care about together. And we get to be part of that with you and with the town as they participate in town meetings. So it's a really exciting, energizing opportunity, and I say that with full conviction, and it's why I'm doing the work, because I love this place, and I want other people to love it as much, and I know they do, for all of you who have been here for so long. And I'm a newcomer, really. I mean, 4 years and counting.
I think I've
But-
been here 8 years.
So,
I'm a newcomer.
yeah. And taking great heart from those who've been here for a long time to, as young people or as
And
older
also for new
people.
people coming in.
Right, for everyone.
I have one final question. I hope it doesn't bore the board, but I think it's important for the public to understand. But the DRB, the Development Review Board, how does that work? Is that a separate entity or is that under your committee?
Well, it is a separate entity.
Okay.
Some towns have combined planning commission and DRBs. In other places, I know of one town in Connecticut that has a joint, operation. But the Development Review Board, as they work with the bylaws, well, the Planning Commission is the body that puts together bylaws on the basis of the town plan.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do it on our own, of course.
Mhm.
We can do nothing on our own, but we do it as per the process that I just described with respect to the natural burial grounds.
Mm-hmm.
But the DRB acts in concert with the zoning bylaw that we're all responsible for, but we're primarily the ones who put that together or shepherd that in coordination with the town plan.
And then they kind of define it more, the DRB?
Well, they have to, if not necessarily define it, they have to apply it.
Oh, okay.
So they're confronted with a situation, and if they can make a determination that that situation is covered by the language in that zoning bylaw, then they act.
Of course.
Someone goes to the zoning administrator
Mm-hmm.
with a permit application, and the zoning administrator looks at the zoning bylaw, and in some cases, if you read the bylaw, he can't approve certain things. They have to go to the Development Review Board for
Okay.
them to have a meeting
Mhm.
to see if it conforms to the bylaw. And then their decision goes back to the zoning administrator if they approve or disapprove. There might be conditions and so forth, but that's how it goes.
And if they can't find anything, then they come to the planning commission and say the zoning bylaws
Needs fixing.
needs fixing.
Okay.
And that's where we are at with the short-term rental
Right,
Yeah.
right.
situation. Is that there were situations that were short-term rental related for which there was no language in the zoning bylaw. So,
Right. Yeah.
In essence, the DRB is the appeal body in zoning.
Yeah.
and can act in a quasi-judicial
Well,
fashion if necessary.
Absolutely, yeah. It is a quasi-judicial body.
Right. As you are, my understanding, a legislative body.
I guess. Not tonight.
Yeah, so we're learning as we go as well, for sure.
Well, I'd like to wrap this up and say thank you and don't be bashful.
Well, thank you.
Both doors are always open.
Thank you.
Good to see you both.
Thank you for coming.
Unscheduled members of the public. Anything from anybody, any old business? VLCT, resolution supporting municipal authority regarding commercial cannabis. I know we all have paperwork on this, and I don't know where mine is. It is relative to the town's ability to regulate basically anything that has to do with cannabis. And there's a bill before the Senate at this point, and it will be coming up in January. They're asking that all towns consider and support and circulate to representatives and senators before the 2020 legislative session begins in And this is the resolution that they, I could read it, but you can guess. No.
You want me to read it?
Love to.
See if I get all the words right. Town of Newfane resolution supporting municipal authority in the commercial cannabis system. Whereas a regulated and taxed recreational cannabis marketplace will affect communities across Vermont. Whereas the 2019-2020 BLCT municipal policy calls for any legislation legalizing commercial cannabis to address the impacts on municipalities, school populations, first responders, municipal regulations, and budgets. Whereas states that currently have a commercial cannabis market have guaranteed municipal governments, local regulatory, taxation authority, and revenue sharing, and Vermont cities and towns need, at a minimum, those same guaranteed powers. Whereas all cannabis establishments that cultivate, process, manufacture, or sell cannabis will be wholly located in our cities and towns, and voters in cities and towns must be granted the right to opt in to hosting cannabis establishments within their community. Whereas all duly adopted ordinances and land use policies and regulations adopted by municipalities pursuant to 24 VSA Chapter 117 and 24 VSA 2291 must be upheld in any commercial cannabis system. Whereas local cannabis control commissions must be given the same level of authority as local control commissions that administer licenses and permits for the establishments that furnish alcohol. Whereas cities and towns must be granted authority to assess licensing and permitting fees for cannabis establishments. And whereas all cities and towns that host the cannabis establishments should share in a local cannabis tax, not just those with retail establishments, generating tax revenues, now and therefore be it resolved by the town of Newfane that the town only supports legislation legalizing a taxed and regulated cannabis market that adequately addresses all aforementioned local considerations and concerns. 2, that the town supports a local cannabis tax of 5%, with 75% of the revenues derived from the local cannabis tax retained by the host community of a retail establishment, and 30% pooled and redistributed to municipalities that do not host retail establishments. And that the town calls upon the state administration and legislature to provide communities adequate time and clarity in law for local officials and community members to discuss the local implications of such a market and to update, clarify, and establish local regulations and policies accordingly.
Thank you very much. It's kind of hard to sit here and try to figure out whether Paul Dutton's going to sell weed or not, but
I think anybody can, can't
Shouldn't have the
or grow or both. But to me, it's a kind of a tough question at this early stage. At the same time, I think that probably our signing on to that particular document would not be a mistake. I'd like to hear from other members of the public and or board members.
So they want us to sign that there then, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yep, we don't have to do it tonight. You
Well, I just don't sign it. You know, the whole thing is, I've always thought it's kind of dumb anyways. They legalize the damn thing, they can't sell it to collect any tax out of it in the state, you know? Doesn't make much sense, you know?
Does it sound like we have to take the control of regulating and taxing it?
I don't think that has been determined. I don't believe so. I don't know. how
Within
that-
your town?
I
And then
don't
30
know how that works.
And then 30% of the tax gets redistributed
I mean,
out?
But my question is, who does it?
That's a
Does
business.
zoning administrator suddenly get rich?
Or it's a private entity? I'll take
Or-
it, I'll
It's
do
gonna
it.
be part of the liquor control.
Yeah, it'd be liquor control, it'd be,
The same as-
Oh,
the
liquor
same-
control board.
The same as what you do for the liquor licenses.
That sounds,
That's what it sounded
Probably.
like there.
um,
Your licensing and permits.
the town has to control it. It's not a private entity. You can grow it and sell it as a private person.
let me revisit this sentence. Resolution, we are asking all cities, towns, and villages to consider, support, and circulate to representatives and senators in their district before the 2020 legislative session begins, can be found here. So in other words, what you just read, they want us to approve and send it on to representatives and senators before the House, before the legislature reconvenes. So
And this
what's
is,
your pleasure?
this is coming from VLPC as a recommendation.
VLC.
I recommend signing it.
I say we get on the happy bus.
Make a motion to sign it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to sign and forward the resolution as stated. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there discussion? I'm sorry. Anyone have any thoughts, questions? Yeah?
Well, just say, as a member of the planning commission, this is of intense interest to us because of the implications of such a facility, you know, as it pertains to the town plan. So I'm not saying I'm for or against, but just noting that even just being here tonight and learning of this, it's like very fascinating and definitely has a relationship to the kind of work that we do on the planning commission,
Yeah.
to be sure.
Okay, I think we have a motion. Is there any other discussion, any other questions? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion to sign the resolution, please say aye.
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 It said hot houses, we're gonna have pot houses.
And water.
Oh, horse farm down there is looking better all the time. Hell of a facility.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I should have noted this before. I'll ask for a new motion. The resolution has a place for the chair of the select board to sign, so if I could have a new motion authorizing the chair to sign the resolution, I would appreciate it.
Yeah. I'll make a motion for the chair to sign it.
He said, yeah.
Well, that
I'll
works-
second it.
Works for me.
Okay.
Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Abstentions?
Are you asking for samples?
Shh, later. Thank you.
Has a lot of implications.
Yeah.
Maybe farming will come back.
Agriculture. Thank you.
Cut those trees down and farm, and, you know, grow it on the hills.
New business.
Green mountains.
Um,
Okay.
Do you have anything that you want to sneak in here under new business? We have, that's correspondence, I think. I believe we have no new business. I do have, I apologize, I do have a piece of what might be called old business. I think I provided you with a draft of a letter to Karen Freeman of the Conservation Programs and Vermont Housing Conservation Board that I put together relative to the Deer Run Nature Preserve. Have you had a chance to read it? If not, please do. And
Yeah, I need a second to read it.
You probably want to read that into the minutes if you're supporting it.
We read it first. Yeah.
The only one thing I'd like to see changed is where it says resource uses as a timber harvesting. I wouldn't mind be able to see that, like I said on one of our other meetings.
What?
As a gravel source for the town.
Oh, yeah, we've been talking about that.
I mean,
Yes.
it wouldn't hurt nothing even for what they're using it for conservation, whatever, you know. And there's gonna be a time that towns are gonna need gravel, and there's a lot of gravel on that property. And they could take certain sections of it, you know, there's like a plateau at the end of the field that goes up and then plateaus onto the mountain. They could, you know, take out little sections of it, and I'd like to have some sort of thing, if we ever could put it in there, as a gravel resource for the towns, for future use. Because it's getting scarcer and scarcer. It's a thing the town's always gonna need.
okay,
I like that.
I mean, you could throw it on there, and then just see what they. It's nothing that would ever affect your hiking or anything. You know, the towns that ever be in there during the summer months to get it, and then you'd have to go across the river anyways to forge it because there's no bridge. So you stone the rivers and stuff. I mean.
okay,
Well, I want to make a suggestion at the end of it. So the last sentence, nobody understands it from out in the public, but I would add in comma, and other natural resource cultivation approved by the town. That's a general term versus gravel. Naturally, it could be timber harvesting, could be gravel, it could be rock collecting.
Well, it's like I said before, if it's not something you put into it
all right,
now,
well,
later on, it's never gonna come up. If you put it in now and they're trying to put it all together and we're back in it.
I was trying to sneak it in.
Everyone's sneaking.
Let me read it so you people know what we're saying. This is to Karen Freeman, Director of Conservation Programs, VHCB. Dear Ms. Freeman, I'm writing to notify you the Newfane Select Board has voted in support of a proposal to include approximately 241 acres of land in the southeast section of town in the recently established Deer Run Nature Preserve. In addition to being aligned with and reinforcing many elements of the Newfane Town Plan, the proposal appears to have the positive effect of protecting the aesthetic value of the forested hillsides as they are viewed by people driving along Route 30. Of particular interest to board members was the statement that the preserve's intent is to continue historic use of the land, notably agriculture on the flat areas along the West River, and hunting, hiking, sugaring, and resource uses such as timber harvesting. And my use of the term resource uses such as timber harvesting was my intention, my hope was that would be open-ended and inclusive. I have no problem with putting it in there. I just, we'll see how far it bounces.
Well, it could also be, grown pot, it could be, the gravel pit, it could.
That's not historic use.
Agriculture, it's a plant.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I think adding in something like cultivation, natural resource cultivation kind of covers, the gravel pit, pot, some other things I can't think of at the moment. It's cultivation versus, harvesting. It's a different, the word cultivation is different than harvesting.
Yeah, no, cultivation is typically growing and harvesting.
Well, we got the gravel pit guy down at the end. What do you think is a good word, Mike?
That's point blank, tell them what I'm looking for.
He's looking for gravel.
Well, no, I'm not looking for, I'm talking, it's not gonna happen in my lifetime probably, but later on down the road, if, like I said, you put it on a piece of paper, everybody agrees to it, it's in there for the kids, whoever else later on down the road, when it's getting scarce, and the state's not letting you open up a lot of places, and if you had something like that, I think the towns could get it approved and do a little section at a time and take it in and reclaim it and keep moving on.
Just FYI, the town of Putney just bought a pit over in Dummerston.
But this is Brooklyn.
No, I know, but I mean, because they were running out of gravel options.
All right,
FYI.
let me throw this out for your reaction. The introduction to that sentence, notably agriculture on flat areas along the West River, and hunting, hiking, sugaring, and resource uses such as gravel extraction and timber harvesting.
There you go.
That's good. Yeah.
Extraction, that's the word.
For municipal use. That way they don't think a private guy's gonna go in and just tear it up. That's fine. That's great what you did, just like that. At least you got the word out there.
Yeah, an extraction is a good one.
With that addition of those two words, is the draft letter approved for?
Yeah.
I make a motion to accept the letter with the changes that Hendrik W. Van Loon wrote for us.
Okay, I think I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Puts me in a spot, doesn't it?
That might be the conversation.
I'll take care of it. Yeah, we can hear a little.
That's all right.
That's good.
But maybe once they hear what the whole deal is, they might like it too, Yeah. It's not gonna hurt the land, that's for sure.
Was that a third silent approval?
Sorry?
Was that a third silent approval?
I will.
Thank you.
Damn fool doesn't sign his own letter. Hope Mike didn't pick that up, but he probably did. Okay, under correspondence, unless anyone has any other new business, or there's a letter from Letitia Ashmore on behalf of the estate of
The estate of whom?
there's a letter to Winetta. Per our conversation, at the suggestion of Mike Fitzpatrick, I'm sending some information about our property on Radway Hill. Mike thought the town might be interested in purchasing the property for gravel and sand operations. I know you have the lister's card, but here's a little info on the property. Radway Hill subdivision asking $195,000. 21.67 acres, also referred to as the Peterson property. It was purchased as a 3-lot state subdivision with an exempt 4th lot of 10 acres. Parcel was subject to a 25-year right of first refusal to A.S. Clark & Sons, which was offered and refused. almost certain that the non-permitted lot would be able to support a wastewater disposal system suitable for single-family residents. So effectively, it is a 4-lot subdivision. There have been surveys created to possibly expand this to additional lots, but it has not been approved as an amended subdivision. Please let me know if there's anything else you would need.
No, I did. I recommended them to
Yep.
send that.
That's
To-
perfectly legitimate.
No, it's like I talked to
Thank
Jay
you.
and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of, there's gravel on it. I mean, quite a lot of gravel, and sitting there, you could take it down, and there'd be a low-income housing lot when he was all done taking it out. But
Is that across, which lot is
right
that?
there, as you go down Radway Hill and turn onto River Road,
To the right,
that right to the
up
right.
into the hillside
Yeah.
there? That would be cool.
It has an Act 250 permit, just to make you aware.
What I would like to do, what I'd like to suggest would be that we table consideration of this until we have a full board.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank you. We have a piece of correspondence here from Scott McFarland as New England representative of an organization that, as far as I can tell, is called GovDeals, Online Government Surplus Auctions.
He came in the office early last week to introduce himself. And his point making was that any equipment that we have to offer, we can use his service at no charge and put it out there for any municipality, from filing cabinets up to equipment
Okay.
and
But
vice versa.
it's,
That's good.
it's two-way. He
Yep.
makes,
He
makes
makes
material available as well as.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
There's a description here attached to this, that there's a note here that suggests that Barry, Burlington, Milton, Pittsford, Virgins, and Winooski, Brattleboro Union High School, the Addison County Sheriff's Department, and the West Rutland Water Plant have already used him, or used the organization. Again, I'd like to suggest we put this one off until we have full board. Okay, anything else to come before us under the business section of the meeting?
Oh,
Ooh,
oh, I think you have some there.
oh,
Oh, right here, yeah.
sorry.
There's 2 copies there. Want to give him one?
A couple of them,
Yeah.
sorry.
That's
Hogany. From the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District, dear Select Board, as November 14th meeting, WSMD of Supervisors voted to recommend the attached 21 budget and town assessments for review by member towns prior to the public hearing on December 12th. Oh. At the public hearing on the proposed budget and assessments, there were no members of the public present, therefore there were no changes to the approved budget. As noted at the bottom of the assessment page, fiscal 21 assessment is 4% less than the 20 assessment and 24% less than fiscal 2019.
Yes.
Doris is our representative.
And Mike's the alternate.
It's due primarily to increased revenues from solar lease, renewable energy credits, tip fees, organics, and compost sales. If you have any questions or would like me to meet with the board to discuss the district, please contact me, etc., etc.
So they're making some money.
Yes, they are. It's in
Good.
much better shape than it's.
Good to hear.
been.
So, as highlighted on the last page, assessment for fiscal 21 is $11,358.49.
It's a reduction of from last year, it says on there, what is it,
Keeps going down.
is it-
$504 to the good.
I guess across the board too for everyone else too.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Yep. Appreciate that. Thank you for,
They are, at the discussion the other night, they talked about, the household hazardous waste days, they only have 2 a year,
yeah.
and they have them in different places. And I think the whole state is relooking at that whole process, and they're gonna try to do a permanent site so that people would have the opportunity to go.
Good idea.
Say like from May to, they're not sure of the schedule, how it's gonna be. But it'll be a couple of years before that happens, but it just makes a lot of sense, and it costs less, because it costs probably, for each household hazardous waste day, it probably costs $14,000. And they get some money from a grant, but the whole thing isn't working out. The last one that they had was in Brattleboro and Stratton. Stratton only had 7 people come.
Really? Well,
Yeah, and
they all dumped out on 91.
if that's the thing that I brought up, I said I'm glad that they're thinking about having this a permanent site. It wouldn't be open. I think they were talking about May to October, but it's like if you know when it's open, you're going to take it instead of dumping it somewhere where it shouldn't be. They'll have to have a place to store the different things, and they've got room to do that, but it'll take a couple of years through the state to get the permit even together, how that goes.
Would it be at the site down in
Yes.
Brattleboro? Yes,
Because
okay.
they have the space.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be more feasible.
Thank you, Jake. All right, we will move to pay orders. Means that the fun part's over.
Yeah.
You don't mind if we leave you to that, do you?
Oh, thanks very much for coming tonight. Thanks very much for coming tonight, Doris.
Oh,
Exciting.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the soundbites. Tonight I'm going to turn the studio over again to Deb Bilodeau, who's the chair of the Vermont GOP. Deb's got a couple of guests with her. I know you will enjoy this show. They're going to be talking about rural Vermont. I hope you enjoy it, and I'm very glad to welcome Deb and her guests. Thanks.
Thank you, Pat, for that introduction. We appreciate your allowing us to use your facilities for these panel discussions that we've been having. This is our third or fourth panel discussion that we've had so far. They've been very interesting, and tonight we have with us Chet Greenwood, Vicki Strong, and Rob LeClaire. And the overarching theme of tonight's discussion will be rural Vermont and topics and issues that affect rural Vermont. So thank you very much. Let's take a moment and go around and each of you introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about who you are. Chet.
I'm Chet Greenwood. I'm the chair of the Orleans County Republican Committee. I've been the chair for 12 years, and I'm the chair of chairs of the Vermont GOP of all the counties.
And we thank you for that, Chet.
Thank you.
Yes.
Vicki.
I'm Representative Vicki Strong, and I've been in the legislature for 5 terms. I'll be starting my 10th year. I live in the Northeast Kingdom in the town of Albany and represent 7 towns, rural towns. And I'm on the Ag Committee right now in the legislature, and it's been my privilege to serve there. I have several other hats as a pastor's wife and a Gold Star mother, and I'm also a Weight Watcher leader.
Ooh.
So quite a diverse background, and I appreciate being here and sharing with you today.
Well, thank you, Vicki. Thank you for all that you do for us. Rob LeClaire.
Well, I have several hats, most of them pale in comparison to my 2 folks to my right here, but I'm a state rep from Barrytown. I'm actually in my 3rd term. Another one of the hats that I have is I am the recently elected Washington County Republican Committee chair, and I'm also the assistant minority leader in Montpelier. So we have a lot of different things that we're all doing.
Thank you. We have a lot of quality in the room here tonight. Thank you all for your service to Vermont. So let's start off here. So Chittenden County. A lot of people outside of Chittenden County admire Chittenden County very much because it is Chittenden County. Kidding. So we know that Chittenden County has around 164, this is according to 2018 numbers, it has around 164,000 people in it. So that means approximately 1 out of 4 people in the state of Vermont live in Chittenden County. Interesting. The next largest county is Rutland, and Rutland is less than half the size of Chittenden in terms of population. In terms of density, second to Chittenden County is Washington County, Rob, where you live. Washington's very dense as a county as well. So for years, there's been a debate about Chittenden County versus the rest of Vermont. Political and financial powers reside in cities. What should we do, if anything, can we do to correct this imbalance? And Rob, why don't we start with you?
Well, thanks, Deb. That's a great question, and there is certainly a lot of imbalance there. That said, you know, Chittenden County is an economic success for Vermont, but it has created some challenges, especially for rural Vermont. You know, we talk about things like the minimum wage. It may not be a huge issue for Chittenden County necessarily, but for rural Vermont, it is. Or if you're in a rural community that borders, say, New Hampshire, that can be a challenge. We've had discussions, there's been a lot of discussions about, say, the carbon tax. That is a major issue for rural Vermont, where Chittenden County, it may not have quite as much of an impact because of mass transportation or a variety of other things where they've got some town centers. Legislatively, you've got the 6-pack up there with the senators. I know that there's some legislation that's being proposed and hopefully will be enacted upon to sort of break that up and make the amount of influence that they have not quite so concentrated, so that, again, rural Vermont will have a bit more of a voice at the table here, because there's a lot of different things that are being proposed, and unfortunately there is differences between how it's going to impact Chittenden County and how it will impact other parts of the state.
Good, thank you. Vicki, would you like to add anything to
I
that?
would. Being in the legislature, I've seen how numerous types of legislation and bills, and let's use an example of Act 46, really shook down to the rural areas were against Act 46 and the more urban areas voted for it. And we need to have a mindset of we need to work together for the best interest of Vermont and Vermonters, not what's the best interest of Chittenden County or even rural. What's going to help us survive as a state? And until we get that mindset, Chittenden County is going to push their carbon tax and every other thing, like Rob said, their minimum wage and family paid leave. They're just going to be on this roll. But those things don't work in rural areas. And until we as legislators and people who are policymakers understand the best interests of Vermont, Chittenden County isn't anything without our farms and without our mountains and our ski areas and all the things we offer in rural areas. So we have to be thinking the bigger picture.
Thank you, Chet.
Yeah, I think the rural part of Vermont doesn't like the way that the Chittenden County kind of controls the legislation for the rural areas. The Northeast Kingdom, made up of Orleans, Essex, and Caledonia County, has 2 senators. Chittenden County has 6 currently. The 3-county area, Northeast Kingdom, has 16 representatives. Chittenden County has 38. So they kind of control the legislature, and they're making decisions for our loggers and our agriculture community in the Northeast Kingdom, and it's not always the best outcome.
As well as Act 250.
Act 250
Act
is one
250, it's a big one.
is a huge problem for the Northeast Kingdom.
Right. Yep. Any questions for each other? Any challenges here? We all good?
We're all agree.
We're all good?
We all agree.
Good.
Not only Act 250, but the carbon tax. I was a financial controller for a large company, had 400 employees. And most of those employees drive 40 miles round trip every day to work. And a carbon tax, they just can't afford to drive anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
Farmers with tractors and all their machinery.
And heating their homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weather's a little warmer in Chittenden County and along the Champlain corridor sometimes than it is up there in Derby and Norton and Beecher Falls. And
There is legislation, it's either been passed or in process, to break up the 6-pack in Chittenden County. Is that correct,
That's
Rob?
correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's going to be 2 3-member districts or 3 2-member districts at this point. And it'll probably be based on redistricting that's coming.
And the fallout could limit the Northeast Kingdom to 1 senator instead of 2. So the Northeast Kingdom could be losing a senator.
Wow. Well, good.
how it all
Thank
plays
you.
out.
Thank you. I'm going to jump over to schools. This was a very interesting topic that at our last panel discussion. So Act 46 has been, I believe it's Act 46, has been forcing, I thought at first it was voluntary, that merging was voluntary, but it appears that it's being forced now, although there are some communities that are voting no, we're not going to do this, or we're saying we're not going to do this. So rural areas in Vermont, schools are closing, and we know that a school is intricate to the fabric of that community because so much focus is on the school and the activities that go with the school. Where is the incentive for young families to move into towns and areas where there's no longer a school? Does that not help damage the vitality of rural Vermont? Chet, we'll start with you.
Yes, it does. It has a lot of damage. I've seen a lot of schools up in our area, Holland, Morgan, have closed over the past few years. And you take North Country has, there geographically, I think it's one of the largest in the state. It goes from Island Pond to Jay Peak. It's 45 miles from one side of from the east coast to the east boundary to the west boundary. They don't get enough students, and when they're bused for, an hour each way to school. And when you consolidate schools, that's what's going to happen. That's the fallout.
Vicki.
Well, I'm a little radical here, Deb. I'm going to confess. I homeschooled our 3 children and had a blast doing that. And I personally feel like families need to start up an uprising and just say enough is enough and start their own little co-op homeschooling groups and keep some education right there local and just keep on with our communities. If we see more schools closed, you're absolutely right. It'll be devastating. We need our churches, schools, little mini marts and little entrepreneur businesses to keep going in these rural areas, and families just aren't going to want to come there. But if we start seeing people saying, okay, I'm not driving 40 miles to take my children somewhere, we're going to homeschool, or we're going to school with a couple more families, that's the only thing that's going to get the state's attention. If families pull out even of some of those public schools and start their own, because those schools will lose tax dollars. So I'm radical. I think we need to have a big revolution in our educational policy.
Do you think that school choice is part of the solution?
Absolutely. It's the solution, and it's a no-brainer. If a child has the opportunity to go to another school of their choice, they'll thrive there, and that school will thrive, and the parents and teachers will be more involved. It's just the best of all worlds.
As a legislator, Rob, you really get a bird's eye view, both you and Vicki, of this situation. Would you like to add to this conversation?
Well, Act 46 was very, very controversial in Barrie. I think we voted on it 4 times. I think we had 2 revotes, and then the state board still forced us to merge. And one of the things about it, when you're talking about it being voluntary, there was kind of a carrot or stick type of approach initially, where that if you merged voluntarily, you were given some funding and offset your tax rate, and then as things played out, it became more of a forced issue. And one of the concerns about that whole thing was that the state board, it seems that they had kind of a vision right from the get-go that they never really articulated to people. And so like our community, we have a vote, it would go down, we'd go back, try to come up with a different plan, and we just never got any clear guidance about that. And you're right, the schools are a major part of what makes our communities a community. We do have a balancing act, though. I will say when I've gone door to door, as I know Vicki has and others, one of the things I hear about a lot is property taxes. In fact, I hear probably about that as much as anything. And so we do have to take a real hard look at the cost of education. Small doesn't always mean more money. I had seen a report not that many years ago that had a breakdown of community, what it costs per student, and there wasn't a direct correlation between the size of the school and the cost. Montpelier, sometimes I think we're more a part of the problem than the solution. We do have a lot of these unfunded mandates that come out, and it's up to the local community to figure out how to pay for them and implement them. I think we're dealing with, what is it, Act 177 now, the revamping of a special education, or the proficiency-based learning. That came out of, I forget what bill, but the Department of Ed, and it's been a huge challenge because it depends on what school as to how they implemented it. I think Montpelier sometimes needs to just get out of the way.
Yeah. And, these numbers aren't clear-cut, but the average student cost for education in Vermont is hovering around $20,000. The national average is just under $12,000. You have to lift the cover and look in there to see why there's such a, but, to the everyday taxpayer, the question is why? If we're consolidating, why aren't the costs going down? If we're 20,000 students less than we were 15 years ago, why aren't the costs going down?
We have that disparity even at the time when we were looking at Act 46 initially. I remember that in the Barrie school system, our costs were somewhere just south of $13,000 per student. One community over, I was looking at one of the elementary schools, just one adjoining town over, they were almost $20,000 per student. And you say, well, wait a minute here, what is the difference here? And I'm having a problem with my beer wallet paying for their champagne taste and education, and yet the educational outcomes were arguably as good or better. So you're right, we do need to kind of look under the hood and say just exactly what are the cost drivers here? And size isn't always the issue.
Right. Yeah, well, and size could be one of the determining factors. You know, a school in Vermont, a class that has 13 students versus a class in New Jersey that has 35. That's gonna, you know, that's going to affect your math at the end of the day too. So it's really an interesting conversation. All right, well, thank you. Let's talk about sales tax, or the lack of sales tax in New Hampshire versus Vermont. Is this something that needs to be evaluated? What I don't know is, what can we now live without? You know, we have these budgets that the state lives to and needs to continue to feed. How do you ever back any of this up? But New Hampshire has zero sales tax, as you already know. We have 6%, and we have, I think we have 14 towns, I counted 14 towns, that have the local option tax of 1 cent. Many of them are large towns like Manchester, Burlington, Colchester, and so forth. But there's also some small towns that opted in for the extra tax because they need the revenues. Did it hurt the community or not? I don't know. In Essex Junction, largest village in the state, we voted on a local option tax about 8 years ago, and the people said no. We didn't want to do that to the clients, the customers that come through, or the businesses in the community. So we opted not to do that. How do you feel about the state sales tax? Could we do something different? Vicki, we'll start with you.
Well, from my rural area, it was a long time before we were even able to go to a Walmart, wasn't it, Chet? And up in Newport, we had to come a long ways, and a lot of people just went to New Hampshire and hop on 91 and zing down to Littleton. So I've seen a lot of people shop based on sales tax because I'm from an area that if you have to drive, you might as well go to New Hampshire, even to Lowe's and places like that. So I think it's a huge deal, and we do have a lot of our border towns, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, that our businesses have to compete with. So we should stay competitive. There's no excuse. No matter what our budget is in Vermont, there's no excuse. Our businesses are suffering because of it, those border towns especially.
Chet?
Yeah, I agree. We had a retail business for years, and we lost a lot of business to drive to New Hampshire. And just look at the economy in White River compared to Lebanon. I mean, you can see it. And like Vicki said, back before we had a Walmart in Derby, you go down to Walmart in Littleton, half the yard would be Vermont cars. And it's New Hampshire just loves our legislature because, you know, we send more business to New Hampshire every time we're in session. And sales tax is one of them. I think we ought to get rid of it. Of course, you got to wean it down. You got to drop it a little bit and work on it. But this state is just too expensive to live in. I mean, we had 8,500 employees. That's more employees than the state of New Hampshire, or the same number for, I don't know how many more people New Hampshire's got. We got one of the highest property taxes, one of the highest income taxes in the country.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to cut. We can't cut the sales tax unless we cut some of the bloated budget, but we have to cut the budget in the state of Vermont.
Yeah. So whose job is that, Rob, to look at cutting the budgets?
Well, it's all of ours for sure. I wish there was a few more of us under the Gold Dome that thought similarly, but you know, Chet and Vicki have identified some very great areas. You know, sales tax is definitely a major concern, but I think taxes in general, it's very expensive to live in this state. And we've got to take an awful hard look at the money that we spend. And are we getting the bang for the buck that we thought we would? You know, like take something like the Health Connect, for instance. I suspect that we've spent, at least I saw one time, we were approaching $300 million on that darn thing since it's been implemented, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's more. I saw some stats that if we went and just bought the people that we were looking to cover health care for the rest of their lives, we'd have saved money. Things like that we've got to take an awful hard look at. Affordable housing. We all agree that it's a problem. And Chittenden County, actually, it's a major issue to find affordable housing, but some of these affordable housing projects that we're involved in, you know, we're winding up spending $340,000 for a one-bedroom unit that will help at most 2 people, and the only thing that's affordable about it is for the 2 people that are living there, but it doesn't go address the issues. So, you know, sales tax is definitely a concern, but taxes and the cost of living in general is something we really need to take a hard look at.
I feel like we've just done a lot of lip service. You know, even on election years, people running for office, they all hear it, they know it. It's unaffordable to live here, and we go back to Montpelier and every year raise taxes and find more ways to spend money. And a lot of it is human services. It's a huge part of our budget, and we just offer a lot of money in terms of welfare and all the services we provide people. If people were more self-sufficient and healthier families in general, we would lower our budget.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned benefits.
Yeah.
Let's turn our attention to that for a moment.
Okay.
So, Governor Scott in 2017 passed H 326, and that lessened the burden on the recipients of some of our benefits. Prior to that bill, you only had $2,000 in personal assets that could be exempted. That number went to $9,000. You didn't have to claim retirement accounts or educational accounts any longer in order to qualify for benefits. We know that there's people in our state, no doubt about it, that need benefits. None of us will question that at all. The question is the benefits. The cliff itself, the number that I'm hearing is that you could get upwards of $42,000 worth of benefits from the state of Vermont. And that's more money than some people make that go to work 8 hours a day. Some of those benefits are from Reach Up, Reach Ahead, child care benefits, probably SNAP and other programs. Is this a problem more of a problem in rural Vermont than it might be in Chittenden County? And if so, how would you suggest we address this? Jack, we'll start with you.
It's a big problem. You can't find employees because they're making too much off the subsidized rent, the free health care, and SNAP cards, child care. They just, you can't pay them enough to come to work. Or the ones you hire, they want to work 4 days a week. They don't want to work over 30 or 32 hours because they lose the benefits. And we see it all the time. And it's, I think the benefits increased. You know, they're increasing faster than the minimum wage. And I'm not talking minimum wage people. We've lost, when my former employer, we lost employees who stayed home to take care of their children because they got better child care. They couldn't afford to come to work. And they were, you know, 15, I'm talking $14, $15 an hour employees.
Wow.
Right. I know that as a landlord for over 34 years, I've seen everything that you could see from a landlord's perspective. And I've seen situations, and I know of a current situation, that husband, wife, a couple of children, everything is subsidized. There's no incentive for them to go to work. The rent is paid, the SNAP, and a tax return of $9,000 is what they received last year.
Oh my goodness.
And I look at that, and I struggle with it in my head because they're capable of working. They're not working. And I'm wondering, where are the checks and balance? How are we monitoring the benefits that we want people to have, but we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing by these people? And just giving money and benefits is not the right thing.
No.
Rob, what do you think?
I agree, and like you, I'm a landlord, and I've seen firsthand the benefits cliff. that it actually does act as a disincentive, because I have had tenants that had the initiative to go out and get a job, but by the time they went through and figured out what they were going to bring home with the job versus what they were going to lose in benefits, it certainly made sense for them not to work. And that's a problem. We should not have a system in place that disincentivizes people to go to work. You know, if somebody needs a little help with childcare, and that's one of the things that I don't think that we do a good job of, is there is a lot of benefits out there for these folks, and generally these people don't get in the positions they're in because of one poor choice or one stretch of bad luck. It's been a series. So what makes us think that giving them all these goods and services that they're going to be making better choices? I feel that we need to have like a case manager get involved, help them along, make some of the right decisions, and it may be where this case manager's got the authority to say, okay, you know what, we're going to take a little bit of the benefit over here, but we're going to help you buy a car so you can go to work. Because if that's the difference between working or not, that makes some sense. But yeah, when we've got a system in place that one winds up being generational or multi-generational, I think we've got to take a hard look at that and say why, because it's to help up. It's, you know, a safety net. It shouldn't be a spider's web.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who need help, and I'm all for it. We should help them. But there's too many people that want it and don't need it.
Yeah, I think the problem is in the distribution and or the management of the distribution, and I think our bureaucracy has grown so large that you can't get your arms around it, and the left doesn't know what the right's doing. And there's all these programs out there, and I don't know what sort of checks and balances.
Too many programs.
I had a tenant that was on a WIC, young mother with a child, and it was one of my buildings where actually I collect the trash. So I am, for a few weeks, I am taking away these pre-packaged things of like baby food, never been opened, milk, black olives, just a bunch of canned stuff. And after about the second week, I said, geez, I can't take this anymore. So I made a phone call and said, hey, listen, we got a problem here. Either this young lady doesn't know what to do with what you're giving her, or you're just giving her too much. Because I'm taking stuff home like cans of salmon and tuna fish. To their credit, it seemed somebody got there, and I don't know what they did, but the left hand and right hand don't know exactly what's going on. That's why I said we need like a case manager. We've got to have more coordination here, because not everybody needs the same level of help or the same help.
All right, let's go to agriculture. Vicki, you're on the Ag Committee, you said. And we know that agriculture is part of our brand. We know what the value of it is. I feel like, as a lifetime resident of Vermont, that farms are slipping away from us. Annually, we know that they're slipping away from us. I don't know what the number is that we're down to, 7,000 maybe?
700.
700, that's what it was, 700.
It was like twice that,
Yeah.
and now it's down to
Yeah.
700 dairy farms.
Dairy farms, yep. What can we do? Is there anything we can do to revitalize the ag industry in Vermont?
Well, right now it's really in a transition, I would say, from the dairy farm image, which we want to keep, but because of not just national pressure, but worldwide pressure, because the milk prices are tied to a worldwide scenario. It's pretty amazing that the amount of powdered milk in Europe has to do with our milk prices, or the amount of cheese in a cave in the Midwest. So it's complicated, and right now our farmers need a fire hose of help, and we're giving them an eyedropper. So they're struggling, many going out by the day, and the answers for those dairy farmers are not close, I'm afraid. But we do have our UVM Extension is an excellent organization that's helping But there's a lot of transition going. You're going to see a lot of farmers transitioning to new ideas, their own products made on the farm, whether ice cream, cheese, butter, cottage cheese. In general, dairy consumption has dropped dramatically. I just heard it on the radio, it's like by 20%. People aren't pouring milk on their cereal anymore. They're running out with a muffin or a dairy alternative product. So Vermont knows, and we're aware. Even our agriculture committee sent a letter to our congressman to say we need to stop calling soy milk milk. Let's make it what it is. It's not really dairy or milk, and revitalize that idea that dairy products are wonderful, they're healthy. So that's something that's on everybody's mind. But when you take the whole scenario of Vermont, the land taxes and things like electricity, the farmers just have a huge overhead, and it's harder and harder to stay in business. So the smaller, little more entrepreneur type of farming that's cropping up, hemp products, sheep, goats, different kinds of vegetable farming, it's all, those things are starting to flourish and make a difference and keeping our farms going. But in the bigger picture, we still need those dairy farms, and how it's all going to play out is still a big question mark.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like there's a lot of repurposing of farms going on.
A huge effort. Even in my area, I have a local dairy farm now. They make their own cheese, and several are becoming quite world-renowned in Greensboro. Albany has a great new business with a farmer. The hard thing I think too we want to look at is a lot of these farmers aren't making it unless they get grants and government help, and that to me is a sad thing, that a farmer can't function without a grant. And they're getting grants for barns and other kinds of things to start a new type of business, that our economy is such that it takes that from the government to help them.
That's one area where we can compete against Chittenden counties in our agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
We have the natural resources and the open land. There's no reason we can't grow all of our food. We shouldn't have to import any food. You know, promote the farm to school, promote farmers markets, and grow our own. And it's the small ones. It isn't the big farmers. It's like Vicki said. It's a little niche marketing that they're doing, raising the goats and sheep. And there's a program, REAP, they call REAP. It's a rural agricultural partnership program. It was a bill that was passed a few years ago in the government. And there's only 5 counties in the United States that are involved with that. In the Northeast Kingdom is one of the areas. And we should take advantage of that. That gives agricultural help to the small farmer.
Right. There are a lot of programs, like you said, Farm to Plate, Farm to School. How many of them are there? But there's a lot of them. And young people are growing up now, even in schools, having gardens, but being more aware of local food and the health of that, that's happening a lot, at least in our area.
Yeah, see, we can take advantage of Chittenden County with that.
Right.
But
How does the, so we're waiting for the House to pass the USMCA, right? The US and Mexico and Canada. How will that help the Vermont farms? Are any of you on top of that?
I'm not sure either.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Rob, you know.
Yeah, of course I know. No, I mean, I can't say that I know any of the particulars. Obviously, the North American Free Trade Agreement and things like that certainly come into play, and the more trade that we can have and the more that our products can get to where they have to go, certainly the better off we'll be. I know the issue with the tariffs and stuff with China has certainly impacted some of what's going on, but wasn't there, I think, we just had a deal with, what was it, Canada and our maple syrup or something that ended up helping us. And, you know, because you talk about farming, I mean, dairy has been around forever, but so has sugaring or logging or other things that farmers have always done to supplement, you know, what they did. But we're in a bit of a different environment today, too, and that farmers are not held in the high esteem that they were.
Yeah.
I think they've taken more than their fair share of criticism and blame about the water quality issues.
Right.
And there's pressures there that have made it much more difficult to make ends meet. And I think we've got to be sensitive to the fact that they want to do the right thing, but this problem didn't happen overnight, and we can't expect them to change farming practices to the point where they're just not financially viable, especially when Chittenden County has had a lot of growth, and I don't think there's much debate that stormwater runoff has been impacting some of the water quality on the lake. There is some legislation there that got passed here a few years ago that they're doing the rulemaking on now about the 3 acres of impervious surfaces. That's going to be a major shock for a lot of property owners in the state. Hopefully we can do something about that, but farming's it's tough financially, and again, they're not held in the high esteem that they used to be.
Thank you for bringing that up, because one more thing I'd like to mention is the Department of Agriculture, Agency of Natural Resources, these agencies that are regulatory in a lot of ways come across to farmers in the more oppressive, aggressive way in their attitudes and in some circumstances. And I feel like if we can lighten the load of a farmer in terms of, hey, how can I help you? I'm not here to penalize you and fine you. There's things we can work on together. We're trying, I think, to bridge that problem, and I hope to see more progress with that farmers are feeling helped and not more oppressive regulation. You mean I can't put my manure pile there? My cows have to be out of that stream, and how am I going to afford a new walkway? There's help financially, but we really need to help farmers know we're on their team. We're not trying to shut them down.
Yeah. Do you think some of the oppressive actions toward farmers are the result of the climate change agenda that not just Vermont, but the nation and the rest of the world has? Is some of that oppression the result of driving to meet standards on climate change regulations?
I think a lot of it's water quality.
I think water quality is the biggest issue.
Big one.
Yeah.
Like Champlain and the...
Yeah. I did hear that there are some that feel that cows are affecting climate change with the...
Well, yeah. Flatulence. I do want to say that I think there's an opportunity for the Northeast Kingdom and agritourism. There's been at least 6 Amish families moved into the Northeast Kingdom, Brownington area, and there's more looking at farms now. And it's quite a tourist attraction. They do a great job making bakery stuff, and it's sold locally. So, and there's a welcome addition to the Northeast Kingdom.
Yeah, they're buggies and horses.
Yeah, and
I love that.
That and the other one is, and Rob mentioned maple production, in the old Ethan Allen plant in Island Pond, a Canadian company came down, opened up, and they tapped, I think, 87,000 taps. They've got a huge business.
Wow.
And that's something that you don't see in the metropolitan areas. So we should encourage that type. I mean, that's no impact on the economy, on the landscape. And I think it's great for the economy.
Right. But even though we have these wonderful opportunities that are happening, as you just described, if you have no schools in your rural Vermont, there's no incentive for young families to move there. So the people that work in these businesses will be there, but...
There's a lot of disincentive to move to rural Vermont. And one is the cost of building a new home. If you want to build beyond your water and sewer line, like out in the country, the cost is almost prohibitive. The requirements, and to make it a zero carbon footprint, you're paying a penalty up front, and you're told what to use and how to use it and what materials.
Are there any proposed legislative actions in the next session in terms of Act 250, changing any of Act 250 to help the state?
Not to help.
Well, good way to put it. There are certainly some proposed changes out there. We'll see just where they go. They're very controversial. One of them is that any future development has to take into consideration its impact on climate change. And it's like, my goodness, how do you qualify that? And there's also, I've heard where, again, because of the climate change and people's personal philosophy, that they would like to not have folks living in rural Vermont anymore, and that we all move down into more of a city center, move into some 800 square foot little hovel and take mass transportation. There really are folks that feel that the way of life that we've had, and some of us still feel we have, we shouldn't have anymore. But there's alternatives out there that we can do. It's just either they didn't think of them or they just don't think that they're a good idea at this point. But yeah, there's not really anything about this Act 250 change that's going to make it any more user friendly. In fact, they're looking to make it much more restrictive.
Again, how does that affect the agricultural industry in the state?
Our little ag committees, as far as I can tell, we're anxious about hearing what that Natural Resources Committee is bringing forward, and it's going to be the leadership in our legislature that determines whether that goes forward or not. So we'll have to see. But I know my ag committee is nervous.
And that includes loggers too, not just
right.
agriculture. It includes loggers.
Yeah.
They're a standstill in a lot of areas because of restrictions.
Okay. Let's shift gears a little bit. As of August, the Vermont Remote Worker Grant Program, we all know about that, has been offering qualified workers, excuse me, up to $10,000 over a 2-year period, and I think that number's going to go up. I think I just read that number's going to go up.
Okay.
Over a 2-year period to relocate to Vermont. Do you see this as an effective program to attract and keep new workers, and are you seeing this program as a success? Rob.
Oh, you know, that's a very good question, and I think that it's being asked, if I think I remember correctly, the auditor just took a look at this program and had some fairly legitimate questions about, is it really making the difference that they thought that it would? My understanding is that it did spark a lot of interest initially, and I don't think I'm making this up, but like 87, 89 people moved into the state. Again, there's a question as to whether they would have come anyway. Maybe not. I don't know. There's no doubt that we have a declining population in our state. We've got a demographics issue. Those of us that are here are getting a little older, some quicker than others. But so we do have to take a real hard look at why. I'm not sure that $10,000 per person is going to really turn the issue around. I think it's other things that we've got to take a look at. You know, we've got to take a look at, are there jobs for these folks to move to Vermont for? Now, they will tell you that we've got employers looking for people. I'm thinking that we probably do. But I'm not sure that we're looked at as a Silicon Valley or anything along that lines. You know, New Hampshire's got a very, very vibrant economy down there. They've got some of the very similar weather characteristics and things that we have. I think we need to take a step back and say, okay, just what's their secret recipe? And not always try to come up with our own.
Yeah. I think I looked at something not too long ago, and the top 6 job openings in the state of Vermont were all in the service industry.
Really?
Yeah. We're talking about fast food, domestic work, landscaping, those jobs. And when we drive, and I know we all do this, as we drive around, we see all these wanted signs. They're all in front of $15 or $12, $10 an hour job opportunities. So we know we have a declining population. I think it's a national issue. But the question is, what can we do in Vermont to make Vermont more attractive? I look at Vermont and I see so much beauty here. we have the mountains, we have the seasons, we have the clean air, we have so much going on. I see this as an opportunity for parents with young children to get them out of cities and out of dense areas that may have problems that we don't have to deal with and come to Vermont. I'm not understanding why they're not coming here other than the cost of living here is so high. And again, that falls back to not just the legislature, it falls back to the utility companies, local governments. You know, I mean, even your local government within your town, every year their costs are going up. Chet, how do you feel about the remote worker program?
Well, I don't think it's worked real well. Only one of those, according to Doug Hoffer's report, only one of those came to the Northeast Kingdom out of all those. And and I think originally they wanted to help the rural areas of Vermont, not necessarily Chittenden County. But the averages that they've paid out is only $3,500 or something like that, according to the audit. But somebody ended up with a 26-inch gaming TV. I'm not sure. Whoever's running the program should be accountable. I mean, it's taxpayer money. Nobody should have a slush fund. But there's a lot of reasons why people aren't moving to Vermont. And there's reasons why the few that do move to Vermont are exactly what you said. It's beautiful, and they can ski, and it's year-round. They got the nice outdoors. But if anybody's doing a due diligence on moving a business to Vermont, we're not going to be in the top 3 choices. Our taxes are high. Our regulations are stiffer than most places. And we're making more and more regulations all the time. We have more chemical regulations here than the U.S. government has. I mean, the company I work for, we had to have a full-time person just to keep track of the chemicals used, because Vermont had its own list over and above what the government has. So it makes it very, very hard for people to make a living in Vermont with the taxes.
It doesn't make sense, like you said, Deb, because it's a beautiful state to live in. It's a great place to raise a family. But in the different circles I've been in recently having to do with veterans, they're very upset that we tax their retirement. And veterans deserve to keep their retirement money. And they leave our state. They serve here in the National Guard, and they leave. And we see a lot of the older folks, our generation now, leaving. And if we stop that hemorrhaging, we would have that higher tax base.
We have the highest inheritance estate tax, I think, in the country.
Is it because we're one of the oldest per capitas in the country, and so there's all that revenue that's coming in as they look forward to it?
All of that adds up and makes a difference, all those ways.
It inspires people to not have Vermont be their state of residency.
Yeah.
They'll live here 4 or 5 months and live someplace else.
6 months and what is it, 1 day? If you live someplace else, you're a resident of that state.
I have a lot of friends that have moved out of Vermont.
I was just going to say, there's not a month that goes by that someone I know is not leaving Vermont or on the way out the door already. Moving to states, not only Florida, but Maine. Maine is cold. And they're moving to Maine, and they're taking their hefty retirements with them. And, their assets and everything with them. I'm thinking, oh.
Right, so why do we inspire them to do that? We ought to change things, again, check what their secret recipe over there is, and I'd rather have a half a loaf than no loaf at all.
Right.
And generally, these folks are at a point in their lives where their demand for goods and services are considerably less. They don't have kids in the school systems, and we want you to stay here, not just for your money, but we want you to stay here. We've got to get realistic that people are making choices in their financial.
I heard something interesting yesterday, I think it was, and this is Washington, D.C. politics. And someone was speaking with people in Washington, D.C., and Washington, D.C. politicians, congressional, senatorial people, really are out of tune with what's outside of the Beltline, that they really don't understand what's happening on the ground outside of the Beltline. And sometimes I wonder about Montpelier. Who's in Montpelier, and do they have a grasp on what's going on in rural Vermont? Now, I know, Vicki, you're rural Vermont.
Right.
Rob, you're Washington County, second densest county in the state. But the makeup of the people in Montpelier, are these everyday people that we're talking about here? Are they, people will tell you, oh, trust fund babies are down there. I don't really support that argument. I just wonder who is down there.
Right.
Well, of course, we as Republicans are absolutely in tune with our constituents and who sent us there. But, you raise a very interesting point in that quite often it's really easy to get wrapped up in the theoretical in Montpelier.
Policy.
Right. But sometimes there is a marked difference between the theoretical and then the practical or the actual out there on the street. And I don't think that we really do a good job of that at times. I've got several different businesses. I do anything that's legal and a few things that aren't. Just kidding. But I consider myself a little differently because I'm on both ends of the legislation. Like, I'm a landlord. And so when we're talking about landlord-tenant issues, I mean, the pendulum has swung way, 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 way in the favor of the tenant, to the point where I actually, as a landlord, it is in my best interest to have an apartment stay vacant than it is to take a risk on somebody and get the wrong tenant in there. There's something not quite right with that. I went to a forum here not long ago where they wanted to raise an $2 a night per occupancy fee to help homeless people. Who could be against helping homeless people? But I said, I'm absolutely opposed to that, because if I had a real partner in a state agency, I would take a risk on a homeless family. One of my buildings has 3-bedroom apartments in it, but there's no incentive for me to do that. There's things that we can do working together to make it better for people, but we need to work together. But yes, the Republicans were absolutely in tune with our people.
I heard recently a joke on TV. What do you call a person who has 2 jobs? Lazy. Here in Vermont, I mean, we have, between my husband and I, we have 3 jobs, and we could use another. It's just getting to that point where how many jobs do we need to make ends meet? And I do think the legislature's out of tune with that idea, that Vermonters, everyday Vermonters, are having to do multiple jobs to pay their bills. And a lot of those legislators are, some of them have lawyer husbands. I shouldn't say this too much, but or retired and have good benefits. And the average everyday Vermonter that's working hard, I don't know that they relate to them really.
My son-in-law and daughter, 2 young kids, have been spending $2,000 a month for child care. That is an enormous issue. Thankfully, they both have good jobs and got a good family around them. But talk about a disincentive for somebody to be able to go to work, or a young family to move into the Vermont, where we went through, Montpelier made some changes about child care and all that other stuff, and we had a lot of home-based businesses actually close. So now you got less choice. So those are some of the things we just got to be realistic about, saying, we could maybe not be involved as much as we are.
Do you think the cost of daycare, home care for children, has escalated so high because the state got involved in it? This is my own small world opinion. State got involved in it, put restrictions on home daycares to the point where people went out of business, and now the children are being driven into the educational school system.
Right.
I personally think that was a master plan for that to happen. And so either
even the licensed ones now, that they want to have a certain educational criteria for the staff. I mean, it's almost to a point now where I guess as parents we're just not qualified to have our kids anymore.
Well, that's what I worry about is, grandma and grandpa can't take care of Johnny anymore because the state's involved in who's taking care of that child? I know we need more children in the school system, but really? You know, is this the way that we want to get there? Chet, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, it goes back to schooling. I don't know, by taking the schools out of your rural areas, I think it's made an impact on all that. You're not going to get younger families moving into the countries anymore.
I don't know why the regulation book went from 20 pages to 200, and it literally went from 20 to 200 for regulating daycares.
Daycare.
So everything from where the toothbrush is laid to dirty diapers and how you prepare your food and where they take a nap, it's just, the normal average person can't take that on now.
Right, and so by design, they've made that home business almost impossible for many, many people.
Right.
And so where do the children have to go now? They're going into the school systems because we've lowered the age of children going into the school systems.
And plus, those are some home businesses that we lost.
Yeah.
That,
you know,
Quite
were
a few.
vital to the community from
We lost
child care and
employees.
economic.
We lost employees that couldn't afford daycare because they couldn't find anybody.
Yeah.
And all of this drives the minimum wage conversation. But when you think of minimum wage, $15 an hour, you can't live on $15 an hour. You can't live in Chittenden County on $15 an hour. A one-bedroom apartment can cost you upwards of $1,000 to $1,200. That's what, 2 or 3 people making $15 an hour living in a one-bedroom apartment. It just, the logic isn't there to be calling minimum wage or $15 an hour a livable wage. It's not a livable wage.
No.
You're in the same position you were 6 years ago. You're barely making enough. You're probably living at home with mom and dad, or you're a senior who's working part-time to get out of the house and earn a few dollars and so forth. Very interesting. So we're down to 1 minute and 28 seconds. So I think we'll end our questions at this point. Was there any closing statements that you'd like to make about anything or bring up?
One, thank you for doing this. And if I had a pitch, it would be that we need more people to get involved. There's a lot. One of the things that amazed me the most about going to Montpelier was all the different facets and aspects of our lives that government's involved in. Just sitting on the sideline now and just sort of complaining, can't do that anymore. You've got to get involved.
Absolutely.
You
I'd
know,
like to see the state of Vermont get more involved with VTC and spend less on UVM tuition and more on VTC tuition. We need more tradespeople.
Yep, I agree with that. You know, plumbing, electrical,
Absolutely.
HVAC, all of these
Engineers.
young people that don't want to go to a 4-year college can get trained in those fields and make very good money.
Yes.
And they're good, those are good honorable jobs
So, yeah.
that seem to be dying by the wayside. Well, thank you very much for being part of this conversation.
Thank you.
And again, thank you to Pat McDonald and Orca for allowing us to use this facility to do this. And thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Good.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.